Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Got Deathnote Part 2. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 10 Warm cracks in my cold heart. Fine, leave it, the real Naruto said, standing on the ground as he looked at his watch before raising his head to make eye contact with the clone. Having received the signal, the clone released the kunai. The moment it hit the ground, the real Naruto clicked a small button on the side of his wristwatch as he turned to a wide-eyed Kakashi with a grin on his face. 0.903 seconds to be exact, sensei. What? Sakura was speechless as she sat there with wide eyes, not believing what she was hearing. 0.903 seconds is the answer, Sasuke muttered, looking at Naruto as Sakura snapped her head, now realizing that time was still ticking. Why yes, 0.903 seconds, sensei. She spoke while laughing nervously, blushing in embarrassment because she was expected to be the first to answer the question, not the last. Kakashi, no matter how much he sweated, hadn't expected the test to turn out like this at all. You two just copied your answers, the Jounin accused, making Sasuke look at him. I'm Rookie of the Year and Sakura here has aced every written theory exam. Do you think we'd feel the need to cheat here? We were about to answer when Naruto spoke first. Like you, we were only momentarily surprised, that's all. He finished with a serious expression, making Kakashi sigh. Well, he couldn't argue against that. Sakura was swooning at how Sasuke had stood up for her as well. However, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he noticed the slight smile on Sasuke's face, hidden by his hands clasped in front of his mouth. The boy Yuke seems to care about that pink girl, Ryuk commented thoughtfully while Naruto. No, I hadn't solved the question yet. Cunning Sasuke, you used your reputation quite well here. And I know you weren't defending Sakura because you care about her, you were just dragging her reputation down as well to make your excuse more believable. Because if Kakashi had come to know that Sakura, who is the most popular bookworm in the class, still couldn't solve the question, he would have suspected Sasuke as well. And to think he was able to come up with this excuse instantly, the mustachioed blonde as he dispelled his shadow clones, now walking towards his seat. So, Naruto, I don't remember saying you could use ninjutsu for this, Kakashi said with a bored expression on his face, now reading his book with Sakura glaring at the offensive piece of literature. The blonde stopped walking as he moved his cold eyes towards the Jounin. And I don't remember you saying we couldn't, he replied, making the Uchiha smirk as Sakura stared at him. Wow, Naruto, he can be so cool sometimes too, he mused before turning to Kakashi. Well, he's right, you said yourself that you didn't care how we solved the question, the pink-haired graduate said, causing the blonde to look at her in mild surprise. By the way, Naruto, I'm curious to know how you solved this question by simply having the shadow clones stand on top of each other, the Jounin said, causing the blonde to shrug. It was easy enough. My height, from the scalp of my head to my toes, is 1.453 meters. 3 shadow clones on top of each other with the one on top holding the kunai at chest height. This makes the distance of the tip of the kunai from the ground to about 4 meters as asked in the question. After that, obviously, by activating the stopwatch here on my wristwatch, I ordered the clone to drop it. The wind flow is negligible today, so atmospheric conditions really pertain to your question. Meh, I got lucky actually. He finished with a bored expression, while Sakura gaped in shock. Even Sasuke couldn't help but look at him in surprise. And I assumed the reason he took off his sandals was so he could take away the extra height gained by the thickness of his footwear, resulting in somewhat accurate calculations? Kakashi asked, causing the blonde to nod lazily, making the Jounin smile at him. Rule number 2 of the Shinobi Code, a ninja must always look down, he verbalized, causing Sakura's eyes to widen while Naruto smiled to himself. Nice and Ai-san. I wonder if he's saying this in regards to that Ika book of his, Ryuk mused, making Naruto blush slightly at the implications of below the low in a perverted way. Naruto did that by completing the test in an unorthodox manner, while Sasuke, despite not having solved the question, used the circumstances to his advantage. Kakashi finished as Sasuke's eyes widened at that. Hey! I solved that question, he said with narrowed eyes as the Jounin smiled at him, his eyes closed in a U-shape. Sasuke-kun, I'm an elite Jounin of this village with tons of experience under my belt, he mouthed, causing the Uchiha to look away nervously. See? He really is a pervert. Even while talking casually, he says something like tons of experience under his belt now. What's that supposed to mean? I'm telling you, kid, He's corrupting the children of this village, Ryuk said with a sigh, shaking his head in exasperation, causing the blonde to harden his jaw to keep his lips from pulling upwards. His Jounin sensei was giving a serious lecture after all. Putting his face back into his book, he flipped a page before casually commenting, "And the next time you lie, Sasuke, try not to smile so arrogantly," he muttered, making the Uchiha blush slightly in embarrassment as he interlaced his fingers in front of his mouth, trying to hide his blush. "Even if your hands hide that smile." The Jounin finished, making Naruto smile, while even Sasuke's ears were red now due to such embarrassment. Ooh, this was a humiliating blow to the Yuke boy's pride. The Shinigami verbalized as Sakura stared at Sasuke's face in amazement, her own cheeks tinged with a light shade of pink as mauve blossoms fell behind her. "When he blushes, Sasuke-kun is so cute," she thought as the Uchiha glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "Something on my face?" he asked, still looking ahead as Sakura snapped out of her thoughts. "And no, sorry," he said meekly before turning his head towards his sensei, who was laughing like a pervert. However, Naruto, snapping out of his own thoughts, had beads of sweat form when he saw Ryuk floating behind Kakashi, laughing eerily as he too read that book. "Oh, human girls are quite naughty, he muttered as the whiskered blonde placed a hand on his forehead. "Of all the terrifying, bloodthirsty Shinigami, why did I have to turn into a damn pervert with his own set of sarcastic comments?" he thought in exasperation as Kakashi suddenly closed his book upon sensing the murderous aura of a woman charged with righteous fury. "I'm going to report your behavior to Hokage-sama. You're not hormonally fit to be our sensei." "Yes, fury of a righteous woman. Calm down, Sakura, your screaming won't achieve anything," Sasuke muttered with a somewhat irritated expression on his face. God, this girl was loud. "Very well, now it's time for the second and final question," the Jounin said, closing the book as his expression turned serious, with Naruto obviously on guard. "Another question?" Sakura asked. "This wouldn't be theoretical, more like me testing your morals as a shinobi," he replied, making her nod nervously. "Alright, let's begin. Let's assume you are the captain of a squad sent on an A-rank mission during an ongoing war. Your squad has to steal an important scroll from the castle of the daimyo of your enemy country. However, upon arriving there and taking a closer inspection of the scenario, you find that security is tighter than your village's Kage predicted, making the mission an S-rank one. You now have two choices: either you infiltrate at the expense of your comrade's life and complete the mission, or you abandon the mission, saving their lives. But if you abandon the mission, due to a lack of information contained in the scroll that the village needs, it could result in the loss of many lives from your village. So I want you to hear each and every one of your decisions on this. You have 30 seconds, Kakashi verbalized with a smirk before opening his book as he began to read it, laughing evilly with Ryuk doing the same. Sasuke and Sakura had serious expressions on their faces, silently thinking about the hypothetical scenario their Jounin sensei presented to them. Naruto, however, was deeply shaken inside. Hatake Tsukumo, he thought in realization, eventually getting over his shock as he remained calm. Is this question just a moral test or another kissy scheme? The mustachioed blonde placed two fingers of his right hand on his right cheek, his usual thinking pose. Hatake Tsukumo chose to save his comrades but at the expense of the mission. The failure of this mission resulted in the loss of many lives and the blame was placed on Nai-san's father here. Later, Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide, leaving a young Nai-san alone in this village. If you ask someone this question, of course they will say that the mission is more necessary, sacrificing the lives of their comrades, he thought, sighing to himself quietly as he continued to think of this answer. I have to answer this truthfully. I can't lie about a question that's so personal to Nai-san. In fact, I'm surprised he chose this specific scenario to test us. It must be up to me and Sasuke when it comes to Kira, he mused, sitting there with a relaxed expression as soon as 30 seconds had passed. Alright, time's up. Let's start with you, Sasuke, Kakashi verbalized, closing his book in the process causing Ryuk to look at the Jounin's back in protest. The answer is pretty obvious, sensei. The mission is more important than actually, how many members does the squad have anyway? The Uchiha asked, making the Jounin sigh. He already knew Sasuke's answer now. 3, of course, he murmured. Then it's even more obvious. I'd choose the mission. An S-rank mission, with so many lives under its control, is far more important than the lives of just 2 people, she replied with a smile, causing Kakashi to nod as he turned to Sakura. I agree with Sasuke-kun sensei. We can't put so many lives at risk just for 2 people, he said as the jounin turned to Naruto, silently asking for his answer. Well, if I were the leader of that squad, I would have chosen both of them, he said with a serious expression on his face, causing Sasuke and Sakura to look at him in surprise. Ryuk and Kakashi also seemed puzzled by the answer. Both? Sakura asked curiously, making him nod. I wouldn't let my comrades get killed, nor would I abandon the mission. My squad will continue the mission, but I'll be the one acting as a decoy, the one sacrificing his life while they take the scroll and return to the village. The mustachioed blonde said as Sasuke snorted. Be realistic, Dobe, we all know you don't have the guts to do that. So be honest here with the answer and focus less on your noble conversations, he said softly. Yeah, you're not being realistic about this, Naruto. No one would do something like that, he verbalized as the blonde clenched his fists. I pity you too, he said, turning his head towards them as he looked at his teammates with cold eyes, causing Sasuke to narrow his eyes. That, if you think sacrificing yourself during a mission is unrealistic, then you too have chosen the wrong profession, Naruto said, taking Sakura by surprise while Sasuke growled in anger. What did you say, loser? As a dead man like you know what it means to become a shinobi, huh? Meanwhile, Kakashi stood there silently, watching the three graduates debate amongst themselves. Naruto clenched his fists tightly as he took a deep breath, closing his eyes in the process. A dead man like me may not be strong enough to take down an enemy, but unlike you, a dead man like me has the will to sacrifice himself for his comrades, he exclaimed with a fierce look in his eyes. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Ryuk, everyone's eyes widened as they stood in their positions, staring at Naruto in shock and amazement. Sasuke was speechless as he continued to stare at the blonde with wide eyes. Naruto, Kakashi thought as he looked at the blonde with wide eyes, while Ryuk did too. He had to say, this 12-year-old boy was definitely different from the others. Naruto, leaning back a little, placed both hands on the ground, supporting himself as he now looked up at the sky. People say the Yondaime was the greatest of all the Hokage because of his skill and the sacrifice he made for the village 12 years ago, he began as Kakashi stiffened at the mention of Yondaime. For me, though, the Nidaime was the best of them all. Not because of his famous mastery over the water element, not because he drastically improved the village's infrastructure, not because he founded the Konoha Police Department. The blonde continued as she noticed Sasuke visibly reacting to that. The Uchiha were in charge of that organization after all. Not because of his ability to manipulate space-time like the Yondaime, but because of the way he died. He sacrificed himself even if he was the Hokage, even if the others in his squad were willing to sacrifice themselves. Before he left for the battlefield, he appointed our current Sandaime Hokage, who was also willing to sacrifice his life at that time. Tobirama-sama sacrificed his life as the leader of Konohagaku no Sato. He died a shinobi, a great and legendary shinobi. There was a small smile on Naruto's face as Sasuke and Sakura got into the story because they hadn't heard about this part back at the academy. They were only told that the Nidaime had died an honorable death. Naruto then shifted his gaze to Sasuke, narrowing his eyes. The greatness of a shinobi is not measured by how he lived his life, how many jutsus he learned, or how strong he was, but by how he died, the cause for which he died. Remember that, Uchiha! Sasuke couldn't say anything as he sat silently, now turning his head to look at the ground while Sakura stared at Naruto in disbelief. What had happened to the loud, obnoxious, and brash boy she was so used to at her academy? Turning to a frozen Kakashi, he spoke. You heard my answer, sensei. This brought the jounin out of his trance-like state as he sighed to himself. I see well, it seems Naruto passed today's tests with the highest grades, he uttered, causing Sakura and Sasuke to lower their heads. They couldn't deny that now. Sasuke, Sakura, although your intentions were correct in your decision, however, regarding the results of your decision, it is incorrect. Kakashi continued, causing both graduates to raise their heads, surprise written all over their faces. Why would our decisions be wrong? Aren't so many people's lives important than just two people? She asked, causing the jounin to narrow his eyes. Those aren't just two people. They're your comrades, the ones you studied with, shared your meals with, trained with, and fought alongside. Their lives are just as important. Also, by abandoning the mission, there's no telling for sure if any other lives would actually be lost. There's a chance they could be, but in the world of shinobi, there are many tactics and tricks, and it also depends on how smart your village's Kage is as to whether those lives can be saved or not. So you're not really sure if any other lives would be lost or not, but at least you'd be sure of having saved 2 lives. And Naruto's answer here is arguably the best option, but it takes a lot of guts and self-motivation to pull off such a thing. However, the name of such a shinobi is then included among the greatest shinobi of Konoha. Kakashi put the book in his back bag as he pushed off the railing, standing up straight now. And this is my personal favorite, rule number 3 of the shinobi code. Those who abandon the rules are trash, he said as Naruto listened to him curiously while Sakura and Sasuke hung on his every word. The last one, of course, acting like he was bored, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. The silver-haired jounin finished, causing the trio's eyes to widen. Wow, Ryuk muttered as he looked at the jounin, floating next to Naruto now while Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, absorbing what they had just heard. Anyway, that concludes today's session here. However, there's an important event tomorrow that will decide your future. So meet me at Training Ground 3 at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning, he verbalized, getting their attention before turning around, his back now facing them. What event? Sakura asked confused, making him smile amused as he turned his head slightly. You'll find out tomorrow. And oh, one thing, don't eat anything for breakfast, because you'll throw up, he muttered, making her gulp as Naruto and Sasuke narrowed their eyes. See you, faggot. The jounin vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 graduates along with the Shinigami. It sure is weird, huh? Sakura began as she continued to stare at the spot where Kakashi was standing. Yeah, a one-eyed perverted freak. I wonder if Hokage-sama chose the right teacher for us. Yes, he chose the right pornography professor for us. I hope he's competent enough. I know he said he was a virgin, but from the dent in his pants, I can tell he's competent. But he said he has a lot of experience under him, I mean under his belt. Yes, that defines the dent. So you think we should skip breakfast tomorrow, guys? Sakura continued, still staring at the place deep in thought when she turned her head to find no one. Oh, they're gone, she realized, now sitting alone there with a certain Shinigami floating there as he turned his head as well. Huh! He's gone? He exclaimed, turning his head quickly from right to left in search of any trace of the blonde. So I was talking to this pink girl, who can't even hear me. Was I talking to myself? Both Sakura and Ryuk slowly realized they were being ignored, anger filling their systems as a vein appeared on their foreheads. You bastards! They both shouted loudly to the sky as a bird flew over them, making comical sounds in contrast to their situations. Ahubaka idiot. Konoha, Hokage Monument, 10:57 a.m. So here you are. Naruto, who was currently sitting on the Nidame's carved head, lowered his head upon hearing a familiar voice. He sighed as he noticed Ryuk flying towards him, the blonde sitting on the edge as he looked past his dangling feet. I was looking for you all over the village, the Shinigami said with an annoyed expression on his face. Aren't you supposed to know where the current owner of the Deathnote is at all times? He asked, causing the Shinigami to shake his head. No, my detection powers are enhanced by the Deathnote. Since it's at its weakest, I have to stay with the owner at all times to keep track of him, he said, causing the blonde to nod. So, how did you find me the first time? He asked with a neutral expression on his face, looking out at the quiet village. Through my Shinigami eyes, I can tell who owns the Deathnote, he muttered, now sitting next to the mustachioed blonde. So why are you sitting here with that grim look on your face? Ryuk asked, looking at the Jinchuriki. Do I have any reason to be happy, Ryuk? Naruto muttered softly, his pupils moving as he now stared at the full moon, a light breeze flowing through the village. This caused the Shinigami to frown as he turned to the blonde graduate. Hey, I know you've had a tough life, kid, a very tough life. But it wouldn't be good if you kept being negative about it all. Try to stay happy. There are many things in this world that make humans happy, Ryuk said in a sympathetic tone, surprising Naruto a little when his lips curled down. I try with Ryuk. It's not like I like being so emo and sad like that. I keep smiling all day. I keep smiling at the villagers. Even if those expressions are fake, I still try. But the emptiness in my heart just won't go away. It keeps sucking me in. What you're telling me now, I've been telling myself my whole life, he replied, his voice taking on a melancholic tone, making the Shinigami lower his head. I come to this place because it's quiet here, peaceful. This is where I open my heart, where I can be myself, he murmured as the Shinigami fell silent, unsure of what to say. Silence fell between the human and the Shinigami as they both continued to stare at the moon. You know, sometimes I wonder if I even know how to smile. I mean, I don't think I've ever smiled with my heart. Maybe when Iruka-sensei cried for me, but I don't know. Naruto muttered, leaning back to rest his head on his back as Ryuk continued to sit there. And you know, I never realized the moon could look so beautiful. Well, it's not like there are moons in our dimension anyway. The Shinigami mouthed, causing the blonde to smile as he closed his eyes. So, about what happened today with that perverted sensei of yours, do you think Kissy had something to do with those questions? Ryuk questioned, causing the blonde to sigh as he nodded in response. Of course it was Kissy's plan, and they were hitting two birds with one stone there, he said, making Ryuk look at him in confusion. What do you mean? I mean they were accomplishing both of their goals. On the outside they made it look like some kind of ordinary theory test, while in reality, they were testing Sasuke and me. They mainly did this to finalize the personalities of me, Kira, and Sasuke. Now this made the Shinigami look at him with even more confusion. Personality? Yes. The first part of their test was Naisen asking us a theoretical question about the academic curriculum. Now they did that mainly to test whether Kira was controlling me or Sasuke or not? No, it was mainly to test me here since I was Kira's main target until now. The theoretical question, even with the intelligent me that they just learned about recently, during the shogi game incident, they knew that I wasn't supposed to be able to answer that question considering it required the knowledge about basic shinobi physics, which they claimed I skipped during the academy. I fall under immediate suspicion, and even if it's a 1% chance, they would have checked my memories. It was really a negligible chance though, considering Gigi wouldn't have let them do it. I did act brilliantly earlier after all. The blonde finished with a smile before continuing, since he knew that the Shinigami wouldn't stop asking until he gave him the full explanation. So to keep them from suspecting that Kira was controlling me at the time, I tried to think of an unusual way to solve that question, something completely unorthodox, he said, making Ryuk's eyes widen. And you were able to figure all of that out, then come up with this unorthodox way and then do it with your shadow clones in a matter of 11 seconds? The Shinigami asked in amazement, making the blonde shrug. Yeah, I guess, he murmured with a sigh. Seriously, this kid never ceases to amaze me. Okay, so what about the next question? Ryuk questioned with barely contained curiosity. The next question, the scenario you gave us was to confirm the real identity of Sasuke and me. Naruto muttered, an exasperated sigh escaping his lips when he noticed the Shinigami giving him a deadpan look, clearly demanding an explanation. It's like a human like me teaching an all-powerful death god. The mustachioed blonde mused as he began to speak. Sasuke's response was that the mission was more important to a village than just those 2 lives, saying that the lives of so many people weighed on just 2 lives. This showed them that he is the one who strictly follows the rules, who is ready to sacrifice the lives of his comrades if the situation demanded it, is somewhat, and understandably so, cold-hearted due to the massacre of his clan. The fact that he said obviously I choose the mission also indicates that losing the lives of his comrades, whether they are from his own squad like us, or included in another squad, is not a big deal to him. However, the fact that he seemed altered in his ideals when Naisen and I lectured him a bit leads to a strong possibility of a gradual change in him in that area. I see then, and what about you? Ryuk asked curiously, making Naruto smile. What about me, huh? I answered that question honestly, which is what I really thought I should have done, he muttered, causing the Shinigami to furrow his eyebrows. Should you have? But you said you'd have it with such confidence. He spoke, causing the blonde to push himself up into a sitting position, once again staring at the moon. I don't really know, Ryuk. I mean, would I really sacrifice myself for someone who belongs to this village, possibly except Ayam-chan, Tsuchihaji-san, Gigi, and Naisen? Will I really be able to sacrifice myself for this village, these pathetic villagers who ruined my life? I don't know, maybe if those comrades are very precious to me, then I will definitely do it, without a doubt. And my sacrifice will be solely for those 2 comrades of mine, not for these villagers, Naruto said, pausing in the middle as he laughed to himself. But that sacrifice will help the whole village too, so I guess that sacrifice will be for everyone then, any Ryuk? I mean, Uzumaki Naruto, the saint who sacrificed his life even when all the stupid villagers treated him like trash, didn't know if the younger generation would laugh at me or admire me for that. His laugh was hollow as the mustachioed blonde continued to gaze up at the moon, a bit of peace in his eyes. And what about your hero, this guy? The Shinigami said amusedly as he patted the head of the Nidaime they were sitting on, making the mustachioed blonde smile. Take this as an example. If I tell someone about my life who doesn't live in Konoha and didn't know I was a Jinchuriki, they'd most likely say that the villagers are idiots. They live in the ninja world and yet don't know about sealing, the difference between a scroll and a sealed kunai. However, if that same person had been one of the villagers here, the one whose family suffered at the hands of QB 12 years ago, they would have hated me as well. So, even though they know the sealing will keep the fox at bay, they'll still hate me. Even if their heart knows I'm innocent, they'll still hate me. Their negative emotions will take over. Ultimately, Ryuk, humans aren't hypocrites of their own free will. Rather, we're hypocrites according to our own emotions. However, a shinobi keeps their emotions in check and isn't swayed by them. That's the main reason why most Konoha ninja are neutral toward me. They are able to suppress their darkness and see the logic. A child who was blessed with a curse since birth, his childhood destroyed by the villagers when he didn't even know why. Even sometimes I let my emotions guide me, and even though it has gotten me in trouble with Kissy once, I don't want to be rid of them. These are what? I'm boring, aren't I? Naruto asked with an amused look on his face while Ryuk seemed to be listening curiously. Be able to suppress their darkness and see the logic. A child who was blessed with a curse since birth, his childhood destroyed by the villagers when he didn't even know why. Even sometimes I let my emotions guide me, and even though it has gotten me in trouble with Kissy once, I don't want to be rid of them. These are what? I'm boring, aren't I? Naruto asked with an amused look on his face while Ryuk seemed to be listening curiously. Being able to suppress his darkness and see the logic. A child blessed with a curse since birth, his childhood destroyed by the villagers when he didn't even know why. Even I let my emotions guide me sometimes. And even though it once got me into trouble with Kissy, I don't want to be rid of them. These are what? I'm boring, aren't I? Naruto asked with an amused look on his face while Ryuk seemed to be listening curiously. Nah, but still, aren't you overthinking all this? The Shinigami asked as the Jinchuriki shrugged in response. I'm like that, Ryuk. I tend to think about a lot of things that would be trivial to normal humans. That's one of the main reasons why I'm able to evade the likes of Kissy so far. He mouthed, now slowly standing up as he stretched his arms a little, a yawn escaping his lips. You still haven't told me about Kissy's possible take on your personality regarding how you answered the question, and what you wanted them to think. Your answer, it seems, wasn't completely honest, Ryuk verbalized as he too stood up. Meh, whatever. I've already given you big clues regarding the answer to your questions right now. Rack that brain of yours and find the answer yourself. Naruto muttered, languidly waving his hand in the air as he began walking across the Nidame's face, the chakra beneath his face causing the Shinigami's eyes to widen. Naruto, however, paused momentarily as he turned his head slightly, looking at the cracks in the Nidame's left eye before he began walking again. Streets of Konoha, 11:43 p.m. You know, most of the attacks against you by the villagers are late at night. And it confuses me to no end why you walk these isolated streets frequently when you know they might attack you again. Ryuk muttered irritably, currently floating behind the casually walking Naruto. It's because I want them to try to attack me. This way, I wouldn't have to find those bastards myself. I have the Deathnote after all, he declared with a calm expression, enjoying the cool breeze. Kid, I think you've become some kind of masochist. Do you actually enjoy covering yourself in blood? The Shinigami asked, rolling his eyes and sighing. The mustachioed blonde didn't respond as he continued walking. And how would you kill them anyway? You don't have Shinigami eyes, so you won't know their names. And like I told you before, I can't tell you the names of other people or the old man. He'll erase my existence. It's against the rules, he explained as Naruto suddenly stopped walking. What? Ryuk asked in confusion as the blonde turned his head to the right. Did you hear that? Naruto spoke. Huh? Hear what? Ryuk questioned as the blonde raised his hand to bring it closer to his head, signaling the Shinigami to be quiet as he closed his eyes. Ryuk looked at him confused, not hearing anything when the Jinchuriki opened his eyes as they slowly narrowed. Without saying a word, Naruto rushed forward, speeding towards an approaching alley. Hey! Ryuk exclaimed as he flapped his wings, following the blonde as he turned right into the dark alley. Naruto stealthily ran towards the end of the alley, no sound of footsteps as he turned left before turning around the right corner. If you scream one more time, I'll kill you, okay, pretty girl? A middle-aged man sneered, his right hand over the mouth of a crying civilian girl, while his right hand held a kunai against her neck. She was currently pushed against the wall, her entire body shaking while her clothes were ripped in several places relative to her upper body. "Why are you so scared, baby? I'll be nice to you, I'll try at least," the male civilian whispered in her ear, a perverted grin on his face. "MHMMM!" The girl, who looked to be slightly older than Naruto, exclaimed frantically, her eyes closed as tears streamed down her sweaty cheeks. Lowering the kunai, he brought it close to the already ripped shirt, her cleavage already revealed as he proceeded to rip it completely. "Don't worry, princess, you'll be BHM, NGH!" he exclaimed as a blurry fist landed on his cheek, the force of the bone-shattering attack lifting the man off his feet as he was sent flying, skidding on the ground due to his momentum before his head hit the wall, making him groan in pain. "And don't worry, kiddo, you'll be enjoying the last few minutes of your life." The girl opened her eyes, her vision blurring as she wiped away her tears with trembling hands. Because of the darkness, she couldn't see the person's face, but she could roughly tell that he was a little shorter than her. Naruto, barely controlling his anger, looked at the girl beside him, his enhanced senses helping him see much clearer than normal. The man, who was still lying on the ground, moaned in pain, blood running from his mouth and head. "Whoa, you took him out in one hit, impressive Gaki," Ryuk commented, currently hovering above the man. Naruto, however, walked forward while the girl stood there, apparently in some sort of trauma. "Ryuk, could you tell me his name?" Naruto muttered softly, looking at the man with what appeared to be predatory eyes. "I already told you not dash. If you do that, I'll give you back the Deathnote, and you can return to your kingdom." The blonde mouthed as Ryuk's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the serious expression on the blonde's face. "Yoko cho okesu," Ryuk muttered, causing the blonde to nod as he turned to walk towards the distraught girl, greatly surprising the Shinigami as the man lay unconscious. It's okay now," Naruto said, not knowing what to say, bringing the girl out of her trance-like state as she stared at the shadowed figure with wide eyes. "Why you?" he stuttered, tears still streaming from his terrified eyes causing the blonde to soften his eyes. Her eyes widened as she immediately clutched him, hugging him with all her might. Naruto, alarmed because he had never been hugged by a woman before, began to panic when she began sobbing uncontrollably. He stood there, not knowing what to do as the girl clung to him for dear life. "Comfort her, idiot, you're supposed to hug her back. Can't you see she's scared? I know you hate the villagers, but why pit yourself against the younger ones? They're only misguided by their parents," Ryuk said, making Naruto sigh inwardly. "Damn Shinigami lecturing me like I don't know," he thought, slowly wrapping his arms around her back. "I can't believe scum like these live in this world," the blonde thought, gritting his teeth as he clenched his fists in anger while involuntarily hugging the girl closer to him in comfort. Konoha, unknown location, 11:59 p.m. "Here, now please rest and take care of yourself. Try to forget what happened, you're safe now," Naruto said with a calm expression, placing the girl on his bed, whom he carried bridal style. She was currently standing in the girl's house, mostly in her bedroom. Apparently, it took her quite a while to stop crying while Naruto, being inexperienced in this, couldn't say anything as he simply hugged her. Finally, to calm down enough, and still too scared to go anywhere alone, she had asked him to take her to his house, which was only a few blocks away. However, Naruto, suspecting that she would start screaming demon the moment she saw his face, had covered her eyes with his Hittite, saying that she needed to keep her identity a secret. The girl, too traumatized to ask anything, had just agreed to his request. "I understand. I would never leave the house to wander around late at night, especially when my parents are out. And I will always have a kunai with me for protection," she said, her voice still trembling, causing Naruto's lips to tug up into a small smile. "Wow, I have to say she's cute," Ryuk said with a smile as the girl's eyes were still covered with her Hittite, Naruto's jacket wrapped around her to cover her exposed skin. "And when your parents come back, don't tell them anything about what happened just now. After all, you don't want to worry your parents," the blonde said, finding it strange that she was smiling. And was it because her heart was happy? Was it because she had saved this girl's life and sanity? "Why, yes, sir," she replied, causing Ryuk to scratch the back of his neck awkwardly. Even though she looks older than him, he's the one who lectures her like he's her older brother. Humans are strange, the Shinigami thought with a sigh. "See, can you take off the B-band on your blade?" he asked, snuggling into his jacket. "Okay, I should go now anyway," Naruto verbalized as he bowed to her. "See, can I keep your jacket?" she asked suddenly, causing the Jinchuriki to stop as he looked at her uncomfortably, The way she bit her lower lip showed that she was already nervous, a slight blush on her face. Do you know Uzumaki Naruto? The blonde asked with a neutral expression on his face as the girl tilted her head cutely, looking as if she had calmed down enough. Who is he? Why, your father? Ha 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 ha! Ryuk started laughing out loud, causing Naruto to glare at him before turning to the girl, sighing in relief. You can keep it. But don't show this jacket to anyone else, okay? Not even your parents. He spoke to her in a serious tone, making her nod. What's your name? She asked, causing the blonde to tense slightly as he looked at her. Kira, he murmured, causing Ryuk's eyes to widen as she gasped in shock. Kira? He questioned when the blonde placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't be afraid of me. I only hurt the bullies and such in this village. I wouldn't hurt a sweet girl like you, Naruto said softly, making her smile, her cheeks a light shade of pink. I was never afraid of you. In fact, you're my hero for wiping out all the bad people in Konoha, she said, smiling gently as Naruto's eyes slowly widened. It's because of you that I'm even alive right now. Well, look what we have here, your first fan. The Shinigami commented with a smile as the blonde's eyes slowly softened as he placed a hand on his heart. This feeling, he thought, unable to describe this positive feeling. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. I wouldn't tell anyone I met you, he murmured, moving to her side as he stroked his cheek with the pillow, waiting for the blonde to unwrap hers. Thank you. Go to sleep now. It's already 2 a.m. and don't worry about anything. From now on, I'll make sure everyone can safely walk the streets of the village whenever they want, he declared with a serious expression, covering her with a blanket while smiling slightly. Good night, Kira-kun, she murmured, slowly falling asleep as Naruto gently unwrapped her tight, though his eyes softened as he noticed the tear stains on her cheeks. I have to say this again, man, she's cute. Hey, how about we go back and torture that bastard? Ryuk suggested, surprising the blonde with the anger in his voice. No, I have plans for him, she murmured softly, making sure not to disturb the sleeping girl. Why did you tell him the wrong time? It's not 2 a.m. right now, I think it's around 12:15. Ryuk questioned, making the Jinchuriki sigh. Why does he have to be so curious about everything I do? He thought before answering. At some point in the future, Kissy may get to this girl in their research and will likely read her mind. They'll think it was 2 a.m. when Kira was standing here. At 2 a.m., I'll be in my apartment, sleeping. This gives me solid backup if they suspect me, he verbalized, causing Ryuk to nod in realization, no longer surprised by whatever the blonde did. Someone's been following me ever since I left the Hokage monument. Too bad I already know who it is. Though I think I can take this one by my side here. 2 is better than 1 after all, Naruto thought with a grim expression, already knowing that this person now probably knew about a thing called the Deathnote, and him talking to a Shinigami named Ryuk. Let's go, said the mustachioed blonde as he walked around the bed to climb out the window, sitting there crouched. Just as he was about to jump, Ryuk asked dazedly, Hey, what about the Deathnote? You said you'd give it back to me. Naruto, however, turned his head, looking at the Shinigami with a smile. You know, Ryuk, there's one thing about us humans that makes us very interesting. He began, causing the Shinigami to look at him in confusion. We can be skillful enough to lie even to the gods of death. Ha ha ha. The end. Poor Ryuk. And this has officially become my favorite quote in the Naruto fandom. A dead man like me may not be strong enough to take down an enemy, but unlike you, a dead man like me has enough will to sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades. Chapter 11, Promiscuous Hand in Deception. Someone's been following me ever since I left the Hokage monument. Too bad I already know who it is. Though I think I can take this one by my side here. 2 is better than 1 after all, Naruto thought with a grim expression, already knowing that this person now probably knew about a thing called the Deathnote, and him talking to a Shinigami named Ryuk. Let's go, said the mustachioed blonde as he walked around the bed to climb out the window, sitting there crouched. Just as he was about to jump, Ryuk asked dazedly, Hey, what about the Deathnote? You said you'd give it back to me. Naruto, however, turned his head, looking at the Shinigami with a smile. You know, Ryuk, there's one thing about us humans that makes us very interesting. He began, causing the Shinigami to look at him in confusion. We may be skilled enough to lie even to the gods of death. The blonde finished with a laugh before jumping out the window as Ryuk stood there with his eyes wide open, mouth agape like a gaping fish as his face began to redden. That little manipulator, the Shinigami sighed in exasperation as he let out a shaky breath, a laugh escaping him. It's the first time I've heard the boy laugh. Next day, 6:45 a.m., Training Camp 3. Three figures could be seen walking towards each other through the morning mist in a clearing. Yawn, good morning, Sakura muttered, her eyes narrowed while Sasuke and Naruto simply nodded, both wide awake. Hey, where's that porn sensei of yours? I can't wait to see what's in the next chapter! Ryuk exclaimed, turning his head from left to right for any sign of Kakashi. Naruto had a neutral expression on his face as he turned his head around the clearing, surveying his surroundings. So this is it, huh? Pretty open for setting effective traps, the blonde thought as he started walking towards a large tree. Hey Naruto, where are you going? Sensei will be here any moment! Sakura exclaimed in confusion as the blonde simply ignored her as he sat with his back against the tree trunk, closing his eyes while Sasuke looked at him with a gloomy expression on his face. Yeah, right, it'll be several hours until I get there, okay, Naruto thought as he sat there with his eyes closed. Several hours later. Faggot! Yo, this is good. You're late! Ryuk and Sakura shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Kakashi, who simply chose to ignore her as the Jounin continued reading his book. Finally! Ryuk exclaimed as he flew to stand behind Kakashi, now laughing as he read that book. Let's get started, shall we? Naruto spoke with a calm expression on his face, now walking over to where Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura were. The Jounin instantly stopped laughing as he closed the book, causing Ryuk to look at the back of his head. So I see you're ready for the survival test this fresh morning, Kakashi said with a smile, causing Naruto to give him a deadpan look. Proof of survival? Sakura asked in confusion, causing the copy ninja to nod with his patented smile. Of course, didn't I tell you yesterday that all graduates have to go through survival tests to become full-fledged genies, and that this test has a 66% failure rate, and also that you're more likely to fail anyway? Why bother becoming a ninja at all? Didn't I tell you that? He asked, causing Sakura to shake her head like a robot while Ryuk's sweat dropped at her antics. Oh, well, now you know, the Jounin said, this time making them all sweat. What do we have to do? Sasuke questioned seriously. It's really simple, you just have to take a bell from me. Whoever takes a bell will become my apprentice. The rest will be sent back to the academy, he uttered, causing her eyes to widen in shock. What? Sakura exclaimed as Sasuke narrowed his eyes. As I said, whoever receives a bell becomes my apprentice. Due to my busy schedule as this village's elite Jounin, I can't afford a full squad, Kakashi verbalized. However, there are 2 bells here, Naruto calmly pointed out, causing Sakura and Sasuke to look at his waist. Well, I had previously thought about bringing 2 bells into the equation, but I changed my mind, he replied, making Sakura sigh. Also, if you want a bell, you have to come at me with the intent to kill, he said, his expression serious this time as the Jounin walked over to the post and set an alarm clock on it. You have until noon to get a bell. Whoever fails gets tied to this post while the others eat their lunch. Also, they'd be sent back to the academy. Kakashi finished with a smile as he walked to stand in front of them. Sakura had wide eyes on her face, wondering how she would be separated from her Sasuke-kun in this for sure. The only way would be if both Sasuke-kun and I fail. But there's no way Sasuke-kun will fail this, he thought nervously as the Uchiha clenched his fists, a confident look on his face. Well kid, looks like you're in a tough spot here, Ryuk commented while Naruto had a small smile on his face. I'm impressed, man, Nara really is a genius. He sure knows how to play his cards right, the blonde thought as he outwardly sighed to himself. Alright, you 3, get ready. 1. Kakashi began as immediately Sasuke and Sakura were on guard while Naruto continued to stand there with a neutral look on his face. 2. Begin! The Jounin exclaimed as the 3 genin disappeared in a blur, taking up their positions among the forests surrounding the clearing. Shinobi battle skill. When a shinobi must be able to hide effectively, Kakashi said aloud as a light breeze swept through the clearing. They've hidden themselves well. Though it's no surprise that I can't sense Naruto-kun at all, the Jounin thought as he took out his book, causing Ryuk's eyes to light up as the Shinigami flew towards him from where Naruto was hiding. Once again, they're doing very well. Just like before, they're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone here, Naruto thought with a serious expression as he pulled a kunai from his thigh pouch. By having the 3 of us fight over a bell, they're challenging me to control someone here and have the bell pass the academy since I'm the most desperate one here. And in case it's Kira, which I actually am, they've deliberately made things simpler for me in this just so I'd use the Deathnote to pass myself. They know that if I use the Deathnote, I'd most likely control Sakura. By doing that, Her questionable behavior under the Deathnote's control can be put under the excuse that I deliberately wanted her to pass so she could be together with her Sasuke-kun at the academy, and thus she would pass. They're tempting me here. They deliberately created this situation so that I, or in case Kira is controlling me, would catch myself or himself going through Sakura's memories. And if they find any blanks in her mind, they'll most likely search my mind because this will be strong evidence against me. This way, they'll know I'm Kira in case I'm caught off guard, or they'll know that Kira is controlling me. If they find any gaps in my mind, meaning if they deduce that Kira was controlling me during the test, they'll know Kira's motives for wanting me to become a ninja. This will make Kissy on guard. They'll think that Kira wants to accomplish something by making me a shinobi. Therefore, Gigi will most likely be forced to remove me from the shinobi program for the safety of the village. This, I definitely can't allow. Also, there are only so many times I can lose ownership of the Deathnote and then get it back. I have to be careful with this. On the other hand, according to them, if Sasuke passes, they'll check his memories for gaps since Gigi hasn't put any restrictions on checking his memories yet. In this case, they'll know that I'll do my best to pass the test using my ninja skills. Since they know I'm holding back, they'll know my true abilities. Really, now that I realized it just now, they're killing 3 or 4 birds with one stone here. Damn, earlier I had planned to create another fake Kira identity so that Kissy would focus less on me and more on catching the non-existent Kira I made so they would believe in her existence. Now they're focusing on me even more than before. I don't put any restrictions on checking their memories yet. In this case, they'll know that I'll do my best to pass the test using my ninja skills. Since they know I'm holding back, they'll know my true abilities. Really, now that I realized it just now, they're killing 3 or 4 birds with one stone here. Damn, earlier I had planned to create another fake Kira identity so that Kissy would focus less on me and more on catching the non-existent Kira I made so they would believe in her existence. Now they're focusing on me even more than before. I don't put any restrictions on checking their memories yet. In this case, they'll know that I'll do my best to pass the test using my ninja skills. Since they know I'm holding back, they'll know my true abilities. Really, now that I've realized it just now, they're killing 3 or 4 birds with one stone here. Damn, earlier I had planned to create another fake Kira identity so that Kissy would focus less on me and more on catching the non-existent Kira I made so they would believe in her existence. Now they're focusing on me even more than before. They're killing 3 or 4 birds with one stone here. Damn, earlier I had planned to create another fake Kira identity so that Kissy would focus less on me and more on catching the non-existent Kira I made so they would believe in her existence. Now they're focusing on me even more than before. They're killing 3 or 4 birds with one stone here. Damn, I had previously planned to create another fake Kira identity so that Kissy would focus less on me and more on catching the non-existent Kira I made so they would believe in her existence. Now they're focusing on me even more than before, Naruto thought, hiding his presence as he patiently tried to think of a plan. However, Kakashi stood there in the clearing, not moving as he continued to laugh while reading his book. That pervert! Even now he can't take his eyes off that disgusting material! Sakura thought furiously as she felt someone tap her shoulder. Psst, are you going to sit here all day, Sakura? She turned her head so her eyes widened. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads as they heard Sakura's scream echoing throughout the area. That's one down. Kakashi muttered to himself with a smile as Ryuk was lost in the erotic pages of Ika Ika. I have to try to get the bell. I can do it with that jutsu, but I don't want to reveal it now, Naruto thought as he prepared himself. Hee damn you Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi muttered with a chuckle as he turned a page. Oops. The Jounin ducked, not looking up as a kunai flew past his head. However, Kakashi's eyes widened slightly as he noticed an explosive tag on the kunai. He jumped in a blur as, boom! There was a small explosion that made his head spin from where the kunai had been thrown. Well, he's definitely serious about killing some of it, the Kapinin thought as he stuffed the book back into his bag, while Ryuk emerged from the smoke while coughing. And next time warn me, you bastard! The Shinigami shouted towards where Naruto was sitting. Useless attacks like these give away your position, Kakashi said as he threw several shuriken at a dense tree from which the kunai had sailed towards him. Faggot! So it was a shadow clone, the Jounin thought as several shuriken shot through some of the bushes where Kakashi had just thrown a shuriken. This time, all the shuriken had paper bombs attached to them with the help of a wire that passed through the hole in the middle. More paper bombs? Kakashi asked. jumping back to skid on the ground as the shuriken hit the ground. Though his eyes narrowed when they didn't explode. CHRRR. He raised his head as he heard the rustling of leaves, his eyes widening as about 50 shadow clones of Naruto leaped through the bushes towards him. What's he planning? The jounin thought as he braced himself as the clones closed in on him. They all launched a frontal attack, raising their fists. Kakashi dodged the first punch with ease, his eyes narrowing in slow motion as all the clones smiled at him as they managed to make the ram seal. One of the clones unzipped his jacket to show him a paper bomb stuck to his chest, making the jounin's eyes widen. Impossible! Boom! However, Sasuke was staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Naruto, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was this the same dead man from his class? He simply remained in position as the large amounts of black smoke slowly cleared to reveal a crater with no one present there. Naruto, however, leaped out of the bush to land near the crater, searching for Kakashi. However, her eyes widened when she felt someone grab her legs. KHDRR. The blonde was knocked to the ground as Kakashi jumped, a serious expression on his face. That was a really impressive move, Naruto-kun, he uttered as the clone smiled at the jounin. I'm not done yet, he muttered. Faggot. Kakashi's eyes widened as the blonde turned into smoke. Faggot. The shuriken embedded in the ground that had previously been thrown by the Jinchuriki turned into smoke to reveal several Naruto as they leaped towards Kakashi, specifically the bell. The jounin reacted just in time, elbowing Naruto in the back of the head, causing him to snort. Kakashi went to kick the approaching shadow clone, who was momentarily covered in smoke. What the copy ninja thought as Sakura stepped out of the smoke in place of the clone with a kunai in her hand. His eyes widened as he heard the sound of a bell behind him. It's over, sensei, she said with a smug smirk, making the jounin sigh as he noticed a bell was missing from her waist as the standing Sakura turned into smoke to reveal Naruto, who dissipated along with the other clones. The jounin turned to see Naruto standing there with a smile on his face, a bell in his right hand. Looks like I've passed, sensei, said the blonde, making Kakashi smile. So first you threw those shuriken labeled with fake paper bombs to make me dodge when those shuriken were your transformed clones. Then using the smoke from your dissipated clone, your other clone deliberately entered the smoke screen, transformed into Sakura and surprised me. Using that moment you took the bell, huh? The jounin spoke, making the whiskered blonde nod. How did you plant bombs in all those clones? When did you have time to do it? He asked. Well, you were 3 hours late, and I was bored. So I set up a few traps here and there just in case. The blonde graduate replied with a shrug. Such cunning in the midst of battle is exceptional. It's an extremely rare trait. He's overcoming his deficiencies in his shinobi skills by showing ingenuity with simple academic jutsus and primitive tools like paper bombs, kunai, and shuriken. And the week's break given by Hokage-sama, it seems he used it to his utmost advantage. He's almost completely mastered the shadow clone technique in this span of 7 days. I can't tell the difference between the real him and the clone without possibly using the Sharingan. Besides, thinking of plans like these in a matter of seconds, he really is some kind of genius, Kakashi thought as he smiled at the blonde Jinchuriki. Goma Naruto-kun, it's not over yet, he verbalized, causing the blonde's eyes to widen as the copy ninja turned into smoke while the bell in his hand turned to stone. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he gripped the stone tightly in his hands. Yeah, this isn't going to work, he thought when he heard a voice behind him. Never let your opponent get behind you, Kakashi said, currently crouching as he formed the tiger hand seal, causing the blonde to turn his head. The jounin brought his index fingers to the blonde's back as he exclaimed, Senin Garoshi! 1,000 years of death, faggot, damn it! Kakashi exclaimed inwardly as Naruto turned into smoke, indicating that he too was a shadow clone. So it seems he hasn't come out of hiding since the test started. It's quite a surprise how much he held back during the academy, the copy ninja thought as he stood up. Katon, Gakaki no Jutsu! Fire release, fireball technique! Sasuke exclaimed, standing several feet away from Kakashi as he shot a human-sized fireball from his mouth at the standing jounin. As I suspected, fighting an Aisen is useless. He is the famous Sharingan no Kakashi after all, the shinobi who has copied over 1,000 jutsus, Naruto thought, currently hiding in the bushes as he watched Sasuke and Kakashi fight when his eyes widened slightly in realization. Oh wait, there's a way, he thought with a serious expression as he stealthily moved through the bushes. Sasuke stood in front of a crater that had formed due to the fireball, searching for the jounin. The Uchiha's eyes widened in realization as he suddenly jumped, dodging two hands that had popped out of the ground just in time. Well, I only witnessed this technique once, and you were able to dodge it, Kakashi said when he heard Sakura scream, "Sasuke-kun, that?" His blood ran cold as he noticed several shurikens sailing toward an unconscious Sasuke. Removing all restrictions on his speed, Kakashi disappeared from Sasuke's sight as he charged at the Uchiha just in time to dodge the shuriken. Faggot! Kakashi's eyes widened as a stone lying on the ground near them burst into smoke to reveal Naruto. Thud! The duo fell to the ground as the Jounin turned his head to notice Naruto standing there with a bell in his right hand, currently looking at Sakura. Kakashi stood up along with Sasuke as he narrowed his eyes as Sakura ran towards them. "Sasuke-kun! Are you? Why did you attack Sasuke?" Kakashi asked in a stern voice as the Uchiha looked at the pink-haired graduate with cold eyes. "I don't know. I didn't mean to. It's like my body is moving on its own. I swear I didn't mean to hurt you, Sasuke-kun!" Sakura exclaimed in a shaky voice while Naruto remained silent as he continued to stare at her. "Hey, is this your job?" Ryuk asked, coming from above. He seemed to be watching the fights from above. Naruto, however, ignored him. Is this Kira's work again? It could be that she made Sakura throw a kunai at Sasuke, taking us both by surprise, prompting me to save him and thus giving Naruto-kun the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Or it could be that because of her infatuation with Sasuke, Sakura threw the shuriken on purpose so Naruto could pass. Either way, we'll have to check Sakura's memories now, the Jounin thought as he sighed to himself. Well, looks like Naruto passed the test, he muttered, making Sasuke grit his teeth as he clenched his fists. "It's not my fault she interfered," he growled as he pointed his finger at Sakura, making her lower her head. "It's not my fault you weren't aware of your surroundings either," the Jounin said calmly, making the Uchiha grit his teeth. "I didn't expect an attack from my own teammate," he said sternly in a low tone, making the copy ninja sigh. "So a puppet user from Suna during a war attaches chakra threads to Sakura's arms and makes her fire an attack far more destructive than just those shuriken? Are you still going to complain that you weren't ready for your teammate to attack you?" the Jounin asked with a serious expression, causing the Uchiha to lower his head, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. A couple of minutes later, "Why do I have to be tied up like this while they eat their lunch, sensei?" Sakura yelled with a frustrated expression on her face. "Because you didn't do anything except fall for a weak genjutsu. Aren't you supposed to be good at genjutsu?" Kakashi asked, making her blush in embarrassment as Naruto and Sasuke sat next to her on either side, quietly eating their lunch. Tell you what. You three seem to be very interesting, so how about we take this test again to give you three another chance?" the Jounin offered with a smile, causing Sasuke to raise his head while Naruto kept his head down, gripping his chopsticks tightly, a calm expression on his face. "Really?" Sakura asked hopefully while Sasuke was also anxious, causing the Jounin to nod as he turned to a silently eating Naruto. "And you, Naruto? Did I expect an outburst from you about this?" the copy ninja asked while the mustachioed blonde kept his head down. "So this is how you want to play it, huh?" It seems Kissy had already planned for it in case it happened. "They know I'm desperate to pass this exam. Retaking this exam would definitely get a reaction out of me." "Well, tough luck, Shikaku. I was a natural actor," Naruto thought as Sakura and Sasuke looked at him for a reaction, expecting him to explode at any moment. "It's not fair to me," said the blonde as he continued eating while Kakashi opened his eyes. "But it wasn't fair to Sasuke either," she muttered, causing the Uchiha's eyes to widen while Sakura bowed her head in shame. "Your parents would be proud of how quickly you've matured, Naruto-kun," the silver-haired Jounin thought with a smile. "Well, that's definitely a surprise coming from you, Naruto," Kakashi verbalized with a smile in his eyes as the blonde Jinchuriki raised his head slightly to look at the Jounin. "A lot of things in my life weren't and still aren't fair, so I'm pretty used to it," he uttered as the copy-nin's smile instantly fell with Sakura wearing a confused expression on her face while Sasuke wore a solemn look. The mustachioed blonde then started eating again. "Who said the shinobi world was a fair place anyway?" he continued, surprising Sakura with his maturity. "Rubbing them in your face, huh, kid?" Ryuk asked with a grin. "However, I'm confused by one thing. Why are you allowing us to have lunch if you're going to retake the exam? And second, why are these lunchboxes so small? They looked like they were packed for 6-year-olds. Naruto asked, his box already half empty while Sasuke had barely eaten it due to him brooding earlier. However, Kakashi smiled in amusement at the blonde. "Well, I think you'll perform better after you fill your stomach. As for why the lunchboxes are small, you see, I was walking down the road of life when I saw these children playing with each one. So I dash. And you think Sakura will perform better on an empty stomach? Naruto asked, abruptly interrupting the jounin, causing Ryuk to sweat drop while the jounin just smiled. Well, that's just up to you guys. You're a team after all, teammates have each other's backs, right? He mouthed as Naruto's breathing quickened, instantly realizing what the jounin was implying as Sasuke continued eating his lunch. I have a quick errand to run, so I'll be back in a few minutes. But be prepared for the test when I get back. The silver-haired jounin said with his patented eye smile as he stepped away in a puff of smoke. Silence filled the area as a light breeze continued to ruffle the trio's clothes and hair. GRNNN. Sakura blushed furiously in embarrassment as her stomach growled loudly as she coughed loudly to cover it. I think I'm a little sick now. The pink-haired girl spoke between her coughs, trying to make them believe it was the cough and not her stomach talking. Sasuke rolled his eyes at the pathetic excuse, eating silently while Ryuk's sweat dropped. Are we really supposed to believe that? The Shinigami asked no one in particular while sighing to himself. That, or I'm used to Naruto's intelligent aura, he thought before looking at the blonde to notice him staring ahead with his eyes somewhat wide. Hey, are you okay? You're not eating. You should finish before the porn sensei comes back, the Shinigami said, bringing Naruto out of his trance-like state as he slowly began to eat, frowning. How could I miss something so obvious? He thought angrily, gripping the chopsticks tightly. A bell, an apprentice, little lunchboxes, it was all a shitty act. I was so focused on figuring out Kissy's plan and somehow getting past myself that I completely overlooked the ulterior motive behind the test. He mused, taking a deep breath to calm himself. It's so bucking obvious. He's checking our teamwork. I was skeptical as to why he'd brought 2 bells when one was required, since he could have thrown the other one, he mentally said to himself, now remembering Kakashi's exact words at the beginning of the survival test. It's really simple, you just have to take a bell from me. Whoever takes a bell will become my apprentice. The rest will be sent back to the academy. As I said, whoever receives a bell becomes my apprentice. Due to my busy schedule as this village's elite jounin, I can't afford a full squad. You have until noon to get a bell. Whoever fails gets tied to this post while others eat lunch. He or she would also be sent back to the academy. Also, if you want a bell, you have to come at me with the intent to kill. He never explicitly stated that only one of us would pass. He merely hinted at it, made it seem obvious to us that this test was only about 1 bell, and that the one who receives a bell would pass. First he says that the one who takes a bell will become his apprentice. Since there are 2 bells, even though he hinted that only 1 bell mattered, he never said that the first one to get a bell would become his apprentice, meaning that if we both got a bell, we will be his apprentices. Then he says that because of his jounin status, he can't afford a full squad, the blonde thought as he remembered Kakashi's answer yesterday to Sasuke's question. The answer is pretty obvious, sensei. The mission is more important than actually, how many members does the squad have anyway? 3, of course. From the way he had answered, it was like an obvious fact that a squad consists of 3 members plus a jounin sensei, since an A-rank mission wouldn't be carried out by genins. So it's definite that a squad contains 3 members, eliminating the jounin sensei for a genin squad. Back to the real matter. He said that he couldn't afford a full team, but an incomplete team can also have 2 members instead of 1. And then he said that the one who doesn't get the bell will be tied to the post while the others will eat his lunch. Now, before I thought that the past candidate and himself fell into this others category, but now I'm completely sure that he meant the 2 past candidates. It's clear that the 2 bells were always under the equation if I had only listened carefully, but no, it's almost impossible to pick out such subtle clues. Especially when we were anxious about the test, especially when I was concentrating so hard on Kissy's plan. I guess Shikaku deliberately made the hints so subtle that none of us could pick up on them, not even Kira. After all, if I had figured out the 2 bells thing, I wouldn't have taken a chance on Sakura and they wouldn't have gotten that reaction out of me. This also allows Nai-san to later say that he had been giving hints all along, that it was us who couldn't look beneath, blaming it on our own conscience as shinobi. And now that his motive was fulfilled, considering Sakura did something extremely suspicious that was in my favor, Naruto thought as he slowly stood up with his half-full lunchbox while recalling what Kakashi had said a minute ago. Well, that's up to you. You're a team after all. Teammates have each other's backs, right? He deliberately gave us a hint, a strong one at that. Teammates supporting each other, it's a dead giveaway to the whole reason for the test. We were supposed to use teamwork to get the bells or one bell from what we understood there. And his statement yesterday about those who abandon their comrades being worse than trash, it's obvious, he really emphasizes teamwork. That's why he tied Sakura around the pole and made us eat lunch in front of her, then said he had to run an errand when he wanted to see whether we'd share our lunch with her or not. That's the reason these lunchboxes are so small. Since he knows we're very hungry, he knew the two of us would quickly devour a small lunchbox. He's testing us to see if we care enough for our teammate to share our insufficient lunch with her, even if we ourselves are hungry. That's what he meant by teammates supporting each other. The blonde reflected as he brought the chopsticks holding some rice to Sakura's mouth. Here, he muttered as a look of surprise crossed his face while Sasuke looked at him with a raised eyebrow. But sensei said that if we want to get the bells, we have to fight him together. We can't take on a jounin like him with just one of us. The blonde verbalized as the Uchiha stopped eating, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sakura nodded as she began to eat quickly. Thank you, Naruto, she said gratefully as he looked at Sasuke, who sighed to himself as he slowly stood up. Well, here you go, the Uchiha murmured as he offered his food. Sasuke-kun! Sakura exclaimed with a smile, her eyes turning into hearts making her eyebrows twitch while Naruto smiled at her. Hey, do you think this is the right move? I might backfire on you guys, there's a reason he tied her to the pole, you know. Ryuk mouthed as Naruto continued feeding Sakura. 2 hours later. Where is he? Sakura asked softly, her stomach growling as she was still tied to the post. Sasuke had gone to sit under the shade of a tree a little further away while Naruto was lying in the same spot next to the post, currently sleeping. The blonde currently had his jacket open from the front, revealing his black t-shirt as he slept peacefully while a light breeze continued to flow through the area. Man, I still can't believe after all the things this kid's been through, he can sleep with such a peaceful look on his face, Ryuk thought, currently staring at the blonde as Sakura looked at Naruto, her cheeks tinged a light shade of pink. He looks cute when he's sleeping, she thought, smiling a little. After graduating from the academy, he's changed a lot. What could have happened to cause such a change, she thought in confusion, currently looking at him. Faggot! Me! Kakashi exclaimed with a smile making her glare at him, not having the energy to yell at him. Naruto was still sleeping as Sasuke walked over to stand next to Sakura, an annoyed expression on his face. Hey Naruto, sensei is he ? No need to wake him up, you three are already gone. Kakashi interrupted with a smile causing Sakura to turn her head towards him. Both her and Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. What? The Uchiha simply asked with an expressionless face making the jounin laugh. I said you three passed? We're now officially Team 7, he said as they continued to look at him for a possible explanation. Several minutes later. So, as you see, this was about teamwork all along. Looks like Naruto saved your cute asses today, Kakashi uttered making Sakura's eyebrows twitch while Sasuke just sighed to himself. I think Porn-sensei is by. What do you think, Naruto? Ryuk commented, looking down at the still sleeping blonde. Oh, you're still sleeping, he said matter-of-factly. Well, tell Naruto we'll start doing missions starting tomorrow. Meet me here at 11 in the morning, the jounin verbalized, looking at the blonde Jinchuriki before fuming. Sasuke, however, without saying anything began to walk away making Sakura look at him. Hey Sasuke-kun! Don't leave me! At least untie me! She spoke loudly as he continued walking. Sakura sighed as she lowered her head. Why does he keep ignoring me? She muttered to herself in a defeated tone before noticing that Naruto was still sleeping. Hey Naruto, she called, trying to wake him up as the blonde's eyes crinkled a little as she continued calling out to him. His eyelids slowly opened as he sat lazily, rubbing his eyes. Cute, Sakura thought involuntarily as the mustachioed blonde stood up. Where's Sasuke? He asked with a yawn making her blink. Oh hey, let's go! Sensei just came to tell us that. And Sasuke-kun just left now, she replied making him nod as he walked around her, untying her from the ropes. Sakura sighed in relief as she flexed her open arms. I see, he muttered with a thoughtful expression on his face. So he never intended to retake the test after all, the pink-haired genin thought as he spoke. Hey, you don't look that excited. I thought you'd be the happiest of us, Sakura verbalized, making him look at her strangely. Now she seemed to talk to him like a normal person, although unlike before. No, I'm happy. I just don't have the energy to smile like an idiot, he mumbled, making her giggle a little. I think everyone should have realized it by now. Naruto thought as he looked in the direction of the carved faces of the Hokage. Hey Naruto, since you gave me your lunch, I think I should treat you to lunch too. Sakura said with a smile, excited that she was finally a kunoichi now, snapping the blonde out of his daze. Huh! Oh, thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. I have some important work to do, Sakura, he stated with a neutral expression as his smile visibly deflated. Oh well, see you tomorrow, I guess, she said with a small smile, making him nod. The blonde turned around as he started walking in the direction of the Hokage monument, waving his right hand languidly. Yeah, sure, see you later, she said with Ryuk floating beside her. Konoha, streets near the Hokage monument. Currently, almost everyone had their eyes glued to the famous Konohagakure no Sato monument. I can't believe that this is the beginning of a new era. Kira, I told you no one can get away from him. It's everywhere, watching us. Konoha's guardian. Damn! He insulted our beloved Yondaime. Who does he think he is? Hey, shut up! If he's really watching us, he might kill you if you say things like that. Whispers, exclamations, arguments, predictions. The people of Konoha were anxious. The children were herded into their homes, locked in their rooms. Their parents didn't want to see this display of brutality, fear and hatred, a sense of security. These were the emotions, the basis upon which the population of Konoha could be divided at this moment. Streets, balconies, rooftops, people stood with expressions of awe, fear, and understanding on their faces, their eyes fixed on the carved face of their beloved Yondaime Hokage. Hokage-sama, I understand what you mean, but what are those numbers? What should we do? Inoichi, currently standing next to Hiruzen on the roof of the Hokage building, spoke with a serious expression. The old leader sighed, his mind racing. We'll leave that to Shikaku, Ibiki, and the cryptography department. Right now, I think it's best if we cover it with a strong genjutsu and make the place off limits to anyone except us, he declared, looking at the corpse of a man hanging upside down via a rope, tied to the base of the Yondaime's nose. It's best if we don't take out the body or rub the message. We need to decipher it first, Hiruzen thought with a grim expression, unaffected by the gruesome sight of the blood-soaked naked body, a vital body part missing. This Kira, she really strikes me as a sadist, Inoichi said in an awkward tone. Well, now it seems he's had some experience with torture and interrogation, Ibiki muttered, standing beside them along with several other jounins while Hiruzen remained silent. Yuppie, landing on the roof of his apartment, Naruto had a serious expression on his face as he looked at the monument, though inwardly, he was smiling excitedly. Hey yo whoa! Shit! So this is what you were planning? Ryuk exclaimed in surprise, examining the Yondaime's modified face like many others. When did you have time to do this? No, wait, you had someone else do these damn things for you, right? The Shinigami asked, causing the blonde to nod. Naruto had a small smile on his face as he looked around, noticing that all the rooftops were filled with civilians and shinobi, his attention drawn to this latest trick. He moved his pupils to the Yondaime's large carved forehead, looking at the message from Kira, written in blood, a hint of cold joy in his deep ocean pools. 21138322121 4300621. Achbuchba, 8. In the fourth room, 1. Out in love, like bees, 11. No sperm will have your cock, 8910. Because at 2 a.m., he faced Kira's wrath. Be careful. Wretches of Konoha. Yes, it's the beginning of a new era. Chapter 12, Transparent Deception. Naruto had a small smile on his face as he looked around, noticing that all the rooftops were filled with civilians and shinobi, his attention drawn to this latest trick. He moved his pupils to the Yondaime's large carved forehead, looking at the message from Kira, written in blood, a hint of cold joy in his deep ocean pools. 21138322121 4300621. Achbuchba, 8. In the fourth room, 1. Out in love, like bees, 11. No sperm will have your cock, 8910. Because at 2 a.m., he faced Kira's wrath. Be careful. Wretches of Konoha. Yes, it's the beginning of a new era. Konoha, 1:23 p.m. TNI Department, Ibiki Office. Thank you all for coming, Hokage-sama, Shikaku said with a sigh, currently sitting with other Kissy members around the polished oval table, with several photos on top. It's nothing besides, I was going to request an immediate meeting myself due to Kira's latest trick, Hiruzen uttered, his fingers interlaced in front of his mouth while others sat there with serious expressions on their faces. Gathering the photographs, Shikaku took one before passing the rest to Inoichi, asking him to distribute them to the others. Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Ibiki began to inspect it critically while the Nara watched each of their expressions closely. So these are the photographs of Kira's message before the genjutsu was placed there. He verbalized as they remained silent, still staring at the message. Well, I've sent these photographs to the cryptography department. Let's see what they come up with. However, I expect you to solve this Shikaku, the Sandaime Hokage said, tearing his eyes away from the image to look at the lazy Nara. Well, so far, I haven't been able to deduce any of this. The first two sequences of numbers just don't make any sense to me so far. As for the numbers in Kira's message, they also don't make sense, at least the way I'm interpreting them. Shikaku explained as Inoichi leaned back in his seat, staring at the ceiling. Are you sure this isn't just one of their games? A thoughtful expression appeared on his face as Ibiki put his elbows on the table. Quite possible it could be that Kira wants us to focus on this message when he could be planning something big. This tactic was quite common during the Third Great Shinobi War. The interrogation specialist articulated. I think we should leave this message to the cryptography department for the time being. We should focus on Naruto-kun and Uchiha Sasuke for now, Sarutobi said, causing Inoichi to nod as Ibiki turned to the silent Jounin. So, Kakashi, what happened today? Ibiki asked, making the copy ninja sigh. Well, don't do it, Kakashi. Shikaku intervened, making everyone look at him in confusion. What's wrong, Shikaku? Hiruzen asked, making the Nara sigh. Has everyone forgotten the precautions we've been taking every day? He asked, an exasperated look on his face as realization instantly dawned on them. Could Kira be controlling any of us right now? And we don't have Kusho here to check Inoichi's mind first to see if he's being controlled. So it's best if we listen to Kakashi tomorrow morning. This made them nod while Inoichi simply rubbed his temples with a tired sigh. Who knows, maybe Kira pulled this trick just so she could gather us for this emergency meeting. Maybe she's hoping we'll throw all caution to the winds and let her in on vital parts of our investigation. Ibiki pointed out with a grim expression, making them agree with him. Yes, that's a definite possibility. This Kira has been playing with our minds since the beginning. It's clear he's a master of mind games. I think he just wants to mess with our minds so we lose focus. Yamanaka declared with noticeable frustration. Well, I want all of you to think about Kira's message and tell me what you think. Unless the decoding of this message is random, I doubt the cryptography department will be able to solve it. We're the ones who currently know Kira, the best in this village. We have the highest probability of deciphering this message. Just think about this, these numbers could be anything. Dates of his murders, time, longitudinal or latitudinal locations, birth dates of his next victims, deliberately giving us clues to his future murders. After all, he's been playing us. Shikaku stated as he lazily stood up, a yawn escaping his lips as the others looked at the photographs in his hands. Konoha, Training Camp 44:10 p.m. KHDRR. Shit, it's still not legible, Naruto thought, currently panting as he stared at the piece of paper in his hands while sweat ran down the side of his face. Hey, I've been asking you for an hour, what are you trying to do with a piece of paper and this needle? Ryuk asked in frustration, currently hovering above the mustachioed blonde. Naruto took a deep breath as he slowly opened his eyes, now looking at his dried blood on the senbon in his right hand. Tossing it, he drew another senbon before slicing it across his palm, covering it in blood. Again, he suddenly shot forward, a determined look on his face as he sprinted towards a large tree at full speed. Dust began to drag him along as the blonde increased his speed even further. Applying chakra beneath his feet, he began to sprint along the tree trunk. Raising his right hand to bring the paper to his eyes, he began writing on it using the blood-covered senbon, the keyword being try. Due to his adrenaline-pumping motion, his hand was mostly scribbling on the paper while the blonde had the utmost expression of concentration on his face, his eyes narrowing as soon as a look of frustration replaced them. Using the trunk as a springboard, Naruto leaped backward as he flipped backward in the air to land on his feet. The blonde panted slightly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, now staring at the barely recognizable red lines scribbled on the paper. Damn it! He cursed under his breath as he clenched his fists as Ryuk landed in front of him. You keep cursing yourself, now will you tell me what you're trying to do that you're failing so gloriously at right now? The Shinigami asked, causing the blonde to glare at his playful comment. The blonde sighed as he dropped his arms to his sides, a sigh escaping his lips. I'm trying to write while running, he replied, making the Shinigami sweat. Is that it? Is that what you've been trying to do for the last hour? Trying to write while running? He asked, causing Naruto to nod as he crumbled the blood-soaked paper in his right fist. The blonde sighed in frustration as he opened his fist, letting the paper fall to the grass. Raising his right hand, he ran his fingers through the bangs on his forehead. Yeah, it's not as easy as it sounds, damn it! The blonde exclaimed as he swung his left arm to throw the saban in frustration, frowning. Wow, calm down, kid. Why do you get so excited over something so small? You're always so calm and patient, and now you're all frustrated. It's a little strange, you know, even for me. Ryuk uttered, while scratching his head. You're not understanding, I need to learn this. I'm a ninja now, no enemy of mine will sit back and let me write their name on the death note. He said, making the Shinigami's eyes widen. I see, so that's why you're practicing writing recognizable letters on paper, he stated, causing the Jinchuriki to nod. That's right. I have to practice my writing when I'm moving, when I'm jumping, when I'm running through trees or water, when I'm in the air. I have to perfect these things if I'm going to use the death note effectively from now on. Up until now, I only used the death note in my room, when there was no threat to me, no one aiming at me, no one trapping me in a genjutsu or casting ninjutsu on me. The blonde paused as he sat cross-legged, staring at the grass with a thoughtful look on his face. But from now on, it's going to be extremely difficult. I won't be able to stand still in the middle of a battle just to write someone's name down. Even my own teammates will get suspicious. And damn it, it's nearly impossible to write someone's name accurately enough that the death note clearly recognizes every single letter. And imagine a scenario where I'm forced to write down the conditions for my enemy's death. I'm totally doomed there, Naruto said as he plucked a strand of grass, a frown on his face. And I guess it's even harder to imagine that person's face, focus their chakra in some cases, dodge their attacks, and then write their names on the death note page at the same time? And in case someone fires a fire attack, even that death note page has a chance of being burned. You have a lot of work to do, don't you? Ryuk said in realization, causing the Jinchuriki to nod. Yeah, it's like looking left and right at the same time, he muttered as his hands suddenly stopped, which had been busy playing with the grass. Naruto patted his forehead as he shook his head. Really, the solution is so simple, he thought with a sigh, not believing he had overlooked something so simple. Standing up, the blonde formed a hand seal with his hands. Huh? What's wrong? Ryuk asked, confused, while Naruto smiled at him. Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Faggot. Holy. The Shinigami wondered in surprise as he scanned the hundreds of clones surrounding him, completely filling the clearing. His eyes widened in realization as he turned his head back to the original Naruto. I see, so you're going to use that secret shadow clone ability, right? He asked, causing the blonde to nod. Alright guys. I want you to take a sheet of paper and try to write on it using your blood. Here are the saban, Naruto exclaimed as he took out a saban before throwing it into the air before performing some hand seals. Kage saban no jutsu. Shadow saban technique. A look of surprise appeared on Ryuk's face as hundreds of saban rained down from above while all the clones grabbed a saban, now getting to work. Hey, that was cool! When did you learn this technique? The Shinigami asked as the blonde stood still, watching his clones. Remember, the gun shop owner I killed? Well, he also had a roll of useful techniques regarding those weapons, like this one, he uttered when Ryuk realized something else. Hey, wouldn't your clones dissipate if they tried to draw blood? Last time I checked, they looked like the most fragile beings on the planet, the Shinigami said with a smirk, causing Naruto to roll his eyes at the dry joke. Well, if you don't know, I trained solely in this jutsu for the entire week and have almost perfected it. So you don't have to worry about it being dispelled that easily, the Jinchuriki replied as he watched his clones jumping around the place, cursing all the while because they couldn't even write a single letter on the sheet. Sometimes, due to their sudden movement, the saban would simply tear the sheet or rather miss its mark. It was funny how they were struggling for even a gentle contact on its surface to at least write something, anything. Maybe I should consider using something else besides saban, Naruto thought as he rubbed the back of his neck. You know, after this is done, I also have to train my left hand to write while moving. I'm already ambidextrous, he muttered, causing Ryuk to look at him in surprise. Why would you want to do that? Isn't your right hand enough? He questioned, causing the blonde to raise an eyebrow, a bored expression on his face. What if my right arm is cut off? Naruto said expressionlessly, making Ryuk sweat. How can you talk so lightly about your right arm being cut off? Seriously, you are definitely not a normal human. Is it okay? What happens if both of your arms are cut off? The Shinigami asked, causing the blonde to shrug. I think I can try writing in the Death Note, while holding the Senbon in my mouth. Desperate times call for desperate measures after all. What if your mouth gets sealed by some form of Fuinjutsu? Ryuk replied with a mocking smile as Naruto raised his head to meet the Shinigami's curious gaze, a smirk on his face. That patented one that made the Shinigami expect something rough from the blonde human every time. Oh, here goes. He's going to reveal something only his crazy mind can think of, Ryuk thought in anticipation, his eyes shining with that gleam as Naruto's grin widened. It's simple, Ryuk, he said as the Shinigami leaned forward in search of an answer, unable to wait to hear what the Jinchuriki had up his sleeve this time. I'll be dead, he mouthed, causing Ryuk to fall face first onto the ground. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you just going to give up? The Shinigami yelled comically while the mustachioed blonde simply ignored him while looking at his clones with a neutral expression on his face. One must know when to give up, and the time will come when I will have to relinquish ownership of the Death Note and return it to him, no matter how prepared I am. It's not like I'm a god or I'm a human. I'm bound to make mistakes, and those mistakes will eventually lead me to give up the Death Note. Naruto muttered to himself with a calm expression as Ryuk again became shocked by what the blonde was saying. He seems prepared for anything, even defeat, even his death. What kind of human is he? Most beings just don't accept the fact that they can be defeated, that they can be killed when they gain possession of the Death Note. They start having these wild dreams of them ruling the world, of them being a god, an angel. They think that they can never be defeated as long as they have something like the Death Note with them. And here's this guy, even with the Death Note and his unmatched intelligence, who thinks that he might eventually be defeated. So you're ready for the day you're defeated? Or are you just waiting for it with open arms? The Shinigami mocked, wanting a reaction from the mustachioed blonde, who just chuckled, that usual hollow laugh of his. No, I'm pretty sure the way I'm going right now, the chances of me being defeated are very slim, Naruto replied, causing Ryuk to scratch the back of his head in confusion. Seriously, this guy was just making him run in circles here. But you just said you were dash. If I'm mentally prepared for it, I'll give it my all. As long as I still think there's a chance I could be defeated, even with the Death Note, I'll be mentally prepared, take precautions to the best of my ability and not make mistakes. That's the only way I can transcend the boundaries of a human's limitations, of my limitations. Well, this was new. But when it came to Naruto, everything was strange, unexpected, completely unpredictable, and out of order. Guess that's good for you, whatever you're doing. Ryuk sighed, simply unable to keep up with his 12-year-old human, no matter how hard he tried. However, Naruto smiled slightly as he turned his head towards the Shinigami, an amused look in his eyes. I rather expected you to have a look of disappointment in your eyes. What? You don't want your Death Note back anymore? He questioned, causing the Shinigami to stiffen. Of course I want my notebook back. And you better give it to me soon or you'll regret it, you little punk! Ryuk exclaimed as he pointed his index finger at Naruto, who laughed to himself, shaking his head at the Shinigami's antics. The god of death just examined the blonde as he chuckled. This wasn't hollow. It was filled with emotions, fun, joy, and mischief. It seems that beneath this curtain of maturity, there are still some traces of his childishness. However, it's a relief. I'm glad he hasn't completely lost himself to the dark side. Still, it's impressive how he's been able to keep his conscience clear. He's clearly drawn the line between what's wrong and what's right. Even the Death Note hasn't been able to shake him, Ryuk thought, deeply impressed by the blonde human watching his clones running around. If he had wanted to, he could have killed that Shikaku guy at the beginning, since he's the main thorn in the Gaki's side. But no, he didn't kill that guy. He's continued to target only criminals, following his morals and having a clear focus when it comes to his beliefs. A normal human would have been easily tempted to kill those kissy guys and be rid of the problem. Having something like the Death Note lying by his side, knowing that it could kill his enemies in just under a minute without having to sacrifice anything else, is too great a temptation to resist, even for us Shinigami. And look at his human, who has a will as strong as steel. Even when that Shikaku guy had pissed off the Gaki, he still didn't use the Death Note. Really, this human. Konoha, the next day, 8:07 a.m., TNI Department Ibiki's office, with Kissy. I really don't like doing this. Inoichi muttered with a sigh, currently standing in front of an unconscious Sakura who was sitting in a chair while being held by Kakashi. Me too, Inoichi, but for the safety of the village, we have to do this. Hiruzen uttered with a grim expression on his face as he stood behind Inoichi. Standing next to him were Shikaku and Ibiki. Don't worry, I don't like invading other people's privacy either, but it's important if we're going to catch Kira. Kakashi verbalized, causing the Yamanaka to nod as he proceeded to place his hands on the unconscious Genin's head, now running through his memories from the previous day. Shikaku pursed his lips in a thin line as he rubbed the back of his head, a somewhat tense expression on his face. Kakashi also looked into his eyes, knowing this might make Naruto suspicious again. Hiruzen and Ibiki maintained calm exteriors, prepared for any outcome. Inoichi exhaled as he raised his hand, his eyes opening wearily. I don't understand this, but she doesn't have any blanks, he said, causing Hiruzen and Kakashi to inwardly sigh in relief while Shikaku took a deep breath. However, a look of confusion soon appeared on the copy nin's face. But then, if Sakura wasn't being controlled by Kira, does this mean she threw the kunai at Sasuke of her own free will? He questioned, making them look at him. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I was planning to use that to deliberately tempt Kira into controlling Sakura, because I knew for a fact that an academy student like Haruno Sakura wouldn't have the guts to throw a kunai at the love of her life. Though now it seems that's backfired on us, the Nara said, strangely not surprised by the unexpected turn of events. You don't seem very surprised to me, Shikaku. Ibiki spoke, making him nod. Well, it's because it would have been very strange of Kira if he had controlled Sakura so directly. I mean, Kakashi could easily suspect that Sakura was being controlled. I was expecting a subtle move from him, something that would have been extremely difficult for us to notice. But this was too direct, so I suspected that this wasn't Kira's doing. But I'm guessing Haruno Sakura is behind this. It seems she really couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her crush, she explained while Kakashi, who was holding Sakura's shoulders to prevent her from falling off her chair, spoke with a serious expression. And about Naruto-kun's skills, he really is a strategic genius when it comes to the battlefield. He didn't display any flashy techniques, as we expected. Instead, it was pure cunning and intelligence of his that made me sweat. Now this caught their attention as they fixed their eyes on the masked Jonin. What did he use against you anyway? Inoichi asked, making him sigh. Basic ninja tools, kunai, shuriken, paper bombs, transformation technique and shadow clones, that's all he used. He muttered with a bit of embarrassment as the other's eyes widened in surprise at this. That's it, and he made you fight? Ibiki asked in disbelief, unable to stop himself from doing so. They knew the boy was holding back, but just using those basics made a veteran jounin like Kakashi sweat even a little. I see, seems like his intelligence isn't limited to shogi, I guess. He really was holding back even during the academy, the Hokage muttered. It's not that he was actually fast or strong, it's the nature of his attacks. They were completely random, totally unpredictable. There was no pattern to him at all. One time he attacks you with hundreds of shadow clones, and another time when it seems you're fighting the real one, he comes out as a clone. It's really hard to believe, but he's almost completely mastered the shadow clone technique to such an extent that even my Sharingan will have trouble recognizing the real one, Kakashi explained, causing her eyes to widen in shock. But it's only been a week since he learned that forbidden jutsu. How could he have mastered it in such a short time unless… Inoichi trailed off as he sighed in realization. Unless he knows the secret of the jutsu and has used it to its full extent. Shikaku completed with a serious expression, causing Ibiki to nod. Well, it seems we have quite the talented shinobi here, don't we? Perhaps that's why Kira has chosen Naruto to do all the dirty work? Hiruzen spoke, causing Inoichi to nod. That's a definite possibility. So far, Naruto has done nothing but impress us, not only with his intelligence but also with his ability to determine a strategy on the spot. Very few shinobi possess that quality among the elemental nations, Yamanaka said thoughtfully. You can find many shinobi using powerful jutsu without brains, but very few shinobi have ever existed who can use basic jutsu lethally to such an extent. I mean, he fooled me with a simple transformation, Kakashi said with some pride in his voice, slightly surprising the others. You were tricked by a transformation technique by a genin? Ibiki blinked, causing the jounin to look at him. Did you say something? A vein appeared on the interrogator's forehead as he sighed at his fellow Jounin's antics. I think I should get Sakura back, the copy ninja said, causing Hiruzen to nod. Adopting the genin bridal style, the Jounin fumed at her. Hokage-sama, any news from the cryptanalysis squad assigned to decipher Kira's message? Inoichi asked curiously, making the Hokage sigh. Well, they've been working on the message since yesterday, but nothing related to Kira could be found. It's difficult because they don't even know what to look for. I think it's best if we first tell them everything we know about Kira, he advised, making Shikaku shrug. That would just mean more work. We'll have to go through their memories now too, the Nara said with a sigh as Inoichi's face paled at that. Going through so many people's memories in a single day, he knew he had his work cut out for him. Shikaku may be the brains of the group, but he probably had to do most of the work here. Konoha, Cryptography Department, Kira Cryptanalysis Squad, 8:43 a.m. Konoha's Cryptography Department was a cylindrical structure located near the library. Standing outside, one could easily spot the cracks and tarnished brown paint on the walls, signifying the building's age. A large expanse of the Konoha symbol crowned it at the front edge of the roof, with a small version of the Nidame's head carved beneath it. The eloquent look on his face seemed to set the mood around the area, not least because the shinobi wandering around, talking amongst themselves with documents in their hands, gave the building a professional feel once they entered the facility. Faggot, Hiruzen and the other Kissy members appeared via Shunshin on the paved road, now standing in front of the guards. Shikaku had a bored look on his face as he watched the birds take off from a tree branch, a sigh escaping his lips. I just wish I could be free like this is such a drag, Nara muttered, making Inoichi's eyes roll back. Even though he was his teammate for so many years, that pulling comment somehow managed to get on his nerves. The Yamanaka grabbed the Nara's neck as he pulled his teammate with him. The Hokage was already walking towards the two Yamanaka guards. Ibiki, however, narrowed his eyes when he saw two hooded Anbu standing next to them, both wearing short black jackets with red straps over their shoulders, the sign of those two belonging to an all-too-familiar organization called Naruto. Just the word brought a bad taste to Ibiki's mouth, a slight frown on his face as he looked at the two shinobi standing there. Stop! I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but according to your own procedures, we need to check each of your minds to ensure that Kira is not controlling any of you at the moment. In return, Inoichi-sama can erase the memories we see in your minds. One of the guards spoke respectfully, causing Hiruzen to nod as he took a step forward. Ibiki, however, kept a wary eye on the two root members who were standing still. After reviewing his memories and finding no trace of blanks in the present, Inoichi reviewed his memories in return, just to be cautious. Hokage-sama, may I ask why we enlisted the help of people like Shimura Danzo? Ibiki asked with a clenched jaw, currently walking with Hiruzen, Shikaku, and Inoichi in the hallway. Hiruzen kept a straight face as they continued walking towards the room where the assigned squad was working. As you know, Ibiki, even though it's officially disbanded, root members have no names, no personal details, no history, no emotions, nothing. They're probably the best fighters in the village we currently have going against Kira. One of those two root members is a Yamanaka, and I particularly requested this from Danzo so that he can constantly check the memories of the other two Yamanaka guards without having to worry about Kira monitoring him. I don't like this as much as you do, Ibiki, but for the village, we have to do this, he explained, currently walking towards a room at the end of the hallway. Again, as before, 4 guards were standing here, 2 Akimichi and members of Root. Having had their memories checked again, this time by the member, much to the anger of Ibiki and Inoichi, they entered the chamber. It was a fairly spacious office, a library structured with files stacked vertically along with a large 8-bit desktop computer in the corner, where several people seemed to be working. Scrolls were scattered around the table along with cups of coffee as the team members worked on the codes, reading the scrolls for clues or message patterns. The dark circles under their eyes clearly represented their hours of work, causing Hiruzen to wear a brief, apologetic look in his eyes. Noticing that several of the members had stopped working upon noticing them, the Hokage motioned for them to continue while he searched the room for the person he was looking for. So, who's the squad leader here? Shikaku asked, a bored look in his eyes as he looked at the photographs and scrolls on the tables in front of him. Walking down a few steps, they followed Hiruzen, who was walking to the far corner of the library-like office. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Ibiki were confused as to where the Hokage was heading. though Nara simply shrugged as he dug his hands into his pockets, grateful for the few minutes of peace he received. As they passed the second-to-last bookshelf, they were greeted with the sight of a woman in her late teens sitting in front of a large table. She was currently reading a scroll with a concentrated expression on her face. About 10 empty cups stacked in a line beside her, while the table was littered with open scrolls, some of them hanging off the edges and some of them taking up their fair share of floor space. Ibiki had a surprised look on his face along with Inoichi, while Shikaku was looking at the woman curiously. His eyes narrowed as usual. Hiruzen had a serious look on his face while Ibiki's eyes slowly opened in realization. "No way, you can't be serious, Shiho-san," the Hokage shouted, causing the previously focused girl to jerk in surprise as she turned her head towards them. "Hokage-sama!" the blonde woman stammered as she quickly stood up, bowing to him respectfully. "Easy, Shiho-san." He spoke softly with a grandfatherly smile in return, which instantly dimmed when he noticed the others looking at her. "Before we make introductions, I need Inoichi to examine your mind," the Sandaime Hokage said with a serious expression, causing her to nod. After all, she had already been informed of Kira's basic abilities. "It's clear," Inoichi stated after reviewing her memories as the blonde woman inwardly sighed in relief. It was truly creepy that they could be controlled by someone even without them knowing it. Actually scared her. "Okay, well, these are the members of the secret group I told you about, the one I formed to counter Kira. As you probably already know, these are Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Marino Ibiki," Sarutobi introduced, bowing in respect. "I'm Hisajima Shiho, leader of the cryptology team assigned to decipher Kira's message. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nara-sama, Yamanaka-sama, Marino-sama." The blonde teen spoke in a soft tone while Ibiki and Inoichi's jaws dropped. Her? The leader of the cryptanalysis team? And the one assigned to Kira? Shikaku had an amused look in his eyes as he looked at the somewhat nervous teenager in front of him. His light blonde hair was tied in a loose ponytail with occasional strands sticking out, a testament to his overnight workout. He wore a white lab coat over his red gown with a forehead protector sewn onto the back of a sash tied around his waist. The only distinguishable or rather unique physical feature about him was his swirling, tinted glasses, which opaquely obscured his eyes. "You don't have to be so formal in front of us, Shiho-san, and you don't need to respect us so much, it makes me feel like an old man," Shikaku lazily uttered with a chuckle as he felt Hiruzen looking at him at the indirect jab. So you're the leader of this squad, Shiho-san?" Inoichi asked, making her frown a little inside. "Hi Yamanaka-sama," she replied while Ibiki was still coming to terms with this revelation. Hiruzen, sensing her surprise, gave them a pointed look. "Inoichi, Ibiki, you don't have to doubt her. Believe me, her position as squad leader is completely justified, and it's because she's earned it. So you don't have to doubt her abilities," the Hokage said sternly, making the blonde teen smile softly. It warmed her heart to know that at least the Hokage trusted her abilities. "I know, and I'm not doubting your Hokage-sama. It's more the circumstances. No offense, Shiho-san, but Hokage-sama, we all know what's at stake. We're facing Kira here. I was thinking you'd assign someone with much more experience. I think he's young for the task, Hokage-sama," Ibiki enunciated clearly, not holding back as Shiho lowered her head. "We don't mean to be rude, Shiho-san. You must be some kind of prodigy to have been appointed squad leader regarding Kira's case. But Ibiki is trying to say that we need experience here, like Kira, someone who can kill you in the blink of an eye. 1 second you'll be working on her message and the next moment you could die of a heart attack. I'm not sure if you're psychologically ready for this, Shiho-san, or rather, you'd be willing to risk your life at such a young age. Your profession doesn't usually demand such risks, and we just want to make sure you're ready for the consequences," Inoichi explained in a sympathetic voice while the blonde teen kept her head down. Hiruzen was going to say something but stopped himself. It wasn't as if he doubted her abilities or anything. In fact, all the other experienced shinobi in the cryptanalysis department had backed down, stating that they didn't want to risk their lives. As the Hokage, Hiruzen could force them to do so, but his morals and codes as shinobi did not allow him to do that, at least not with people from his own village. Furthermore, they needed a willing candidate for this job, and as fate would have it, Shiho was the only one among the talented cryptologists who had stepped forward. However, before assigning her to this case, the Hokage had to make sure she knew what she was getting into. However, she had spoken only one line in response, and everything was clear. I'm willing to risk my life, Yamanaka-sama, and I want to catch Kira. This made Ibiki's eyes widen while Shikaka had a small smile on his face as he walked towards the table. I see then. Ibiki trailed off with a serious expression as he looked at Hiruzen, who wore a proud look on his face. Then I look forward to working with you. He continued, making her smile brightly as Inoichi nodded at him with a smile. And you don't have to worry about getting killed. So far, Kira hasn't killed innocent people well, unless you've shown some form of physical hatred towards a Naruto Uzumaki. The interrogation specialist verbalized with a serious expression that made Hiruzen frown while Shiho perked up at that. No, I don't hate him or anything, and I haven't done anything in the past. I think he at least brightens your day. I don't think the village would be the same as it has been the past few years without him. Even though people hate him, he still, with his jokes, he takes away that boring atmosphere after what happened 12 years ago. He muttered, making Hiruzen smile, while Ibiki and Shikaka raised an eyebrow in curiosity. I assure you we've hired the right person here, Ibiki. Now, if you don't mind, stop doubting her. She doesn't need to prove herself to anyone, the Hokage said in a somewhat stern voice. So, Shiho-sen, any progress with decrypting the message? Shikaka asked as he blushed in embarrassment, adjusting his glasses in the process. Well, not yet, I just don't know what to look for. I've made some assumptions, but they're not leading me anywhere, which makes sense, he answered honestly, causing him to nod. Ibiki walked over to his table as he sat down, staring at the enlarged photograph of the message. It's obvious this message was also an insult to Yandame-sama. Having the victim dangle naked under his nose, then writing about sneezing and rapists coming out. It's almost as if Kira is saying it was under Yandame-sama's reign that these rapists came crawling out. The interrogation specialist offered his opinion, while Inoichi had a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, but it's too obvious. So obvious that even the villagers instantly knew he was insulting the Yandame. The Kira we know personally isn't that obvious. He's extremely subtle, intelligent, a master of deception. He's a genius, Shikako admitted as Shiho perked up in curiosity. I know him personally. So, have you had problems with him? He asked, making them nod. Although not physically, and although we've never met him in person, but you can say we know him more in the village. Inoichi explained, making her nod slightly before walking to sit across from Ibiki, looking down at the scrolls and rough notes she had made. I'm sure you've also speculated that these numbers could be dates regarding when Kira kills, or they may be the dates of his next kills. These could be time, longitude, or latitude numbers to indicate location. It could be just about anything. It's definitely not any of the secret leaf codes we cryptographers are taught, and used by all the higher-ranking ninja in the village, he uttered as Shikaka walked over to stand beside him as he looked at the message. 21138322121. Here are the first two numbers, 2121. That was the day Kira's first victim died, Hitsugaki Akaboshi, right? The Nara asked, still looking at the message, causing his eyes to widen. Are you sure? Shiho asked, making him nod. Could it be that the remaining set of numbers could be the dates of their future murders? 13-8-3-22-12-11. What do you say? These dates could be for this month, right? November 12th, which means if we assume the dates are for this month, the 8th and 3rd are no longer useful to us. Or could it be that these dates are for next month? He continued while the others remained silent. And going down to the next set of numbers, it could be the time of their murders. 4300621 could be 4362 and 1. Or it could be, to make more sense, we add 4 and 3 to make 7, which is our morning meeting time, although it could also be in the evening. And then we add 6, 2 and 1, which gives 9, and that's the academy start time. Maybe it's targeting the academy teachers or students? Everyone. But it makes sense somehow, 7 and 9 in the morning, which is our meeting time and the time the academy starts. Inoichi muttered. Also, there's one thing I've imagined, though it's not complete yet. Shiho noted as she placed her fingers on the specific numbers. These numbers between your message, 8, 1, 11, 89, 10. A/N. You may want to refer to the message written at the top. If we apply these numbers to the letters in the corresponding lines of in the room's snowflake, for 8, here F is the 8th letter, ignoring the spaces, that is. Similarly, applying this to get out and love rapists like bees. For 1, we have O as the first letter. Then 2. Shiho paused while blushing furiously while Inoichi refrained from laughing outright. T this line. He stuttered as he pointed his index finger at the photograph. And oh, sperm will have his cock. Ibiki uttered with a stone face while Inoichi bit his lower lip from laughing at the poor girl. He immediately composed himself upon feeling Hiruzen's gaze while Shikaka had an amused look on his face. Why yes. This. Look, here D is the 11th letter. So, combining the 3 letters, we have FOD. She trailed off while their eyes had confused looks on their faces. FOD? As in fear of death? Inoichi asked, making Shiho look at him with an amused look on her face, making him smile nervously. Ahihi gomen, he muttered while others were deep in thought. FOD, FOD, FOD? What could she possibly mean by FOD? Hiruzen thought as his eyes widened in a possible realization. Forest of Death? Ibiki, Hiruzen, and Shikaka spoke simultaneously, causing Inoichi's eyes to widen while Shiho nodded. That's what I deduced as well. It could be the location that's indirectly pointing to us. Now, tying this together with what Shikaka-san said, it could be that on those dates and times, the victim's body would have been found in the Forest of Death, Training Camp 44. He explained as the other Kissy members took their seats. But the number 8910? Obviously there is no letter in cause at 2 a.m. He faced the wrath of Kira corresponding to this number. Inoichi argued, making Ibiki hum in thought. If only, both Shiho and Shikaka started simultaneously, making them look at each other. Shiho was going to stutter an apology when she smiled. Go on, Shiho-san, he said, making her nod. Well, Inoichi-sama, if we take the numbers separately as 8, 9, and 10, then we get 2 a.m. as the corresponding letters. He muttered as a look of surprise crossed his face. Oh yes, so it's FOD and 2 a.m. 2 in the morning, in the Forest of Death, and going with the dates Shikaka just dug up. Is anything going to happen? The Yamanaka asked, making her shrug. I don't know, but isn't this a bit too easy? Shikaka muttered as he placed his chin on his palm, sighing in confusion as Ibiki nodded. You're right, this is too easy, so easy that we figured it out in a matter of minutes. Well, based on Shiho-san's findings anyway. Kira isn't that stupid, or maybe she's just playing us again. Ibiki spoke through gritted teeth. He hated being played like this, as if they were mere pawns. Very well, Hokage-sama, you may wish to send some root members to Training Camp 44 at 2 a.m. on the dates according to the first line of your message. If we don't find anything, chances are you're playing us. Shikaka uttered, causing Sarutobi to nod. As for you, Shiho-san, I have to say I'm very impressed with how you were able to deduce things with limited information about Kira. I can say I trust you now. Nara verbalized, making her blush in embarrassment. Hey, were you testing it? Inoichi asked in surprise, making him nod. Of course, I had already deduced it a long time ago. I just wanted to see if the cryptology team could deduce this. I had to check their intelligence first. Cryptology can require a high level of mathematics along with a good eye. I may have been able to deduce this, but somehow I feel like it's just a curtain for us. The real message is something else. It has to be something else. And I believe that only a dedicated cryptographer like Shiho-san can decipher it. However, to do this, you need to know as much as you can about Kira so you'll at least know where to start. She articulated, causing her blush to increase in intensity, while Shikaka had a serious expression on his face. Alright, now that the trust issues are out of the way, I'm going to tell you everything about Kira that we've investigated so far. I know it's an S-rank secret, and you're not to tell this to anyone else, he said with a grim expression on his face, making her nod seriously. Konoha, Training Camp / Forest of Death, 2:01 a.m. I wonder if something happened. Ibiki thought as he ran towards Training Ground 44, currently jumping across rooftops at breakneck speeds. He was just going to check things out, already knowing that Root Anbu were stationed there from 1:30 a.m. Upon arriving at the spot, he noticed a Root member standing there with several other Anbu. So, did something happen? Ibiki asked, causing the Root member to nod. Follow me. He spoke in an emotionless voice as Ibiki, along with several other Anbu, followed the member. After all, they didn't completely trust the Root. After traveling for a few minutes, they arrived at the center of the forest, in a large clearing where several of the members were already there, holding a person in place. I'm telling you morons to let me go or I'll rip your throats out. Ibiki's eyes widened as he noticed Enko giving them a piece of her mind as they held her down, several chakra suppression seals on her. What's going on here? He shouted, causing them to turn towards him. Sir, she came here at exactly 1:53 a.m. and started inspecting the body we found when we arrived here at 1:32 a.m. One of them said in a drone-like tone as Ibiki noticed the corpse of a civilian lying there in the middle, a pentagon drawn around it in blood. "Oyabiki! Tell them to let me go!" Anko exclaimed with a frown. "Don't let her go. What the bucking Scarface? I swear I'm gonna dash." "Shut up, Anko, just stay a while." Ibiki spoke with a serious expression that made her frown, currently being pushed to the ground with the chakra suppression seals all over her back. Turning his head back, Ibiki stared at the drawn pentagon, the body lying in the middle with something written beside it in blood, on the dusty ground. Walking over, he read it slowly, his blood boiling with rage. "Oh. It's not that easy, Kissy-chan. You have to do better than that. I might try basement D57B4 at 2:30 a.m. Kurasama is closing." "Ha!" Laughing face. That smiley at the end seemed to make his nerves explode with anger as the Tokubetsu Jounin clenched his fists, his breathing ragged. He wanted to break something, anything. "That damn bastard!" he screamed, kicking the corpse in blind rage before taking a deep breath as Anko looked at him in confusion before smiling. Oh, he must have read that message from Kira, she thought before laughing to herself softly as the root Anbu tightened his grip on her, making her frown. "Okay. I need to calm down. D57B4. District number 57 and building number 4, is that the basement?" "It's Suda District," he thought before turning around to look at Anko, squinting his eyes. "You check her memories," he ordered, pointing at a member of the Yamanaka root currently holding her. Anko's eyes widened as she screamed in panic. "What the hell is this about? Ibiki! Are you crazy? Who gave you permission to do that?" she shouted angrily while he just maintained a stone face. "I'm sorry, Anko, but this is necessary. Besides, if you're clean, you don't have to worry about anything," he replied, making her grit her teeth as she shook her head violently, trying to pry the Anbu's hands off her head. "Back off, you bastard! Who said you can touch me?" she yelled as he simply ignored her as the other root members standing there held her neck as she gritted her teeth. The Yamanaka placed his hand on her head as he began to read her mind as her eyes slowly closed. A few minutes passed as Ibiki had a suspicious look on his face. "What's he doing? It doesn't take Inoichi that long to go through someone's memories," he thought. Just as he was about to interrupt, the Yamanaka took a step back. "Sir?" he began. Apparently, Ibiki was surprised that the member was a woman. "There are blank spaces from October 10th to yesterday. Although her mind is mostly clear, there are still a lot of blank spaces. And they've gotten much larger since October 27th. Today, however, she wasn't controlled at all." This was like a bombshell for Ibiki. Her entire body froze in shock as she processed his words. No, she wasn't surprised by the fact that Kira controlled Anko, but by the date she'd been controlling her since. October 10th? What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? He thought, now recoiling in shock. Of all the victims whose memories they'd checked, none had disappeared long before October 21st. And he remembered what Shikaka had deduced. Akaboshi was Kira's first victim, who died on October 22nd, although Kira stopped killing on October 1st due to lack of personal data on him. Kira took action from October 2nd to 1st. Even Naruto, who was the main target of our investigation, as well as Kira, was being monitored from the 2nd to 1st, maybe the 20th. But Anko? From the 10th to 1st? Chapter 13. What is a shinobi? There are blank spaces from October 10th to yesterday. Although her mind is mostly clear, there are still a lot of blank spaces. And they've gotten much larger since October 27th. Today, however, she wasn't controlled at all. This was like a bombshell for Ibiki. Her entire body froze in shock as she processed his words. No, she wasn't surprised by the fact that Kira controlled Anko, but by the date she'd been controlling her since. October 10th? What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? He thought, now recoiling in shock. Of all the victims whose memories they'd checked, none had disappeared long before October 21st. And he remembered what Shikaka had deduced. Akaboshi was Kira's first victim, who died on October 21st, although Kira stopped killing him on the same day, due to the lack of personal data on him. Kira took action from the 20th of October onwards. Even Naruto, who was the main target of our investigation, was being monitored since around the 21st, maybe the 20th. But Anko? Since the 10th of October? He thought further, massaging his temples as Anko slowly opened her eyes, before they immediately opened wide. A furious growl escaped his lips as he glared at Ibiki. Ibiki, what is the meaning of this? His voice held a certain tone, unbridled fury clearly visible in his eyes as Ibiki was brought out of his musings. He focused his eyes to look at her sharply, signaling the Anbu to leave her. The root members nodded, removing the chakra suppression seals from her. Anko slowly stood up, her eyes never leaving her interrogation partner as she stretched her neck out, rubbing her buttocks. Wham! Ibiki's eyes widened as he suddenly kicked a root member's mask, shattering it in the process before connecting with their jaw. His attack was a blur, sending the member flying back before crashing to the ground. The other members were also stunned as she had a murderous look in her eyes, looking at the downed shinobi. "Next time, think twice before grabbing my neck, you shitface!" he exclaimed, looking more at the other members to get them to make a move. "Enough! Inform Hokage-sama of what happened. His work is done here," Ibiki ordered in a stern voice as he looked at the root members, making them nod. Anko snorted as she turned to look at her interrogation partner, silently asking questions while Ibiki just sighed. "Look, I'm sorry. You do know that I'm part of this investigation team regarding Kira's case, right? So, whoever we come into contact with, or whoever is present at the scene of a victim's death, we sometimes randomly review memories to make sure no one is being controlled by Kira," he uttered, making her raise an eyebrow, still silent. "Kira called us here at 2 a.m., and you arrived here at 1:53 a.m., so I was obviously suspicious if you were under Kira's control. That's why I asked them to check your memories." She finished as her mouth opened in an O in realization as she walked over to a large rock, hopping on it before casually sitting down. Ibiki looked at her suspiciously as she approached the rock. "So why were you here so late at night?" he asked in a neutral tone, making her snort. "What? This is my place, Ibiki. Can't I even come train here? You know it's hard for me to get any sleep anyway," he said nonchalantly, a frown forming on his face as he looked up at the sky. He stared at her for a few more seconds before nodding slightly to himself. It's better not to talk about her being controlled by Kira. Considering her past, it wouldn't do any good, he thought. "Okay, let's go," Ibiki ordered, making her blink. "Where to?" she asked, pointing him toward the message. "You read the message, didn't you?" A look of understanding appeared on his face as he jumped off the rock. "Yosh! Let's kick some ass!" Ibiki shook his head at her enthusiasm while Anko smiled to herself, somewhat sadistically. 1 hour later, Suda District. "Shut up, Anko!" Ibiki yelled for the 10th time, his face red as he tried to rid himself of his embarrassment and the raging hell inside him. "Ah-ha-ha-ha! I can't believe! I Ibiki-kun!" Anko laughed out loud, tears escaping her eyes as they walked through the secluded streets. The snake user held her stomach as she tried to breathe between her uncontrollable attacks. "Fuck you, Kira! I wouldn't forgive you! This is personal now," she thought, gritting her teeth as her cheeks were still red from the humiliation she had suffered several minutes earlier. Upon arriving at building number 4 in the Suda district, they noticed it was a middle-class restaurant. Nothing was going on there. It was just a simple restaurant, a restaurant closed in the middle of the night. There wasn't even a basement for them. However, Ibiki, intent on gaining any clues about Kira, had dug a hole using an earth jutsu before jumping in. What they found themselves in. What Ibiki found himself and was sitting on a stage, blinking at the scene in front of him as Anko called out from above. Though when he found what was inside, he burst out laughing. He still remembered every vivid detail of that horrifying scene. Flashback. Ibiki sat there in a daze as the crowd in front of him had also fallen silent, staring at him. His keen observational skills immediately told him that they were all women, while, staring at him with drunken eyes, lust clearly visible in them. "You can do it, Ibiki! Let's go!" he cursed inwardly as Anko's mocking voice came from above, echoing throughout the hall as the crowd erupted in cheers, a spotlight shining on the interrogation specialist as he blinked in stupefaction, now slowly standing up. "Strip! Strip! Strip!" Then the realization slowly hit him like a ton of bricks, his mind now clouded by what was happening to him. It was a bucking male strip club. "Come on, baby, don't be shy!" A drawling voice from the front row brought him out of his stupor as he looked at them, making them go ugh. Meanwhile, he could still feel Anko's mocking, uncontrollable, and damn irritable laughter ringing in his ears. He's blushing. Then, kawaii. A loud cheer came from the crowd as Ibiki's face was now red as a tomato. "Kira, I swear if it's the last thing I do once I catch you, we're going to have a good talk in my torture chamber," he thought with his fists clenched. The crowd dares to call him cute. Cute? I'll show you pretty. Grabbing his bandana, he pulled it off his head to reveal the scars on his head, again causing the crowd to shout "oh," thinking that the show was finally starting. We have a tough one. AM masochist. The crowd slowly began to chant something together, picking up the pace, growing loud as Ibiki strained his ears to see what they were shouting. Perhaps a message from Kira? A faint hope still lingered in his mind that he might get a clue when their voices peaked, making him angry when he finally understood what they were singing. BDSM! 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 They chanted loudly, making him exhale unsteadily, his nerves on edge, when suddenly several Anbu landed beside him. End of flashback. Oh man! That was good! Enko exclaimed. Her laughter finally subsided while Ibiki still couldn't get rid of the blush on his face as he grumbled to himself, something about bastard Kira. Damn male strippers. My scars aren't supposed to turn you on. Stupid Enko, and everything. Turning around, he looked at Enko's face. October 10th, huh? And Kira started monitoring Naruto from October 20th, but there wasn't a significant number of deaths from heart attacks in these 10 days. What did Kira make him do in this time span? Was he planning something? Or maybe he was gathering information on our shinobi, their personal data through Enko? Whatever it is, I have to report this to the others tomorrow, especially Shikaku. Time skip. Almost 2 weeks later, November 25th, Konoha, Hokage's office, 1:27 p.m. Team 7 was currently standing in front of the Sandaime Hokage, having just returned from a D-rank mission. Sasuke had an irritated expression on his face as he watched the daimyo's wife cuddle her cat, Tora, to near death. Sakura inwardly cheered her on while Naruto had a neutral expression on his face as he stood there silently. Okay, so about your next mission. We have, Hokage-sama, if I may, I believe that we, as Team 7, have enough experience to at least go on a C-rank mission. Surprisingly, it was Sasuke who had spoken, a serious expression on his face. Sakura nodded along with him, while Naruto was inwardly shocked, but still, she could feel him getting annoyed with all these easy missions. Hey, what is this C-rank mission? Is it harder than these boring D-ranks? Ryuk asked, currently hovering above Naruto. However, the blonde remained silent as he maintained an impassive expression on his face, only staring at the scenery outside through the large window. Hiruzen also seemed surprised by this request, with a serious expression on his face. The Hokage leaned forward, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin as he gave the team a critical look while Kakashi was busy reading his book. I see, so you think you're ready for a C-rank mission? He asked, somewhat daring, his voice stern, while Sakura looked a little nervous seeing that expression on her leader's face. However, Sasuke maintained a calm look on his face as he nodded, his unwavering gaze reflecting his confidence. Hiruzen looked away, glancing at Naruto, who hadn't said anything. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Ryuk asked as the mustachioed blonde remained silent, as usual, ignoring the Shinigami in other presences. I can't go on a mission outside the village just yet. It's been a month since I wrote down the names of the criminals in Konoha prison, and today is the last day. If I accept this mission and leave the village at the same time the prisoners stop dying, Kissy's suspicions of me will only get stronger. I need a few more days. Really, why did it have to be today of all days? Damn you, Sasuke! You had to open your damn mouth today! She cursed inwardly when Sarutobi spoke pointedly. What do you think, Naruto? This caught the others' attention as Sasuke and Sakura turned to him. I can't say we're not ready, because technically, we definitely are. Even Kakashi and I knows that. And if I don't go along with it, they'll get suspicious again. Hell, either way, I'm the one getting crushed here, he thought before sighing. I don't care, whatever you think is best for us, Gigi. You're the Hokage here, with tons of experience, one who has survived both great shinobi wars. I think you know better than anyone if we're ready or not. So, whatever. An indifferent expression on her face made Sasuke narrow his eyes while Sakura just sighed. However, Hiruzen just nodded and closed his eyes. Well then, I guess you're ready to see the outside world now, she declared while Naruto showed no change in his expression as he clenched his fists. Sasuke had a satisfied smirk on his face while Sakura also seemed to be excited to finally leave the village as a leaf kunoichi. Kakashi also seemed to hum in agreement. Send him away. The Hokage ordered the guards, causing them to nod. A whisper was heard outside before the door opened to reveal an old man with glasses and a bottle of sake in his hands. He had bags under his eyes and a tired expression on his face, while the boy reeked of alcohol. Naruto pinched his nose due to his enhanced senses, an annoyed expression on his face. Huh! What's nonsense? You think kids can protect me, especially that shit? He instantly shut his mouth as he felt a great amount of killing intent focused on him. He began to tremble, sweat running down the side of his face as he found himself staring into the icy blue orbs, glaring at him furiously. Even Sasuke and Sakura looked uncomfortable as they stared at Naruto in surprise. Enough, Naruto! The killer's intent instantly faded as Hiruzen shouted with authority. However, the blonde continued to stare at the old man, saying nothing while Kakashi sighed to himself. Ahem, this will be your client, Tazuna. He's a bridge builder from Nami no Kuni. Your mission is to safely escort him home and ensure the completion of the bridge he's building. Hiruzen explained, making Sasuke nod while Naruto was staring at the drunken old man, who was fidgeting nervously under the cold gaze of the mustachioed blonde. Why do I get the feeling you want to kill this guy with just your eyes? Ryuk spoke, causing the blonde to turn his head. You can rest today, Tazuna-san. You really look worse for wear. Team 7 will depart with you tomorrow morning, the Hokage said, causing the bridge builder to nod as he left the office, grumbling something incoherent to himself. Okay, I want you to pack your bags for at least a week. Meet me at the gates tomorrow at 9. Kakashi said. You mean 11, right? Naruto commented, keeping a straight face, making Ryuk laugh as the Jounin's sweat dropped. No. I mean sharp at 9, and that's final. Whoever arrives late will have to carry all the bags, Kakashi said seriously. Including you, right, sensei? The blonde interrupted again, this time making Sakura laugh while Sasuke smiled at the grumpy expression on his sensei's face. Yes, he muttered defeatedly. I'll be there then. Naruto muttered with his usual serious face. And ne'er a dash, faggot. Sasuke and Sakura sighed as the blonde turned into smoke, signaling him to be a shadow clone. There he does that again, ignoring sensei like that, they thought before turning to Kakashi, who was currently sitting in the corner with a dark cloud over his head, grumbling about his students ignoring him, and maybe this is the punishment for acting all cool in front of Guy. Sasuke and Sakura sighed again, knowing that this had been going on ever since the team was formed. Ryuk, however, was shaking with fury as he looked at the spot where the Kage Bunshin had been standing. That bastard! He tricked me again. Every time I think he's the real deal, he turns out to be a damn clone, he thought in frustration, before setting off in search of the real one. The next day, Konoha, North Gate, 8:57 a.m. Oh, thank Kami I made it in time! Sakura snorted, currently panting as she took deep breaths. Raising her head, she noticed that her two teammates were already present there. Sasuke looked like he had just arrived, standing with his arms crossed as he talked a bit with Tazun, while Naruto had his eyes closed, currently leaning against the wall. Sakura's eyes softened as she looked at the mustachioed blonde. I can't believe how much he's changed since our team was formed, she thought, recalling the sudden change in his attitude, the look in his eyes, the aura around him, his movements, his way of speaking, his smile. No, he rarely smiled, rare being the extreme case. In reality, she was sure he must have smiled only 2 or 3 times in front of her since they became teammates. Sasuke, however, had become, to her surprise, friendlier compared to the academy. He talked more with her and Kakashi, and often smiled. Naruto, however, never actively participated in their discussions. He always remained silent, staring into space, sleeping, or simply reading something. He barely interacted with them, though she was surprised that it had no effect on their teamwork. When the team required him, he was there in an instant. Now that she thought about it, it was the opposite of what she had imagined when Irika announced Team 7 that day. Although she was happy to be paired with Sasuke, she was extremely annoyed by the fact that Naruto had to be on the team as well. At the time, she was sure she would have to put up with a lot. But it was the complete opposite. In fact, she had enjoyed his presence, and dare she say it, more than Sasuke. She didn't know why. Sasuke was on friendly terms with her, even smiled at her, but she still enjoyed Naruto's presence more. She didn't know, it was actually quite strange. The blonde usually had an aura of indifference and cold repulsion, but whenever he spoke to her, Sasuke or Kakashi, he would instantly change, clear up, gain that warm look in his eyes. But aside from those few minutes when he interacted with her team, it was as if he stood on his toes the entire time. His eyes were usually cold, piercing, so sharp it felt like they were piercing your soul. Aside from that warm look in his eyes, whenever Sakura looked into those icy cold orbs, she felt drowned in unparalleled wisdom, cunning, intelligence. His eyes, they showed so much. There was only one word to describe what it felt like: strange, perfectly, beyond the reach of a normal human's understanding, strange and strange. I don't know, but I kinda miss that old Naruto, she thought with a somewhat sad look in her eyes before her lips curved upwards into a smile. Nah, this one is much better. Well, I could talk more, but still there's something strange about his presence, it draws you in. She mused before the lightest shade of pink tinged her cheeks. Not to say it looks a lot more. The pink hue darkened before her thoughts were interrupted. Faggot, I'm sorry I got lost along the way, Kakashi said, rubbing the back of his neck. No, you're just in time, sensei, Naruto mouthed as he pushed off the wall and walked over to them. Kakashi sighed in relief as he walked over to Tazuna and Sasuke, who were standing idly outside the doors, waiting for them. So, Naruto, are you nervous about your first mission out of the village? Kami knows I'm a nervous wreck, Sakura said, laughing lightly as she began walking beside the blonde. No, I'm not, he replied softly, keeping his eyes straight ahead as Sakura nodded as they left the village. By the way, he's leaving slowly. She turned her head sharply when she heard him. As far as she knew, he never spoke more than necessary. What's going on? She asked in confusion as a small sigh escaped her lips. Nervousness, he pointed out, making her laugh in embarrassment. God, every time she talked to him, she felt like an idiot, the dumbest person in the world. But he just had a presence like that. The way he spoke, his mannerisms, the slightest change in his expressions, you just knew you were talking to someone who was far above your level when it came to mental prowess. Sakura, though mentally quite sharp and intelligent, surprisingly found herself struggling to keep up with him. She knew he was way above her league. No, not just in her league, but way above Sasuke's as well. Mentally, as well as physically, he was above both of them. Well, after all, he is the strongest member of this team, Sakura thought, now remembering the day he and Sasuke had faced each other. Flashback. I'm not in the mood to train Sasuke, Naruto said seriously, standing several feet in front of the Uchiha, who also had a grim expression on his face. What? Are you scared, Naruto? I just want to know who's the strongest of us, who's the strongest on the team, Sasuke uttered, causing the blonde to sigh as Kakashi stood to the side with Sakura. They were going about their daily routine regarding their training before missions when Sasuke had requested an all-out spar against his blonde teammate. It had surprised Sakura, but Kakashi had expected something like this. Having seen a glimpse of what Naruto was capable of during the survival test, he too was eager to know just how strong the blonde was. Is that all you want to know? The mustachioed blonde asked, causing the Uchiha to nod. You are. Sasuke blinked along with Sakura while Kakashi was also surprised. That? I said you're the strongest on the team, now can I go? Naruto replied with visible irritation, making Sasuke grit his teeth. Stop playing with me here! I know what you're capable of, so fight me right now! He exclaimed loudly as Sakura looked at him in concern. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're the strongest among us? Do you really think being stronger than me will get you any closer to killing Itachi? Naruto asked, his cold blue eyes piercing the Uchiha as he froze in shock. How did he do? Sasuke thought while Sakura was also stunned. You're predictable, Sasuke, and that's what makes you weak as a ninja, Naruto said out of nowhere as Sasuke's eyes narrowed in anger. We'll see, the Uchiha proclaimed fiercely as he ran towards his blonde teammate. Sakura had her eyes fixed on his blurry form. Sasuke sure was fast. Naruto, however, continued to stand there, not moving a muscle. Reaching him, Sasuke raised his fist before punching the blonde in the face. BHM, what the heck? The pink-haired genin thought in shock as Naruto flew backwards as he skidded to a stop on the ground, a small cloud of dust forming around him. Sasuke also seemed to be surprised as his eyes widened slightly while Kakashi continued reading his book. He took the hit. I was expecting it to be a shadow clone, Sasuke thought as he straightened up when Naruto slowly stood up, dusting himself off in the process as he spat out some blood from his mouth. Aside from a bruise on his right cheek, he appeared to be unharmed. What? Is that it? The Jinchuriki asked, surprising his companions. I gave everything I had in that shot, and it didn't affect him at all. The villagers can hit better than that, he uttered, rubbing his cheek lightly as Kakashi visibly stiffened at that. To avoid unnecessary questions, Naruto spoke further. I'm sure of that. Dusting off his clothes, he looked at Kakashi before turning back to his opponent, his cold and indifferent oceanic orbs staring at the Uchiha. Get ready, Sasuke. I'll show you what it means to be a ninja. Naruto's cold voice cut through the silence as he crouched down on his knees while Sasuke prepared himself, an unsure look in his eyes. Smiling vaguely at the Uchiha, Naruto leaped high into the air, using chakra beneath his feet. Forming a familiar hand seal, he whispered, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several shadow clones formed around him as they descended towards Sasuke with gravity. However, the raven-haired genin smiled as he went through several hand seals, ending with Tiger. Katon, Gakaku no Jutsu! Fire release, great fireball technique, he shouted before shooting a large stream of fire from his mouth. The large fireball soon engulfed the clones along with Naruto, while Sakura had a worried expression on her face. Look! She turned her head, following Kakashi's index finger until her eyes widened in shock. Sasuke snorted as he stopped the technique, a look of surprise framing his face as the dust was blown away by the wind so that it didn't find anyone. You lose! Sasuke! The Uchiha's breath caught in his throat as he felt the cold metal tip of a kunai touch his neck. Turning his eyes, he noticed Naruto standing behind him, a solemn expression on the blonde's face. How? Sasuke muttered in shock, unable to believe he was hit in a span of 10 seconds. Like I said, you're very predictable. Naruto removed the kunai from his neck as he walked towards his teammate, dumbfounded by what had happened. I thought the one facing the real one even got punched in the face. There's no way that was a shadow clone. He must have substituted something at the last second, Sasuke thought as a bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face. How? He asked with narrowed eyes, clenching his fists as Naruto twirled the kunai on his index finger before putting it back in the pouch. I leap into the air, form shadow clones, and I knew exactly what you would have done. You're always waiting to use it to show off anyway. The blonde uttered, causing Sakura to turn to Sasuke, noticing a look of surprise on his face. So you just predicted my move? Well, news is breaking. It's not going to happen again! Sasuke exclaimed as he ran back towards a standing Naruto, going through the same set of hand seals again. Sasuke, stop! His eyes widened as Kakashi jumped in front of Naruto, his eyes widening. The Uchiha skidded to a stop, confusion etched in his eyes. Out of the way, sensei! He exclaimed angrily before freezing, feeling the tip of a kunai pressing against his neck again. You lose again. Naruto's cold voice further extrapolated his surprise. What dash? Sasuke stuttered as Kakashi, standing in front of him, smiled with his eyes. Faggot! Once again, the Uchiha received a mind-blowing surprise when the smoke dispersed to reveal another Naruto, staring at him with a serious expression on his face. He snapped his head back to notice Sakura staring at him with a shocked expression on her face while Kakashi stood in the same spot, reading his book. You, that was a low blow! Sasuke growled as the two Narutos in front of him dissipated. That was a ninja using his surroundings to his advantage, and you, who were unaware of his surroundings, Naruto said, holding the tip of a kunai behind him as he released the Uchiha. How is he able to sneak in again and again without me noticing? I can't sense him at all. I don't even know if the one in front of me is the real Naruto or not. He thought in frustration while Sakura was also, for lack of a better word, stunned. She was speechless. Here was the last deadbeat from their academy, without using any flashy techniques, without using taijutsu, just a combination of his shadow clones and some street smarts. He was literally humiliating the rookie of the year, toying with him. She just didn't know what to understand. Was Naruto stronger than Sasuke? But the way he won twice, she was confused on this. Sensei? She said in confusion, raising her head to look at the jounin who was turning a page in his book. Looks like we have a genius on hand, huh? Kakashi smiled at her as she turned to the duo. This is how a ninja fights, how a ninja should fight. For me to beat you, Sasuke, I don't necessarily have to be stronger than you. I don't need to have flashy techniques up my sleeve. I don't need destructive taijutsu, power and speed. I don't need to be a chakra house. I can beat you, just by using this. Naruto explained as he pointed his index finger towards his brain, causing Sakura's eyes to slowly open. Naruto, he thought, seeing the blonde in a totally new light, while Sasuke also didn't know what to say. It was totally against the usual norm of being a ninja, so everyone else, who trained hard every day, wanted to master more and more moves. Were they idiots? Still, what you did wouldn't work against me every time. It was pure luck that you dash. As far as I'm concerned, if this was the real battlefield, I would have killed you twice already. Naruto retorted in a cold voice, instantly silencing Sasuke. If you think that was a cheap shot, then come back. I'll win fair and square this time, though I don't know if the word fair exists in a ninja's dictionary. Naruto uttered as he gave him the go motion with his right hand. Sasuke said nothing as he slipped into his taijutsu stance, this time extremely cautious of any tricks from his blonde teammate. He stood there, waiting for Naruto to make a move. A light gust of wind blew through the arena as both shinobi stood still, not moving a muscle. The blonde sighed as he relaxed his posture. Sasuke stiffened as Naruto placed his hands in the pouch, pulling out several shuriken. Forming the crisscross hand seal, he exclaimed, Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! Faggot! 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 Phew! Phew! This guy. Sasuke clenched his fists as dozens of Naruto clones emerged, all of them staring at the lone opponent, who was trying to maintain his composure. Sasuke took a step back when he noticed that everyone was holding several shuriken, just like the original Naruto. No way he even created clones of those? But before he thought, sweating profusely as they all crossed their arms in front of their chests, shuriken in both hands. Naruto stood between them, arms crossed over his chest as he glared at Sasuke. Even Sakura was worried about the Uchiha now, inwardly shocked that Naruto could form so many clones. Without saying a word, all the clones threw their shuriken in perfect synchronization. The small weapon projectiles hurtled toward the standing Uchiha, spinning at a blur of speed in the air as they closed in on Sasuke, covering a large area around him. Faggot! Thuck! 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 Naruto raised an eyebrow when the raven-haired genin had replaced him at the last second, some of the shuriken hitting the wooden log as a result. He smirked, still standing calmly as his clones pulled more shuriken from their pouches. Sakura knew what was going on. She knew, Sasuke can't escape his senses, even Kakashi-sensei can't hide from him, she mused, knowing from their missions just how evolved Naruto's senses were. The blonde smirked as nearly half of his clones turned to throw the shuriken at a particular spot in the dense foliage. The other half immediately followed as they threw the shuriken elsewhere, higher up in a bushy tree. Sakura's eyes widened as a figure leapt out of the bush, narrowly avoiding the shuriken. Damn it! How did he know I was going to substitute here? Sasuke thought through gritted teeth, currently high in the air, so half of his clones threw those shuriken at him, who substituted to avoid them while the other half, immediately sensing his presence, or predicting the location where he was going to substitute next, threw the shuriken there, effectively sniffing him out. Sasuke didn't have time to substitute it again, the pink-haired genin thought, impressed with Naruto's sensory abilities. Henge! Transform! Sasuke narrowed his eyes as half of Naruto's clones turned into smoke. What are you planning now? To reveal dozens of windmill shuriken, which the other half of his shadow clones were currently holding. Oh no! His face paled as Sakura's eyes widened in horror. Over here! They shouted simultaneously before launching the large projectiles toward the Uchiha. The large shuriken sped through the air at dizzying speeds. Damn it! Sasuke cursed as he quickly erased some hand seals. Katon, Gakyaku no Jutsu! This time putting large amounts of chakra into the technique, Sasuke inhaled deeply before launching a fireball larger than before. The large fireball struck the clones and turned them into smoke. He stopped the technique, breathing heavily as he began to descend toward the ground. Whistle! Sasuke's eyes widened once more as another windmill shuriken came charging out of the smoke. Reacting reflexively, he threw a kunai toward a tree branch, complete with ninja wire attached to it. The Uchiha propelled himself using the cable as the shuriken approached him when, faggot, it turned into smoke to reveal a shadow clone that grabbed Sasuke's other arm. Not so fast! His voice was cold as they were both pulled down with the wire as another windmill shuriken came from where the original Naruto was standing as he cut the wire. You lose again! Sasuke cursed as the clone placed a kunai against his neck briefly before dissolving. The Uchiha landed on the ground, panting from putting so much chakra into the fire technique. Looking up, he noticed Naruto standing there, perfectly calm with no visible signs of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Sakura was, to say the least, baffled. The mastery Naruto had just displayed over the shadow clone technique, The collaboration of shadow clones and transformation, his skill with it was impressive and extremely dangerous. Add to that his reflexive thinking, and it was disastrous. Bup! Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground, panting as he stared at Naruto's approaching form. How can he beat me so easily? How is he so fast? He seems to decide his fighting strategies in a matter of seconds. And his shadow clones are so annoying, Sasuke thought, anger filling his system as the blonde closed in on him. Naruto remained silent as he watched his kneeling teammate. Frustrating, isn't it? The blonde began when Sasuke raised his head to look at him. You trained so hard, you practiced every day without stopping, and still you can't defeat me, one last dead man. The Uchiha's eyes widened before they slowly narrowed as he stared into those cold oceanic orbs. That same indifference, that same gaze, remembered him. It infuriated Sasuke. He couldn't beat Itachi like this. I remind you of him, don't I? Naruto asked, making him snap his head. Shut up, Naruto, Sasuke said through gritted teeth as he clenched the earth in his fists. If you can't beat me, how are you going to beat Hodash? Be quiet! GHH! Naruto exclaimed as Sasuke dropped the sand in his hands. The blonde staggered back while rubbing his eyes before hearing his teammate exclaim in anger. Damned! Wham! Naruto doubled over as Sasuke slammed a fist into his stomach. Blinded by rage, the Uchiha slammed his knee into the blonde's jaw. The Jinchuriki staggered back, his eyes closing as, Yuppie, he caught Sasuke's fist in a blur, coming towards his nose in a devastating blow, his eyes still closed. The Uchiha gritted his teeth as he tried to pull his fist back while Naruto wiped the blood from his chin with his other hand, the blonde now laughing to himself. That was good, you acted like a ninja. Now aren't you going to call that an unfair move, Sasuke? Bichoem. Sasuke was sent flying backwards, courtesy of Naruto's fist violently striking his right cheek. KHDDRRR. The Uchiha slid across the ground as he stood there motionless. Stop, you two! Naruto heard Sakura scream as she wiped the sand from her eyes while Sasuke lay there, staring at the sky with an emotionless expression on his face. Sakura's head was down as she stared at the ground, a somewhat sad expression on her face. This wasn't what she had expected when Team 7 was formed. She looked up when she felt a hand on her shoulder to see Kakashi smiling into her eyes. Ma, don't worry, Sakura. Their differences need to be resolved, Kakashi said gently as she nodded slightly with a sigh before turning her head back. Naruto was still rubbing the grains of sand out of his eyes while Sasuke stood there, not making a movement. It was a strange scene to say the least. Why? How can you beat me so easily? The Uchiha muttered in a hollow voice as Naruto opened his eyes, now looking at his teammate with a neutral expression. Because I'm a mature dead last, not a childish novice drowning in self-pity. Sasuke's eyes seemed to widen slightly at this as a drop of water fell onto his cheek. The Uchiha gritted his teeth as he squeezed his eyes shut. No, you understand. My clan, my F-family. He choked out, his voice shaking a little at the end as more drops began to fall on them while Naruto stood still, staring at Sasuke analytically. Why can't you understand, Naruto? Her voice was low, forced out as the light rain began to get heavier, the pitter-patter of its raindrops mixing with her voice. Why can't you understand, Sasuke? Naruto's eyes softened a little this time, drops of water falling from his bangs. Why can't you accept it? You still can't get over the shock. You still can't believe it really happened. Accept it, it's reality, not a dream. The blonde paused as he lowered his gaze slightly. Don't expect your mom to wake you up from this nightmare, hug you, and tell you everything's okay and that it never happened because it did. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he tweaked his bangs, his hands hiding his eyes. Kakashi and Sakura continued to stand in the heavy downpour as they watched those two, not listening to what they were talking about. If you want revenge, if you want to kill him, you would have to accept reality first. Only then, perhaps then can you see what is right. The Jinchuriki muttered as he turned in the opposite direction. I know you see me as a rival, someone to measure your strength against. You see Sakura as an obstacle, Sensei as a tool to make you more powerful, and you can become stronger according to yourself. But according to me, you'll only become weaker as a shinobi. For once, think like a child who lost his family, not like an avenger, Naruto said as he walked back as Sakura started to approach them, getting worried for Sasuke. However, her eyes widened when she saw him lying there, a broken look on his face, and she knew those streams of liquid on his cheeks weren't just rain. I've never seen him so. Why are you helping me? You said yourself that you hated me? Why? Sakura took a step back, surprised when Sasuke suddenly sat up, screaming in frustration. Naruto stopped walking as he stood there, as if thinking about what to say. Sasuke was panting from the emotional exertion as he stared at the blonde's back, his form completely wet now. You weren't the only one there that night. Sasuke's eyes slowly opened in realization, shock running through his body as Sakura got a good idea of what her blonde teammate was implying. Listen to this, and listen well, Sasuke, because if you understand this you will understand everything, Naruto said aloud as both Sasuke and Sakura watched his back in anticipation. A deceiver can deceive, a deceiver can be deceived. To deceive the deceiver, you deceive your own deception. To deceive the deceived, or to deceive the deceiver, is a truly opaque, multi-layered art of deception. Naruto began walking until he was out of sight. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent as they contemplated his words. A few minutes of silence followed between the two when, to Sakura's surprise, Sasuke spoke in a monotone voice. Sakura, what did he just say? End of flashback. And neither she nor Sasuke could understand Naruto's words. She had played tongue twister with those deceptive lines several times. Well, that was fun, she thought in amusement, now walking in front of Tazuna with Naruto. Sasuke was walking behind Tazuna with Kakashi further behind him, the group having already left the village. Focus, Sakura, he said sharply upon hearing Naruto's serious voice. Yosh! He exclaimed with a small smile as the blonde raised an eyebrow at his cheerful demeanor, inwardly amused. She looked back to notice Sasuke had a calm expression on his face. Sakura, did Sasuke prove to you that he's not gay? The blonde asked with a small smile, making her turn her head towards him as she spluttered, a blush of embarrassment on her face. The hell you mean? She exclaimed with a pout, inwardly shocked to see that rare joy in his eyes. Well, I was just warning you. I'm sure there are certain people who want your young Uchiha body, and you might not be able to resist the temptation, you know. Chapter 14. Sakura, did Sasuke prove to you that he's not gay? The blonde asked with a small smile, making her turn her head towards him as she began to babble, a blush of embarrassment on her face. The hell you mean? She exclaimed with a pout, inwardly shocked to see that rare joy in his eyes. Well, I was just warning you. I'm sure there are certain people who want your young Uchiha body, and you might not be able to resist the temptation, you know, he said amusedly, now looking ahead as he continued walking down the paved path, surrounded by lush foliage. Sakura was also looking forward, her hands clasped behind her as her lips curved slightly upward. Sasuke-kun isn't gay, I know, he said with a mysterious smile, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? He asked curiously. Just as I was about to answer. No, what? I don't think I want to know, he muttered, now concentrating on the road ahead as she held back a laugh, not believing he would actually fall for that. With Team 7 and Tazuna, 1 hour later. Damn, this mission is so boring, Sakura muttered to herself, a sigh escaping her lips as she looked away to look at Naruto, who seemed to be as calm as ever. What's going on in that head of yours? Don't you find this boring? She thought with narrowed eyes. Turning her head back, she found Sasuke staring ahead with a serious expression, while Kakashi laughed to himself, reading his Ika book. That perverted bastard! She frowned as she turned her head back, extremely bored with her silent journey so far. D-ranks were way more entertaining than this, he mused with a sigh, his shoulders slumping. Naruto, however, had a completely different set of things on his mind. Today is the 25th of November, the last day on which the criminals in Konoha prison are to be killed at 1, 2, and 3 in the afternoon. This isn't going to be in my favor. Now that I'm going on this mission outside the village at the same time, Kissy will definitely suspect me. What's more, since criminals don't die when I'm out of the village, Shikaka might think I need to be within a certain distance to kill them. This will be a big problem in my work later on. I don't trust anyone else with this, not even her. It would be much better if I could do it myself. One thing I can do to prevent this is to create several shadow clones and have them positioned 1.6 miles apart each, forming a sort of chain from the land of waves to Konoha. I can give each of them a Deathnote page and start a long chain reaction of commands, having the last one, the one from Konoha, have one of the prison guards kill me. Konoha start killing other criminals. Or better yet, I can make a single perfect shadow clone and have him run back to Konoha with several pages of the Deathnote. He can do the job too. This way, even when I'm hundreds of miles away from Konoha, I can use the Deathnote effectively, he mused, a frown forming on his face. The only problem is that it would require extremely large amounts of chakra. I can't afford that on a C-rank mission. A small sigh escaped his lips as the blonde momentarily closed his eyes, calming himself as his grip on the straps of his backpack loosened. Well, we'll see what happens when I get back to the village. I've taken every precaution I can. After all, I can't always plan everything. I have to go with the flow here, he thought before focusing on the road ahead. Their surroundings were peacefully quiet, only the occasional sound of birds chirping as the group of four continued walking along the path. Sakura took out a canteen and began chugging the cold liquid before wiping the sweat from her forehead. Kakashi's single eye flicked up from his book to stare at Naruto's back, a serious look on his masked face. A sudden image of a smiling Naruto with his eyes closed flashed before him as the copy Nin shook his head slightly. Was that cheeriness really a mask? It really baffles me every time I think about how someone could hide their true self so expertly. He was fooling us the whole time. I still can't believe this is the real Naruto. I thought before that he was going after Kushinae, but now, he's definitely like you, sensei, though the life he's been through has cooled him down now. I should have been able to read him better, he thought, his eye holding a look of regret as the silver-haired jounin turned his gaze back to his book. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw a small puddle on the road, his eyebrows instantly rising in realization. Seriously, whoever this guy is, he's probably an idiot. Keeping his thoughts to himself, he continued walking, his steps becoming languid as Sakura didn't seem to have noticed anything. The group continued walking, getting closer to the puddle while Naruto kept a straight face. He knows nature manipulation, this one's no rookie. I have to be careful, he deduced, now stepping over the puddle along with the others. The Jinchuriki was now getting confused as he continued walking. Why doesn't Nisan warn us or take any action? It's impossible for him not to have noticed such a simple trick. He tightened the straps of his backpack as he pushed them to the edge of his shoulder. Splash! The group turned their heads back upon hearing a loud sound. Understood! Exclaimed one of the two ninjas holding Kakashi with a shuriken chain, attached to the metal gauntlets they wore, wrapped around him. Crush! Kakashi-sensei! Sakura shrieked in horror while Tazuna's eyes also widened in fear as he stumbled back a few steps. The demon brothers, Chunin ranked missing Nin of Kirigakure. What the hell are they doing here? Naruto thought, his backpack falling to the ground as he rushed forward while pulling out a kunai in the process. It's the next kids! One of them exclaimed as they ran towards them, the shuriken chain rattling at breakneck speeds. Sasuke, however, narrowed his eyes as he pulled out a kunai. Just as he was about to lunge forward, a blurry orange figure zoomed past him. Sakura, defend the client! Naruto shouted, a kunai in his right hand as he threw it between the charging duo. Heh, what an idiot! He can't even aim properly. One of them thought as they ignored the kunai sailing towards the center of the chain, still launching itself towards an approaching Naruto. Faggot! The duo snapped their heads as the kunai, arriving between them, turned into smoke to reveal another Naruto as he grabbed the shuriken chain, the shuriken blade piercing his palm with a bit of blood gushing out. Surprise! The real Naruto thought with a smile, still running towards them as the clone held the chain while unzipping his jacket. What one of the demon brothers thought in shock as they looked at the clone's torso, covered in paper bombs. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, shaking the surroundings as a crater formed where the clone was standing. Gah! One of the Kiri duo exclaimed as he crashed into a tree due to the impulsive force while the other skidded on the ground, the broken chain hanging from his gauntlets, as large amounts of smoke covered the impact area. Sasuke stood his ground as he waited for the smoke to clear while Sakura stood in front of Tazuna, an anxious expression on her face with her kunai extended in a defensive grip. Gozu! Hearing his brother's familiar voice, Gozu, who was recovering from the impact of being hit against a tree trunk, slowly raised his head. Meizu, are you okay? He coughed, his mask tearing slightly as several bruises covered his body, blood flowing from his mouth. Squinting, trying to see through the smoke, Meizu's form became visible. He too was seriously injured, his clothes torn in several places, and bruises covered his body. When he reached his brother, he helped him to his feet. Oh, let's get out of here, we underestimated these Konoha ninjas. Meizu panted, her brother's arm raised over her shoulder. Yeah, I can't believe we were fooled so easily. That little bastard sure is something. Gozu muttered, panting slightly. Thanks for the compliment. His eyes widened as he felt a kunai against his neck. Meizu! What are you doing? He exclaimed as a similar event was taking place on the other side. Jigozu! What the hell? Meizu yelled, currently standing with Gojo pressing a kunai against her neck. The smoke slowly cleared, their figures now visible as Sasuke's eyes widened in realization, now seeing Meizu with a kunai against her neck to his left with the same happening to Gojo to his right. The demon brothers' eyes slowly opened in realization as they looked at each other, being held by their counterparts. We got tricked again, they thought, now standing still as Sakura had also realized the situation as she breathed a sigh of relief. Faggot, I'm impressed, Kakashi said as he appeared in the middle of the crater through Shunshin, while the transformed Naruto and the shadow clone continued to hold off the demon brothers. Who are you? Gojo gasped through gritted teeth, causing Naruto to smile slightly at him, the transformation still in place. Hey, I don't know, I got lost a long time ago, he muttered, pressing the kunai harder against his neck. Alright, let's tie them up, Kakashi said, causing Naruto to nod as he got to work. Sasuke, however, stood still in his place, not believing what had just happened in front of him. He made it look so easy, he thought, echoing Sakura's thoughts on how Naruto had taken down 2 Chunin-ranked missing nin with such simple yet ingenious tricks. Throw a kunai at them, a kunai he probably had his shadow clone transform into before the mission started. The clone then undoes the transformation and retains the chain. Besides, the clone was covered in paper bombs, and probably did that before the mission started as well. The clone explodes, breaking the chain and separating them. He uses the resulting smoke to his advantage by transforming into Gojo and approaching a wounded Meizu. His shadow clone transforms into Meizu and approaches a wounded Gojo, easily getting past his defenses. All of that, he had planned in a matter of seconds, the Uchiha thought, stunned at his teammates' intelligence. Are you okay, Tazuna-san? Sakura asked, her voice dripping with relief as she turned around to face the bridge builder, who was staring at Naruto in what looked like wonder. That boy is unreal, how the hell did he manage to do all that? He asked, his eyes widening in amazement as Sakura smiled at him. Well, at least that teaches you not to underestimate us, he snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. All you did was stand in front of me, he deadpanned, making her hang her head in defeat. Who sent you? Kakashi asked simply, twirling a kunai along his index finger with Naruto standing beside him, looking at the 2 Chunin wrapped around a large tree bark. Your mother, Meizu replied with a look. Shut up, Meizu! Gojo exclaimed, glaring at his brother who was tied up with him. Ignoring the crude comment, Kakashi continued again while Naruto had an amused look in his eyes. Why did you attack us? Because we wanted your porn book, Meizu said, ignoring the death glare her brother was giving her as Kakashi's one eye twitched. Wow, he noticed that while he was hiding in that puddle. Talk about keen observation, more like observation porn, Naruto mused, his lips curling slightly upwards as Kakashi had stopped twirling the kunai now. You were clearly after the bridge builder, Tazuna-san of Wave, he stated, remaining calm as the jounin took a threatening step toward them. What is he to you, your gay boyfriend? A vein appeared on the silver-haired jounin's forehead as he gripped the kunai tighter, while Naruto strangely found the situation quite funny. We're not going to tell you anything, no matter what torture techniques you have in store for us, Gojo stated firmly, a furious glare directed at Naruto. Kakashi closed his eyes for a moment as the blonde Jinchuriki turned. Come on, sensei, we're not going to get any information out of them. They're ready to take the secret to their graves, Naruto said, making the jounin look at him strangely. We won't know until we try it on Naruto, and how can you say that with such certainty? Kakashi asked from under his mask, looking at his blonde student as he began walking towards Tazuna and his teammates. It's the look in his eyes, I know that look. We'll just be wasting our time here. Lazily rubbing the back of his neck, he looked over his shoulder. But you're the one who decides things around here, so it's your decision. I gave you my opinion on the matter, he murmured with a sharp look in his oceanic orbs before turning as he continued walking towards his backpack lying on the ground. Kakashi sighed, now turning to face the demon brothers as he looked at them, not surprised to see them staring at Naruto's back with curiosity in their eyes. Well, he's never wrong about things like this, the silver-haired jounin mused, sighing in exasperation before starting to walk back, surprising the 2 Chunin. Is she really going to believe that guy? Both Gojo and Meizu thought simultaneously in disbelief, though they weren't complaining in the slightest. So, did you find anything? Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow as Naruto walked past him. Depends on sensei, he muttered, causing the Uchiha to look at him in confusion as the blonde picked up his backpack before putting the straps on his shoulders. Noticing Sakura looking at him, he walked over to her and Tazuna. "Are you okay, Sakura?" he asked calmly as he looked at her, checking for any injuries that might have occurred due to the explosion. The pink-haired genin felt her face blush slightly as she shook her head slightly. "Why yeah, I'm fine," he muttered, his gaze on the ground as Tazuna growled with a frown. "I'm the client, aren't you supposed to ask me that first?" His eyebrow arched, causing Naruto to turn to him. "Well, my team comes first." His answer was simple, but it had a possessive tone that made Sakura wonder if she was hearing things. "What kind of ninja are you? It's good that you care about your team, but as far as I know, shinobi don't abandon their missions, even if the lives of their comrades are at stake. Didn't you teach all that stuff?" The master bridge builder asked with mild curiosity as the blonde Jinchuriki turned his head, now noticing Kakashi and Sasuke talking to each other. "Those who abandon the mission are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash." Surprisingly, it was Sakura who spoke, causing even Naruto to look at her in surprise. She gave him a small smile, while Tazuna looked at her strangely. "And at least I'm no worse than trash," Naruto said further away, looking at Tazuna with a smile before turning to Sakura, offering her a small smile. His heart skipped a beat at the sight of that small smile as she looked back at him. It was the first time he'd smiled since Team 7 was formed. "It's different from that full-blown grin he used to give all day when we were at the academy," he thought distractedly, not hearing Tazuna's indignant response of, "Whatever. Are you okay, Tazuna-san?" The trio turned their heads to see Kakashi and Sasuke approaching them, the latter with a small frown on his face as he gave Naruto a pointed look. "Yeah, I'm fine," he replied, causing the jounin to nod before turning to Naruto. "Did you know they were hiding in that puddle?" he asked, causing the blonde to nod. "Hi, wasn't it obvious? It hasn't rained in weeks and there's no pond or river nearby." Sakura lowered her head in shame. She couldn't believe she hadn't noticed something so simple. Even Sasuke had a small blush of embarrassment on his face while Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. "Well, what if someone had sprung a leak?" Tazuna pointed out with a raised eyebrow, making them collectively sweat. How crazy, Sasuke thought with a sigh, not believing that this was the person they were supposed to protect. "Well, first of all, Tazuna-san, no one would take a getaway in the middle of a road, and what if it's an animal?" Tazuna interrupted Naruto with a defiant look on his face while a vein popped out on Sakura's face as she glared at the bridge builder. The Jinchuriki's left eye twitched slightly while Kakashi gave Tazuna the WTF look. "And second, that puddle didn't stink, it was odorless," the blonde finished, causing the old man to raise his eyebrow again. "Are you a dog or something? Could you smell that little puddle as you walked?" Sakura was barely resisting the urge to punch her client into oblivion, while Sasuke also had an irritated look on his face. Kakashi was staring at Naruto while the blonde still had a calm look on his face. "If you're trying to irritate me or get me to react, it's about as fruitful as trying to make a bridge out of dry sand," he replied, making Sasuke smirk, while Tazuna grumbled something incoherent under his breath. "It really is something," Kakashi thought with his closed eyes smile. "We should get going," Sasuke said as he adjusted his backpack on his shoulder, vaguely expecting another attack so he could test himself. "Before that, I have a few questions for you, Tazuna-san," the copy ninja verbalized with a serious look in his eyes, while Naruto inwardly eagerly anticipated the new twist he knew was coming. "Konoha, Cryptography Department, 10:13 a.m. "Ibiki, how's the plan going?" Hiruzen asked with a solemn look on his face as the duo walked through the grand halls of the Cryptology Department building, their destination, the Kira Cryptanalysis Squad working chambers. "It's going to be a bit difficult without Inoichi and Shikaku, but I'll manage with Hokage-sama," the interrogation specialist replied firmly, the hallway dimly lit. "Yeah, with those two currently on missions, things could get complicated, especially without Shikaku," the Sandame said with a sigh, his footsteps echoing throughout the hallway. "What about Shiho?" Ibiki asked curiously, his eyes turning to the village leader as they continued walking. "I think she'll be a great addition. Though she's young and inexperienced, she has great talent. I don't want to risk her life, but if it means hundreds of other lives, then I'll have to. Besides, she's anxious and aware of the consequences herself." Marino agreed as they walked through the halls in relative silence. Arriving outside the chambers and having their minds checked by the Anbu on duty along with the Kimichis, they entered the workroom. It was the usual sight that greeted them, members of Kira's decryption team milling around the library-like office, busy with their work. Their vague, office chatter covered the entire room like a blanket of sound. Walking past them and discreetly signaling them to continue with their work, the duo reached the far end, the secluded part where they knew the head of this team normally worked. Turning around the large pile of wood, they were greeted with the unusual sight of a sleeping Shiho, her blonde hair scattered across the table as she snored softly, her swirly tinted glasses off to the side. "She must be working really hard, huh?" Ibiki muttered idly as they walked toward the table, filled with scrolls and books. "Yeah, she said she finally got the message sorted out and called us here. I guess she deserves the rest. She and the others have been working nonstop all week," Sarutobi murmured, a warm smile spreading across his face as he watched the young woman sleep soundly. Taking his notes to his side, Ibiki began to read them carefully. Everything was jumbled up, filled with strange symbols and mathematical calculations. "Shiho-san." Ibiki turned his head at the sound of Hiruzen's voice to notice him gently nudging Shiho on the shoulder. Her eyes fluttered slightly as they opened lazily. What? It took her a few seconds to realize who was standing in front of her. "Ah, Hokage-sama!" He instantly stood up, giving the table a strong push as the blonde cryptographer bowed respectfully. "Calm down, Shiho-san. I can understand that you're tired after working so hard. Now, did you really manage to solve the message?" Hiruzen asked, his tone turning serious at the end as she picked up her glasses. Adjusting his eyes, he nodded before sitting back in his chair. "Well, yeah, I finally figured it out. But I'm sure you'll be disappointed with the deciphered answer," she muttered with a sigh as Ibiki and Sarutobi looked at her in confusion. "Disappointed, you say?" the Sandaime Hokage asked as she began to sort through her notes. Ibiki glanced at Hiruzen before turning back to her, who had a blank page in front of her. "Okay, now pay close attention to this, Hokage-sama, Marino-sama," Shiho verbalized, adjusting her glasses with an ink brush in her hand. Hiruzen and Ibiki bowed as she began to type the first two lines of Kira's message. 21138322121 4300621. "Now, this first line here, 21138322121. He trailed off, his hands moving fluidly as he rewrote the first line, in a different way. "If we look at the numbers separately in these specific groups, 21138322121, A/N, the dash is only used as a separator, not to signify subtraction between numbers. The stupid site removed the sequence entirely when I posted this chapter dash. Did you notice anything?" he asked, turning his head to look at the duo standing behind them. "I don't see any sequence or pattern," Hiruzen uttered with a grim expression as Ibiki looked at the numbers with a critical eye. Turning his head back, he wrote the numbers down again. 211383 plus 22 plus 121. 1A/N plus is used for addition. Now, form 2113853211. What's the pa? Ibiki trailed off as a look of realization crossed his face. "That's..." Sarutobi began making her nod. "Yes, if we reverse the order it becomes 1123581321. The Fibonacci sequence." Ibiki sighed. A/N. I don't want any stupid questions about whether Leonardo Fibonacci existed in the Naruto universe. Let's just say he was from the Rakuta Sennin era and be done with it. And sorry for the frequent A/Ns in this part of the chapter, tongue sticking out. Yes, each number is equal to the sum of the two adjacent numbers before it, except for the first two, obviously. Shiho noted as she started writing again. "But how does this connect to the message? It could just be a coincidence that these numbers form this sequence. I mean, you did something like force the numbers to form the sequence first by adding the selective digits, and then reversing it. I don't think this was intentional on Kira's part." Hiruzen chimed in with a thoughtful look on his face. "That's what I thought at first. This whole message decryption had been a hit and run method all week. I'd been trying to force the message to decrypt itself, without going along with it. We had no clue, nothing to look for except dates, times, addresses, random latitudinal and longitudinal directions. It was all a hit and run method," he explained, now typing the second line of Kira's message. "But after forcing the Fibonacci sequence from the first line, and then connecting it to the second line, the answer I got is too good a match to not have been deliberately placed there by Kira." Now Ibiki and Hiruzen were definitely curious, the duo not even blinking as they waited for the message to unfold. "As I said before, be aware that you'll be disappointed by the hidden answer," Shiho warned as she finished writing the second line. 4300621. "Remember when you gave me all the information on Uzumaki, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, saying you could help me? Shiho asked, making them nod as she began to rummage through the scrolls and books on the table. Here, look at this and see if you can connect this result to anything. Shiho muttered lazily as she handed them the data files. For once, after doing all the work, she wanted them to do something too. It wasn't fun if she blurted everything out herself. She had to see their faces. Reviewing the biographical data of both Naruto and Sasuke, Hiruzen's eyes widened as he found the only part that could match the result. Oh no, but this doesn't make any sense, Ibiki verbalized with a sigh, now placing the file on the table. Naruto. Hiruzen's voice trailed off, a sad look in his eyes as Shiho stood up from her seat. As you can see, 12607 is Uzumaki Naruto's ninja registration number, he mouthed. Not applicable. According to the official databook, 12,607 is Naruto's ninja registration number. Just so you know, I didn't make that up for the FIC, it's just a fact I'm using. You can check the Naruto wiki if you want, laughing face. This just pushes the fact that Uzumaki Naruto isn't Kira, she deduced, making Ibiki look at her while Hiruzen didn't know what to do with this. How can you say that with such certainty? The torture specialist asked, adjusting her polarized glasses. If Uzumaki-san really is Kira, he won't encrypt his own name in the message. It's like shouting that I'm Kira. I already said you'd be disappointed with the results. From this message, the only things I knew about were Forest of Death at 2 a.m. and Uzumaki-san. The former was very easy to detect and decipher, and I think Kira was just playing with us. I think Marino-sama may agree with that, considering what she encountered 1 week ago at the 44th training ground and in the days following. Shiho explained while Ibiki grumbled something under his breath as the topic brought up the torture he had to endure in that male strip club. The second part, revealing Uzumaki-san's registration number, was difficult to decipher, but equally easy to guess. This was simply a challenge from Kira, of no consequence whatsoever. We already had suspicions about Uzumaki-san, and him encrypting his identity in the message surprised me, as well as you. Did he want to test our intelligence? I'm not so sure. This Kira, considering the things you've told me about him, doesn't do anything without a reason. I don't think he wrote this message just to test us. Perhaps it was he has the advantage of the unpredictability factor with him, which is why it's extremely difficult for us to guess his next move. Hiruzen looked at her appreciatively as Ibiki spoke. The only reason I can think of right now is that Kira wanted to frame Naruto. He's playing with us, he wants to confuse us more than whether Naruto and Kira have the same identity or not. A tense silence stretched between them as Hiruzen sat down in the chair with a tired thump, a sigh escaping his lips. This is crazy, we have a mysterious person killing all of our people. The villagers have started to feel afraid of this entity after the trick it pulled a week ago at the Hokage monument. News must have reached the other villages as well that there is someone killing the supposedly bad guys in Konoha. Our impenetrable defense has been questioned lately, and other villages have started to question our status as the strongest village amongst the 5 great hidden villages. This isn't good. Even with the wide variety in our shinobi ranks, we are still defenseless against Kira. Ibiki's gaze lowered, a look of regret in his eyes, while Shiho also had a sad look in her eyes. To see their leader, the strong-willed Hokage, but really what else can we do, except possibly try to solve this with our minds? We can't deploy shinobi in this case, or else, who knows, Kira might start attacking them too. What else can we do? He thought as Ibiki approached, placing a hand on the oppressed Hokage's shoulder. Hokage-sama, I understand your growing desperation over the matter. I know that while we sit here and try to solve the case at our pace, people are continually being killed. You are responsible for all of our lives, and I'm sure you're blaming only yourself for this, but please don't. We're all in this together. Situations like this push us down, but it's for the villagers that remain, the safety of the next generation, that we must rise again. That we remain standing no matter how hard Kira hits us. He can toy with us all he wants, he can mock us all he wants, but we will not give up. He may have the intelligence of a genius, but we have the will of fire of our ancestors. Please don't forget that, Hokage-sama. Shiho could feel her lips curl upwards as Ibiki's. Hiruzen raised his head as he turned to look at his subordinate, a smile grazing his lips. Yes, we can't give up. We'll keep fighting him no matter what he throws at us. He spoke firmly, turning his orbs to look at the notes, as Shiho nodded with him, a bright smile on her face. Yes, we must do our best. Some relief in his voice as Hiruzen looked at Ibiki, nodding before turning back to the blonde teen. Shiho-san, I have an offer for you. He spoke with a solemn expression as she strangely began to feel anxious. What is it, Hokage-sama? He asked rather timidly as Hiruzen cleared his throat. Well, I want you to join Kissy. The others have already agreed to this and now it's up to you, he said, causing her eyes to widen as she took a step back in surprise. What? You want me to join Kissy? He couldn't believe it. They were asking for his help in the Kira case. The village's top shinobi along with the Hokage were asking him to join the secret investigation. Her voice trailed off as she choked on her own words. Ibiki had an amused look in his eyes as he watched the young woman fidget with his words. I would be honored to join Hokage-sama of Kissy, she said softly, bowing respectfully. So I guess it becomes Kissy's now? Ibiki suggested, making Sarutobi shake his head, while Shiho blushed in embarrassment. We're fighting an S-rank criminal here, and look at the name of our research group. It rhymes with kisses, damn Inoichi. The old professor grumbled under his breath. Outside Konoha, with Team 7 and Tazuna. Please, I'm begging you, you have to help me. We don't have much money and I paid as much as I could. Please, the future of our village depends on that bridge. Tazuna said in a desperate voice, currently kneeling in front of Kakashi with his forehead touching the ground. Sasuke had an indifferent expression on his face while Sakura wore a sad look in her green orbs. Naruto also had a calm expression on his face as he looked at Tazuna. The copy ninja sighed while rubbing the back of his neck. Look, Tazuna-san, I understand your situation. But there are strict protocols that we ninjas have to follow. This is an A-rank mission. This team is not fit for a mission of this difficulty. Also, you can walk back with us and request a higher mission. If you tell your story to the Hokage-sama, I'm sure he can work something out for you. He is a very kind leader. Kakashi explained, regret visible in his lone eye as Tazuna gritted his teeth. You're not understanding. People are starving there. We have nothing there. I don't have time to go back, rub my face in the ground again, and wait for the Hokage to take pity on me. I'm just asking you to help me complete the bridge. I can't face Gato alone, he yelled, clenching the earth in his hands. Sensei, Sakura murmured with a pleading look in her eyes while Kakashi shook his head. No, you guys aren't ready for this. The demon brothers back there were part of the rebel faction in the bloodline purge against the Sandaime Mizukage. If they were hired by Gato, I'm sure other shinobi from the same group must have been hired by him. From now on, we'll only be facing a much tougher opponent. Even I wouldn't be able to take them on. We'd be running for our own lives, let alone protecting Tazuna-san. The only logical option is for Tazuna-san to return with a much stronger team. The silver-haired jounin verbalized in a firm voice while Naruto, while understanding Tazuna's situation, inwardly sighed in relief. Wow, looks like Kami-sama is on my side this time. If this mission is cancelled, we can return to Konoha and I don't have to worry about the problem of those prisoners. I can handle it myself, the blonde thought as he stood with a neutral expression on his face while Sakura sighed at Kakashi's explanation. I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, but I can't foolishly risk the lives of my students. I can sympathize with you, but there's nothing more we can do. We have to go back. Tazuna remained on the ground as Kakashi turned back in the direction of Konoha. I myself will ask Hokage-sama to accept your request for a higher mission rank so that you can pay at a later date when your city's financial situation improves. He pronounced over his shoulder as Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto began to walk back. I'm sorry, but I can't go. Team 7 stopped upon hearing the resolute voice of the old bridge builder. Tazuna-san, I understand your situation as a shinobi. Of course you have to follow your codes. But I have my codes as well. My city can't wait any longer. I know that Konoha has its trade ties with Gato. There's very little chance that your Hokage would agree to this mission. I didn't tell him about the full details of this mission regarding Gato, and I was secretly hoping that the team sent with me, once they see the condition of our city, would agree to help us. But with the intervention of those demon brothers, I guess fate isn't on my side. Kakashi's eyes widened, shocked by the fact that Tazuna knew about Konoha's ties with Gato. I'd only be wasting my time in Konoha. You can return now. Thank you for protecting my life until now, Tazuna said, his back to them while Sakura had a hesitant expression on her face as she looked at Kakashi. Sasuke was also looking at the ground with a soulful look in his onyx orbs. Watching Tazuna's retreating back, Kakashi sighed as he spoke his next words with a heavy heart. Let's go. Turning around, He started walking back as Sakura and Sasuke also started following him, not liking it in the slightest. Kakashi and I-san. The copy ninja stopped in shock upon hearing those words he hadn't heard in a couple of weeks. Sakura and Sasuke also stopped as they turned around, looking at Naruto's back in confusion. Ni-san? Sasuke thought in surprise. Naruto? Sakura called as she turned to look at them. I'm going with Tazuna-san, he said firmly, but with a calm expression on his face, greatly surprising Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto. Kakashi began with an equally serious look in his eyes as he faced the legacy of his sensei, the Yondaime Hokage. You're the brains of this team, the one who comes up with the most logical decisions. What's your logic in this? He asked as the mustachioed blonde turned his head to look at Tazuna's withdrawn back. There's no logic this time, sensei, he replied before turning his gaze back to them. Kakashi continued to stare at him, waiting for an explanation, while Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Listen, all I see is a desperate man fighting hard, selflessly for the sake of his city. I know we're ninja, and we're supposed to overcome our emotions, but that's not me. You guys can leave if you want to, but I can't. I can't just leave him like this, he uttered as Kakashi took a step forward. Naruto, for the first time since this team was formed, you're acting like a child and irresponsible, he muttered, his eyes narrowed, a scolding tone in his words. The blonde's lips curled into a small frown as he looked into his sensei's eyes. For once, I want to act like a child and let go of my logic. I want to do something I've never been able to do. I want to follow my heart instead of my mind for once. I have the power to get through this. I have the Deathnote. No, we are not continuing this mission. End of discussion. You're clearly not thinking clearly, Naruto. You're letting your emotions guide you, Kakashi stated firmly as he turned around. Budash, this is an order, Naruto, he said loudly, interrupting the Jinchuriki while Sakura and Sasuke remained silent. Now come, let's go back. I don't want my students killed on their first mission outside the village. I already have too many regrets on my shoulders. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a moment as he began to follow Kakashi back. Sakura began to approach Naruto when the Uchiha grabbed her wrist tightly. But Sasuke-kun. Her voice trailed off as Sasuke gave her a hard look. We're leaving. His tone was final as Naruto stood there, head down, his fist clenched tightly. You're always so tense, overthinking this and that. Even we Shinigami know that sometimes you have to follow your heart. Right and wrong are relative terms. Your environment, your society defines the meaning of right to you. What people around you do, you think is right. What they tell you not to do, your mind automatically aligns itself to that being wrong. But your heart is always right, remember this, you idiot genius. He turned his head back to see Tazuna's smaller figure, as the bridge builder continued walking towards the land of waves. The idiot was right. Kakashi-sensei, he shouted as the Jounin stopped in his tracks, not turning his head back. When Team 7 was formed, you asked us a question. You gave us a scenario, the choice between partners, and the mission itself, a mission responsible for hundreds of lives. I gave you an answer. The Jounin turned his head as he looked at Naruto with a look of surprise. Sakura and Sasuke also seemed to be surprised. The look in his eyes, I've never seen him so determined, Sakura thought, wondering where this strange emotion in her blonde companion was coming from. And I happened to stick with that answer. His voice was resolute, without doubt or hesitation as Naruto's answer that day flashed through the trio's minds. I wouldn't let my teammates get killed, nor would I abandon the mission. My squad will continue the mission, but I'll be the one acting as a decoy, the one sacrificing my life. But the situation is different here. It's not our village here, the Jounin said, making the blonde grit his teeth. But it's someone else's town. The lives of innocent people are at stake. Can't you see that? I won't let him go through this alone. Our village or not, I became a shinobi to protect those in need, because I've suffered enough misery to understand that of others. He yelled, his eyes narrowed as Sakura stared at him, shocked to see him yell like that. The Jinchuriki took a deep breath to calm himself as he turned around, now facing Tazuna's retreating back as a tense silence fell between them. I don't want to go back, lying in my bed sleepless at night wondering if we could have saved your city. I don't want to have regrets. You, Kakashi-sensei? He asked as the Jounin stiffened while Sakura continued to stare at him. He's right, he said sharply with his head at the sound of Sasuke's voice as the Uchiha began walking towards the blonde. What? But you were just making me back off. she exclaimed instinctively with a frown, now following him. Yes, sorry, he replied with an indifferent gesture that made her sweat drop. Kakashi sighed as he looked at Naruto's back. What a stubborn kid. He's completely set on this, isn't he? I thought he was just like you, sensei, but it seems he's inherited Kushinane's traits as well. Was that cheerful Naruto really just a mask before? Maybe between that mask, he sometimes really did behave like his true self, the part he inherited from his mother. Who knows, this little one here is definitely an unsolved mystery, she thought with an exasperated sigh. Go back, sensei, and inform Hokage-sama that your students are conducting an A-rank mission while you are sidetracked. Sakura returned the greeting with a smile that made her one eye twitch. The brats. Looking up at the clear sky, he couldn't help but laugh slightly. Well, it looks like I have to go, Obito. I can't abandon my comrades now, can I? Chapter 15. The Deceptive Shadows. Go back, sensei, and inform Hokage-sama that your students are conducting an A-rank mission while you are sidetracked. Sakura returned the greeting with a smile that made her one eye twitch. The brats. Looking up at the clear sky, he couldn't help but laugh slightly. Well, it looks like I have to go, Obito. I can't abandon my comrades now, can I? A few hours later, with Team 7 and Tazuna. Tazuna-san, can you describe the condition of the people in your city? Naruto asked, breaking the silence out of nowhere. He walked in a determined formation with him and Sakura in front of the bridge builder, followed by Sasuke and then Kakashi. Tazuna sighed as he pulled his hat down, the only sounds of his footsteps reaching his ears. Well, the people there are very poor now. Financially, we are in a drought, and there is barely anything to eat. You'll find most of the people now living on the streets, having resorted to begging to stay alive. Gojo taxes us heavily for the smallest things, and his thugs milk us for an additional sum, calling us the labor charges. Furthermore, the women are often used as his personal playthings. They take away our money and our pride. His voice seemed to have broken in the middle as they continued walking while Sakura looked at the ground sadly, her fists clenched in anger. Naruto looked at her for a second, a neutral look on his face before turning to look forward. I see, and has anyone ever faced Gojo? The blonde asked calmly as silence stretched between them. Yes, the bridge builder spoke after several seconds. And they probably killed him, right? Sasuke interrupted from behind, causing Sakura to look at him in surprise before looking at the old man, the wistful look in her eyes matching the Uchiha's speculation. And after that, no one dared to fight Gojo again, right? The Jinchuriki confirmed, looking at Tazuna, who just nodded. Typical. However, Kakashi remained silent during their talk, pretending to read his book while listening to their conversation. And now, finally, your broken dash, swoosh. Having pulled the kunai from its sheath in an instant, Naruto threw the weapon to his left, at a specific spot in the bush. And Naruto? Sakura yelled in surprise. The group had stopped walking when the blonde started walking towards the bush. Isn't this interesting? The blonde muttered to himself, currently looking over the foliage. What is Naruto? Kakashi asked as the blonde pulled out a white rabbit, having killed it, making Sakura scream in horror. Naruto! How could you do this? She exclaimed angrily, making him narrow his eyes. Shut up, Sakura. I didn't mean to. And I did sense someone here. This rabbit was raised inside, used for replacement. Stay away dash. Sasuke duck! Kakashi shouted. Whistle, CLUK. He along with Sasuke and Tazuna bowed just in time as a large spinning blade passed over their heads, embedding itself into the bark of a tree. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he hooked his thumbs under the straps of his backpack while Sakura stood frozen, a large amount of killing intent flooding the area. Even I didn't see that Zanbatsu coming. A blurry figure landed on top of the large Zanbatsu stuck in the bark of a tree, its figure tall and intimidating as Sakura and Tazuna stared at it in fear. Well, what do you know? I was hoping at least one head would be rolling on the floor by now. His voice was raspy, Kiri's Hittite wrapped around his forehead. Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, huh? So Gojo hired you to kill Tazuna-san here? Naruto spoke loudly, making Zabuza look at him in surprise. Aren't you fast for such a small stream? What's your name, kid? He asked curiously, still standing on the leaf. It's none of your business. Letting his eyes linger on the orange ninja a little longer, he moved his pupils back to Kakashi, Sasuke, and Tazuna. Kakashi of the Sharingan, the copy ninja, what a pleasant surprise. He chuckled, sending shivers down Sakura's spine as she stood there, frozen in place. Demon of the Mist, master of silent killing techniques, Kakashi stated, narrowing his eyes. Where is all this fog coming from? Thought the Uchiha as Kakashi stepped forward. Naruto, Sakura, stay with Sasuke and protect Tazuna-san, he ordered authoritatively. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hit! Come in! Hiruzen called, currently busy signing some documents as he sat down in his comfortable chair behind the polished wooden desk. Raising his head, he smiled at the visitor. Shiho-san, have a seat. The blonde-haired teen smiled shyly as she walked forward, still in her white robe. She was currently wearing normal glasses, instead of her usual swirly tinted ones. She sat down in a chair across from the Hokage and was startled. Hokage-sama, Ibiki-san has told me the story so far, and Kissy's suspicions regarding Naruto. His voice was soft while the smile on Hiruzen's face instantly vanished as he sighed with a slightly noticeable sadness. Yes, for some reason, and because of the events that always happen around Naruto-kun, or that somehow connect to him in one way or another, he is our prime suspect, even though he has proven himself innocent time and time again. The old professor muttered, his eyes currently closed as he took a deep breath. Can you tell me more about Naruto? He asked, surprising the Hokage with his question. You want to know about Naruto? Is it genuine curiosity, or is it somehow related to the Kira case, Shiho-san? He asked as she adjusted her specifications. Both reasons, Hokage-sama. I know the villagers hate Naruto for the burden that was placed on him 12 years ago. But I want to know how he handled all the loneliness. Teasing people can't be the only way to let out his emotions. Ibiki-san knows how human mind works. He said that the way Naruto was treated and the way he behaved in the past wasn't completely normal. According to him, Naruto should be darker and more emotionally unstable. He fretted a little at the end, knowing full well that his leader favored Jinchuriki. Sarutobi had a distant look in his eyes the entire time he took a drag from his cigar. Spinning his chair on its wheels, he began to look out at the village through his large window. This is Shiho-sen. Naruto-kun has darkness. I don't know to what extent, but he has a lot of it. However, he is emotionally stable, that much I can assure you. He is very strong-willed and stubborn, he doesn't know when to give up. However, considering the things that happened last month, I'm confused about him. After graduating and being placed in Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi, he's cooled down. He doesn't smile all day like he used to, he's calm, mature, and just by looking into his eyes, you can tell he's a mystery. You just can't understand the boy. A solemn expression on Hiruzen's face. What will you do if it turns out to be Kira? She asked as he spun around in his chair, a pained smile on his face. If that's the case, then I hope that before we can prove that he is Kira, I either resign from this position or simply die. The answer surprised her greatly, her eyes widening in surprise. But Hokage-sama, you can't talk like that. Surely you have to be prepared for that possibility as well. I know he is precious to you, but you have to stay strong as the leader of our village. She uttered, making him nod. I have to, yes, but an old man like me can dream now, can't he? He chuckled as Shiho looked at him with pity and sadness. He's like my grandson. The reason I want to avoid the situation is because of the way the villagers have treated Naruto, beating him up and nearly killing him several times. Wait, he got beaten up? What do you mean he almost got killed? Shiho looked genuinely surprised, causing him to take a deep breath, the sun's rays dimly illuminating the office. Yes, that's true. And that's why I'm so conflicted. I can't just expect Naruto to just absorb everything and come out with a smile. As the leader of Konoha, I can try to point out the positives of our village. I can try to cheer him up, maybe just so he stays loyal to the village due to him being an invaluable asset to us. But as an elder, as his surrogate grandfather, I can't stop him from hating the villagers. I can't, so if he is in fact Kira, as the Hokage of Konoha, I have to punish him. No, I'll most likely kill him even if he is the Jinchuriki. But as his grandfather, I can secretly hope that he continues to evade us. He explained as Shiho looked at him in surprise. Hokage-sama, you're talking like you're already sure he's Kira. She muttered, making him laugh lightly. No, Shiho-san, right now, I don't think it's Kira. But I'm ready for that dark scenario too, he verbalized, making her nod. Silence fell between the two as they sat there, Hiruzen finding himself lost in memories of the blonde Jinchuriki who used to be a brilliant child, or at least he thought he was. The selected criminals and civilians are still being killed, Hokage-sama. she stated, making him nod as he pointed at the documents of the killed criminals and villagers lying on her table, making her laugh nervously. Yes, I can see that, she muttered in embarrassment. Do you have something on your mind, Shiho-san? Hiruzen asked with a grim expression that made her look away. Nothing in particular, Hokage-sama, but I'm curious to meet Naruto. I can usually tell a person's nature just by talking to him, or her, call it woman's intuition or my sixth sense, but I want to meet him, she said firmly as he looked at her for a few moments. Are you sure? Keep in mind that you have to be cautious around him. I don't know the extent of his intelligence, but he's on Shikaku's level or even higher, so make sure you don't get lost along the way, he warned her, making her smile. You're underestimating me, Hokage-sama. You yourself know the reason why I was chosen as a candidate to decipher Kira's message. I can take care of myself. Her eyes were determined as Hiruzen smiled at the determined look on her face. Is there a particular reason you came here? He asked slightly, causing her to nod, her expression turning serious. Yes, it's about Shikaku-san, outside Konoha, with Team 7 and Tazuna. Wait a minute, this water, it's dense, Kakashi thought, crouching above the water's surface as Zabuza appeared behind him in a blur, already going through a pair of hand seals. Too late! Surin no Jutsu! Water prison technique, splash, sensei! Sakura exclaimed as the water prison now surrounded Kakashi. Damn it! How could I have been so careless? He mentally scolded himself as a laugh escaped Zabuza's lips, currently holding the technique with his right arm encased by the spherical water prison. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were still standing in front of Tazuna protectively. I'm disappointed, Kakashi. That wasn't much of a fight. So much for being the copy ninja, huh? The Mist Demon sneered as he did with some one-handed seals, a clone emerging from the water. Grab Tazuna and run to the three of them. His water clone won't be able to follow you much further than the original. Don't worry about me, just remember your mission, you have to protect Tazuna-san, Kakashi exclaimed while Sakura looked at her teammates, unsure of what to do. They couldn't just leave their sensei like that, he would surely get killed. No, Sasuke said as he took a step forward with his eyes narrowed. But Sasuke-kun, listen to me, Sasuke! Don't be silly! This isn't the time for blind heroics. Back off! The silver-haired Jounin spoke loudly while Naruto verbalized with a sigh. Think, sensei. Zabuza isn't doing anything to stop us from running, he's just standing there, which means he's obviously planned something for us even if we try to run. So running away is out of the question, our best bet is to free you. Sasuke nodded with his teammate while Zabuza smiled at Naruto. Yeah, the kid is definitely fast. Chances are the brains of this group. Look at you, you call yourself a shinobi? Zabuza's clone stepped forward, now walking towards them. He attacked them with his killing intent, making Sakura's knees tremble while Naruto narrowed his eyes, the killing intent not fazing him in the least. However, Sasuke also seemed to be under pressure. I can still see the innocence in your eyes, the fear in them, your knees are shaking. The clone mouthed, her eyes closed as a laugh escaped her lips while even Sakura's hands were trembling now. Has Konoha's standards been lowered enough to let you graduate? What was your graduation exam anyway? A transformation technique? A cloning technique? Do you think performing those useless little techniques makes you a qualified shinobi? Zabuza's voice was true to his name, Mist Demon. Shut up, we didn't ask for your opinion, Sasuke said calmly, looking at the water clone while Sakura continued to stand in a defensive position, the kunai held in a reverse grip in front of her. Naruto, however, was in a relaxed position, an analytical look in his eyes as he looked at Zabuza. Oh, but have you ever killed someone? Have you ever seen the light leave their eyes as they slowly and painfully die? She asked with a crazed glint in her eyes. Naruto, however, hung his head as his lips curled upwards, laughing inwardly at the stupid question, at least stupid to him. However, Sasuke gritted his teeth as he pulled out a kunai. He's just playing with us, trying to irritate us, he realized. Sakura and Naruto, stay here and make sure nothing happens to Tazuna-san. He spoke in a low voice, causing the pink-haired genin to shift her gaze towards him in surprise. Sasuke-kun? She called as Naruto just looked at his Uchiha teammate calmly, not saying anything. Rushing forward, Sasuke pulled out several shuriken before throwing them at Zabuza. Whistle! The mist shinobi caught them between his fingers, the shuriken spinning with momentum before they came to a stop. Is that so? He mocked as the approaching Uchiha took out a few smoke bombs before throwing them around him. Faggot! Naruto raised an eyebrow at that as Zabuza stood there, waiting for Sasuke to attack. Pfush! An intense fireball shot out of the smoke as it burned towards the water clone, taking it by surprise. So he's using my style, huh? Naruto thought with a smile as the fireball engulfed the clone, quickly destroying it as it headed towards the real Zabuza. Had the brat used the smokescreen to perform the hand seals, impressive that he can still use his head under so much pressure, he thought as another clone emerged from the water, already halfway through a set of hand seals. Suetun, Suijin Hiki! Water release, wall of the water camp. Instantly, a large wall of water rose up, its size easily rising to that of a fireball as it collided with the wall, causing water vapor to rise, adding to the mist. Damn it, he's too strong to be defeated even using clever tricks. Sasuke gritted his teeth, standing his ground as he waited for the fumes to clear when, too slow, his eyes widened as Zabuza's water clone blurred to appear in front of him. Wham! Ugh! Sasuke-kun! Sakura screamed as the Uchiha received a kick to the stomach, sending him flying back towards them. Sasuke skidded on the ground before coming to a stop, his eyes squeezed shut in pain as he coughed up some blood. What power were no match for him? She realized, holding her stomach in excruciating pain. Sakura, stay where you are! She turned her head at the stern voice of her blonde teammate. She was still facing Zabuza's water clone, her backpack on the ground as the blonde began walking toward the mist demon. Stop! Naruto stopped in his tracks upon hearing Sasuke's hoarse voice. No, he's too strong. Even your fighting style can't defeat him. He'll kill you, Sasuke said, panting as he slowly stood up. A smile crept across the blonde's lips as he turned his head back. You're underestimating me again, Sasuke. Either way, I'm not the type to give up without trying. He muttered the last part as Sasuke gritted his teeth. I'm telling you to stop him. Our mission is to protect Tazuna-san. Don't try to be a hero, he exclaimed angrily as Sakura remained silent, herself struggling to maintain her composure. Tazuna also seemed to be shaken as his hands trembled as he stood rooted to the spot fearing for his life. Naruto! That's an order! If you don't run away with Tazuna and your teammates right now, I'm going to charge you for insubordination. Kakashi warned with narrowed eyes as the blonde continued walking towards Zabuza. Do what you want, I don't care. The mustachioed blonde muttered to himself as he stood a few feet in front of Zabuza's water clone. I commend you for having the guts to walk to your own death with such confidence, brat, he said with narrowed eyes. Drawing kunai, spinning it around his index finger in a blur, the Jinchuriki rushed towards the water clone, surprising his team as well as Tazuna with his forceful and suicidal tactic. I thought you were a smart kid, the real Zabuza muttered, causing Kakashi to clench his fist. Bichoem! Naruto flew backward, rolling roughly on the ground mid-flight as his body skidded to a stop. Naruto, stop! What's wrong with you? Sakura's worried voice came as the blonde Jinchuriki staggered to his feet. Damn it, you're acting like an idiot! I told you, shut up, team! Naruto replied as he turned to look at his teammate. Sakura's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. He only used that nickname, team, whenever Sasuke did something stupid, according to him, was being emo, or annoyed him by asking for a rematch. Well, they're already fighting each other. On some team you have Hatake Kakashi, the real Zabuza said with a laugh that made the copy ninja sigh as he clenched his fists. Naruto, what are you planning? Everything you do has a reason this time, however. I don't see any logic in it, she mused as Sasuke remained silent, inwardly cursing his fellow blonde. Heh, pathetic brats! You think the ninja life is a game, huh? Zabuza's clone spoke, his feet on Naruto's hitai that had fallen off when he was hit. Shut up, I'm tired of hearing your ninja whine. I don't need lectures from an eyebrow-whirling freak, Naruto verbalized as he wiped the blood from his chin and lips with his elbow. Here we go again. He charged forward again as the water clone stopped, a bored look in his eyes, which however turned to amusement when he noticed Naruto charging towards the real Zabuza. You think I created the water clone to be there and cheer you on? He exclaimed as the water clone stood still, his eyes wide. Why can't I move? He exclaimed, causing the royal to look at him in confusion. Is this the paralysis technique? Kakashi and Zabuza thought simultaneously as the approaching Naruto took out several shuriken from his pouch before throwing them at them, followed by him making several hand signs. Kage shuriken no jutsu, shadow shuriken technique, he muttered. The few shuriken quickly turned into dozens as they continued to move forward while the blonde quickly took out a Fuma shuriken, wind demon shuriken. Having no time to make hand seals, Zabuza drew his Zanbatsu, the Kubikuri Bocho, decapitating carving knife, before deflecting all of the incoming projectiles with ease. However, his eyes widened when the shuriken were quickly followed by a Fuma shuriken, approaching him at clumsy speeds. The brat! Not enough! He exclaimed before jumping high enough, buckling his legs in the process. Whoosh! As the large four-bladed shuriken sliced through the air, barely grazing his shinobi pants as it continued its trajectory, violently slicing across the surface of the water. Faggot! Attention, fool! Zabuza's eyes widened as he heard a puff of smoke followed by Naruto's voice behind him. Pulling a kunai from its sheath while in midair, Naruto threw a kunai as he approached Zabuza. Hell, what an idiot! The mist ninja thought as he tried to swing the Kubikuri Bocho to deflect the incoming kunai. However, panic gripped his body as he found himself unable to move, even his eyes refraining from opening in shock. What the hell is this? Why can't I move? He began to struggle, to do anything as the kunai came towards him while Kakashi stared forward with wide eyes. A shadow extending from the real Naruto's feet was connected with Zabuza's. No way, this is impossible. How could there be? The silver hair was shocked as the kunai zoomed in, slicing through the air. Kageme no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. Splash! Zabuza's concentration slackened in his panic, the water prison shattering as Kakashi immediately leaped towards his team. Shit! KRSHHK, CLUK, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna stared in amazement at a wall of ice that had formed behind Zabuza protectively, obstructing the path of the kunai as it pierced a portion of the thick wall, now stuck in it. What? Sakura muttered, staring at the ice wall as it slowly crumbled to the ground when a figure, wearing a mask, blurred to appear in front of Zabuza. Haku! The mist demon sighed in relief, the shadow still connected to his feet as Naruto, holding a hand seal, narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Zabuza-sama, I'm sorry but I had to intervene. If I hadn't, you would be dead. That kunai was meant for your heart, said the masked figure, Haku, now standing next to Zabuza. However, Kakashi continued to stare at Naruto standing there, bewildered, the blonde maintaining the rat hand sign. How can she execute the Nara clan's secret technique? The jounin thought, standing slightly behind Naruto. Then it suddenly hit him, as to why Sakura had thrown a kunai at Sasuke during the bell test when Team 7 was formed. They found no gaps in Sakura's memories back then. It must be the blonde somehow using the shadow imitation technique on Sakura to make her throw that kunai at Sasuke. But when did she learn it? This was the Nara clan's secret technique. You didn't find it in the library or in the trash cans. I see he must have picked it up from the Forbidden Scroll. He must have found it directly under the Shadow Clone section, the silver-haired jounin realized. However, Zabuza stared at Naruto with narrowed eyes, still unable to move. How did you do it? He asked, looking at his water clone, which was still stiff and unable to move. However, the clone slowly turned into water before falling to the ground. Although Naruto smiled, his hands were still in the rat hand seal as he moved his right hand to the right in a blur. Zabuza's eyes widened as, against his will, his right hand, which was holding the Kubikuri Bocho, moved to his right, prompting the Zanbatsu to slice through Haku's waist. Haku! He exclaimed as Haku's severed form turned to ice as it fell to the surface, shattering into small fragments. So it was an ice clone, Naruto realized with a frown as another wall of ice rose up between him and Zabuza, making him sigh in frustration. Having its path disturbed, the shadow that connected with Zabuza's feet instantly vanished and Naruto's shadow only extended as far as the newly created ice wall. The blonde released the technique, his hands coming to his sides as the shadow retreated back to its original position. I knew it, you were using the shadow imitation technique, instead of what I initially thought was the shadow paralysis technique. Naruto's eyebrows rose in surprise as Haku burst out of the ice wall as it slowly collapsed to the ground. Kakashi wanted to ask his student so many questions right now, but he held back considering the situation, while Zabuza was inwardly angry that he was outmatched by this mere genin. Naruto, when did you learn that jutsu? The blonde sighed upon hearing Sasuke's voice. Not now, Sasuke, we can ask him that later, Kakashi said in a stern tone while Haku wondered inwardly about something. But why couldn't Zabuza-sama's water clone move back then? Surely I didn't see any shadow connecting with him. Kakashi looked at Naruto as the blonde formed the ram's seal before muttering Kai. Faggot! The blonde was covered in smoke as the jounin looked on in confusion as the smoke cleared so that Naruto appeared again. Nothing had happened? Naruto, what? He stopped abruptly as he noticed the Hittite on Naruto's forehead, his eyes widening in shock along with Haku and Zabuza's. Wait a minute, but his Hittite was thought the copy ninja as he turned his head towards the Hittite blade lying on the wet ground there, where Zabuza's water clone was standing. Faggot! What the hell? Sakura mused in surprise as the Hittite turned into smoke to reveal another soaked Naruto who quickly dissipated, indicating that it was a shadow clone. I see this boy, he's no ordinary genin, Haku thought as he stepped aside to stand next to Zabuza, who for the life of him couldn't understand what had happened. What the hell happened? How did you do all that? He growled angrily as Sakura and Sasuke were once again amazed by the skills Naruto possessed. However, the Jinchuriki crossed his arms over his chest, now mocking the question. What a stupid thing to ask! Do you think I'm some cliché hero who'll just spill his secrets to his enemies when they ask so nicely? If you've got a brain, eyebrow-raising freak, try using it sometimes. Especially when your life is in danger. A smirk on his face infuriated Zabuza even further. Why you? He took a step forward threateningly when Haku stopped him. Calm down, Zabuza-sama, that boy is just making fun of you. The mist ninja exhaled slowly, trying to calm himself. However, Kakashi was still busy going over Naruto's plan in his head, unable to believe the thought of where his student had gone. Being with his team in the village, when they weren't running for their lives, was one thing, but thinking so deeply and remaining calm under such murderous intent in situations like these, the blonde was nothing short of a prodigy. The caliber of Itachi, the caliber of his father. Once again you proved me wrong. I thought you were losing your cool in this situation, but in reality, you had it all planned. You deliberately went all in frontally with your kunai, making Zabuza think you were just trying to be a hero. Somehow, when Zabuza kicked you, you had sneakily created a shadow clone, transformed it into your own Hittite, and transformed yourself into Naruto himself, but the one without any Hittite. You effectively fooled us all. You made us all believe that when Zabuza had kicked you, your Hittite had landed near Zabuza's feet. Then, when you made a dash for the real Zabuza, the shadow clone that transformed into your Hittite, which was lying near the clone's feet, did the shadow paralysis technique to restrict the water clone's movements. That's why it couldn't move. Momentarily surprised by this, Zabuza had little time to dodge the dozens of shuriken Naruto had created using the shadow shuriken technique. Zabuza then deflected them all using his Zanbatsu as Naruto threw the Fuma shuriken. But I don't understand something here. The copy ninja paused in thought as he looked at his sensei's legacy. If Naruto's plan was to use his shadow clone Fuma shuriken all the time, then why did he fire those kunai? Why not just use the Fuma shuriken when Zabuza was distracted? There has to be a reason for this. He never does anything for no reason, Kakashi mused while Zabuza and Haku were also quiet, as if they themselves were thinking about what had happened. It was strange how a tense silence had developed between the two groups. But wait! It hit the silver-haired Jounin like a ton of bricks. Of course! He then threw those shuriken and multiplied them using the shadow shuriken technique so that Zabuza was forced to draw his Zanbatsu. If he hadn't used the shadow shuriken technique, then Zabuza would have simply stopped those first shuriken with his one hand like he did with Sasuke. And after making him draw his Zanbatsu, he followed up his attack with a Fuma shuriken. Zabuza, not having time to sheath his Zanbatsu and catch it with his hand, had to jump to dodge it. However, no one suspected that it was a transformed shadow clone, who then threw the kunai at his heart. Meanwhile, the real Naruto had used Zabuza's distraction to his advantage by using the shadow imitation technique and trapping him with it. Now that he couldn't move, Zabuza panicked as he tried to move and in the process lost his concentration, breaking the water prison when I broke free. I can't believe it! This kid, he made a whole plan to kill a Jounin in a minute using the most basic techniques and under so much pressure. Naruto, just what are you? Kakashi had never dreamed he'd ever encounter a unique shinobi like Naruto, let alone his student. At least now you know the importance of those useless little techniques. Naruto mocked in amusement, causing Zabuza to growl at him, while Sasuke and Kakashi couldn't help but smile at the comment. You're going to regret this, little pup! Zabuza uttered as Sasuke walked over to stand with Naruto and Kakashi, a serious expression on his face. The mask on this guy's face. You're not a hunter nin, are you? Kakashi stated matter-of-factly while Haku remained silent. Listen, I'm going to face Zabuza. You two will have to handle that masked boy. But be careful, he has a bloodline limit that allows him to use the ice release. So stay alert. Kakashi spoke softly as he raised his Hittite, revealing the Sharingan as Sasuke nodded with him. What are your orders, Zabuza-sama? Haku asked, not bothering to lower her voice, causing the jounin next to her to growl. Take on those two brats and make sure the blonde dies a very painful death. I'll take care of Kakashi. Zabuza verbalized, causing his apprentice to nod, a little hesitant as the tall jounin rushed towards the trio, the Zanbatsu in his hands following loosely behind him. However, Haku began to go through some hand seals before slamming them into the ground. CRRK. Naruto jumped to the side as a wall of ice rose up from where he was standing, separating him and Sasuke from Kakashi. Clang! The blonde heard the voice of metal colliding with metal behind the wall. Naruto! Sasuke warned him as he took his stance while Haku was nowhere in sight. You're slow! The duo heard as suddenly a water figure formed behind Sasuke, taking the form of Haku as it headed towards Sasuke's neck, a Saban between its fingers. Splash! Sasuke, stay on your guard! Naruto said, having thrown a kunai at the water clone as he walked to stand back to back with the Uchiha. The blonde's mind was racing as he took in the situation. Kakashi was already fighting Zabuza in the river. Stay away from the water, Sasuke, back off. He muttered under his breath before suddenly jumping up using chakra beneath his feet with the Uchiha doing the same as they landed near Sakura and Tazuna. Sakura, stay behind Tazuna-san, make sure no one attacks from behind, we'll take care of the front. Naruto warned with narrowed eyes, currently crouching while holding a kunai. Naruto, can't you feel dash? I know where it is, calm down. The blonde Sasuke replied as he closed his eyes when Haku appeared again a few meters in front of them, forming out of the water. I don't want to hurt you. Our only target is Tazuna. If you let us do our job, we'll leave you alone, he said in a calm tone, causing the Jinchuriki to narrow his eyes. Is this guy serious? Sasuke thought in disbelief as Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, but we can't. His response was simple and plain, as Haku's shoulders slumped a little. Very well, he uttered before running towards them. Sasuke! I'll back you up! Naruto exclaimed, still crouching as the Uchiha lunged forward, already breaking through a few hand seals. Katon, Gakkaku no Jutsu! Fire release, great fireball technique. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled an intense stream of fire through the ring formed by his index finger and thumb. The fireball headed towards Haku, who jumped using chakra, dodging the attack while launching several Saban towards Sasuke. The Uchiha managed to barely dodge them as he jumped to his left. Landing on the wet ground, Haku ran further towards the jet black-haired genin who pulled a kunai from his holster. Going for a punch to Sasuke's face, he grabbed the Uchiha's wrist holding the incoming kunai. Leaning back, the punch grazed Sasuke's chin as he kicked Haku in the stomach, following his momentum and flipping backward. Ugh! The ice user skidded back a bit as he quickly jumped sideways, dodging a shadow tendril that was about to connect with his shadow. He looked at Naruto holding the jutsu as the shadow chased him while Haku rolled on the ground a bit before jumping back in small hops, keeping his distance from Naruto. Very clever, the blonde thought as he realized that Sasuke stood several meters away from Haku. I see that shadow imitation technique is very annoying, the ice user commented when, faggot, surprise, Haku's breath hitched as he heard Naruto's voice behind him. He quickly turned around before realizing he couldn't move. Where were you hiding? The ice user asked, strangely calm as Naruto, who had just appeared behind him in a puff of smoke, had trapped Haku with his shadow glued to the ice user's feet. So the backpack he had initially dropped, was it his transformed shadow clone? A shadow clone that was carrying his real backpack and had transformed into a backpack? Sasuke thought in exasperation as he looked at the Naruto who had just appeared behind Haku, backpacks slung over his shoulders. It's none of your business, Naruto's shadow clone replied coldly. I see then, would dash, thank you. Haku stopped abruptly as Sasuke punched him in the neck, causing him to fall to the ground unconscious as the shadow clone dissipated, the real backpack now falling to the ground. A/N. Sorry for the interruption, but just to clarify that the whole way, the backpack Naruto was carrying was in fact a shadow clone that was carrying Naruto's real backpack and had transformed into a backpack. That's why he got rid of it in every fight, so as not to dispel the shadow clone. What? Sasuke thought in shock as the unconscious Haku began to turn into ice. Damn, another ice clone, he realized as the real Naruto, who was still crouching in front of Tazuna and Sakura, also had a shocked expression on the outside. Come on, what are you waiting for now? Hurry up! The blonde was having different thoughts when he, along with Sakura and Tazuna, heard a rustling sound behind them. I'm sorry for this, but you must die. Sakura's eyes widened as she felt Haku's voice grow louder as the ice user, having emerged from the foliage, approached them from behind, several saman in his hands. So the real one was hiding there all the time? Sakura closed her eyes in fear, her body freezing as she waited for the impending pain to arrive, knowing she didn't even have time to blink. Faggot! Kageshibari no Jutsu, Shadow Paralysis Technique. Hell? Sasuke thought in shock as Naruto suddenly appeared behind Sakura in a small puff of smoke while Haku, who was running towards Sakura at blurring speeds, was now frozen in place, several feet away from Sakura. You can't fool me, kid, I'm your dad when it comes to these things. Naruto smiled slightly, the shadow of his feet connecting with Haku's, the blonde's back touching Sakura's. And Naruto how? Sakura asked as she moved forward a little before turning around as Tazuna turned around as well, already close to getting wet. Where's my? Sakura realized her pupils were slowly widening, now staring at Naruto's back in amazement. So you replaced it with her bag? Haku himself couldn't contain his surprise as he looked at Sakura's backpack, which was now on the floor, where Naruto was previously crouching. You think by dodging my shadow imitation technique earlier you made us believe your ice clone was the real deal, huh? I always knew where you were hiding the real you. Catching you? Why do you think I ordered my teammate to be behind Tazuna? You can't escape my senses. Naruto mouthed with a smirk, while Sasuke shook his head as he looked at the small shards of ice lying at his feet. So he knew this was an ice clone the whole time? The idiot could have told me about this, the Uchiha thought with a sigh, now clenching his fists. He just never seemed to catch up to Naruto. No matter how strong he became, the blonde just beat him every time with his deceptive tactics. No one was a better strategist in the place than Naruto. No one. Sasuke was sure of that. I don't want to kill you, but I'm sorry the mission demands that you die for Tazuna-san's safety. There was a look of regret in Naruto's eyes as he pulled a kunai from its sheath. Just as he raised his right arm over his chest to throw the kunai, his pupils widened in shock as a familiar figure blurred to appear next to Haku, teleporting the ice user with him in a puff of smoke. What the heck? Naruto thought in surprise as he turned his head back to notice the same figure with Haku appear next to a tired-looking Zabuza in the river. Zabuza-sama, sorry it took us some time, the figure said as another familiar figure appeared next to them in a puff of smoke. You too. Kakashi trailed off in surprise while Zabuza himself looked stunned. Gozu-meizu? Where have you been all this time? Zabuza asked with narrowed eyes, his body covered in bruises as he panted slightly. The newly arrived demon brothers were standing next to him and Haku, who was also surprised to see that they were still alive. Zabuza, this world is cursed, Meizu uttered coldly as she tore off the clothes on her upper body, and Gozu did the same, revealing his torso completely covered in paper bombs as Zabuza and Haku ran their blood cold, standing only inches away from their painless deaths. What the hell? Chapter 16. Gozu-meizu? Where have you been all this time? Zabuza asked with narrowed eyes, his body covered in bruises as he panted slightly. The newly arrived demon brothers were standing next to him and Haku, who was also surprised to see that they were still alive. Zabuza, this world is cursed, Meizu uttered coldly as she tore off the clothes on her upper body, and Gozu did the same, revealing his torso completely covered in paper bombs as Zabuza and Haku ran their blood cold, standing only inches away from their painless deaths. That, boom! A huge explosion occurred, shaking the area to its core. Kakashi had to cover his eye with his elbow, along with the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna. A large amount of water splashed violently as it descended upon them like raindrops. However, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he racked his mind for an explanation for this. Why would they do that? Why would the demon brothers do that? Maybe, but this wasn't part of our plan, he mused, the trees creaking in the gusts of wind as the blast slowly died down when Kakashi appeared in front of them through Shunshin. Is everyone safe? He asked loudly over his shoulder. Hi, Sensei! Sakura replied, currently standing behind Tazuna with Naruto while Sasuke stood in front of the bridge builder. This has to be Kira's doing, Kakashi thought as he looked at Naruto, who seemed shocked by this event. The large amounts of smoke began to clear as they saw the silhouette of something, a dome-shaped structure. So they're alive, huh? The copy ninja thought in realization as he looked at the structure through his Sharingan. Naruto and Sasuke narrowed their eyes, now looking at a dome made of ice, which slowly began to crack in front of their eyes. Sakura's eyes widened as she saw Zabuza kneeling, blood trickling down his left shoulder and ribcage. Haku, who was standing next to him in the water, also seemed to be gasping as his mask slowly began to crack. The Jinchuriki continued to stare at the ice user as the mask fell, revealing his face. Both he and the Uchiha blushed slightly at the sight, believing it to be a girl, while Haku wiped a thin stream of blood from his chin. "Zabuza-sama, are you okay?" The ice user bent down to place Zabuza's injured arm over his shoulder, supporting it. The mist demon actually looked worse for wear as he continued to gasp, his breathing raspy. "Our retreat, Haku," he muttered, causing the ice user to nod as he formed a seal with one hand. Team 7 watched as gusts of wind began to cover the duo before they disappeared through the Shunshin wind. Kakashi sighed as he let his guard down while Tazuna exhaled in relief. "Shouldn't we have finished them off?" Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes as the silver-haired Jounin turned to face them. "No, they would have still escaped." "Are you okay, Tazuna-san?" Kakashi asked as the bridge builder nodded, too moved to say anything. Naruto began walking forward as he picked up his backpack before throwing it over his shoulders. "We should get moving, sensei," the blonde suggested as he went back to pick up another backpack in front of Tazuna. "Here." Sakura blushed in embarrassment as Naruto handed her his backpack. "Did you really plan this whole thing from the start? The backpack stuff? Having your shadow clones transform into your backpack and those shuriken too?" Sasuke asked with a raised eyebrow as Sakura looked at him curiously while the mustachioed blonde shrugged nonchalantly in response. "Yeah, it's just my way of fighting. I have chakra in abundance, why not use it properly then?" This was a C-rank mission. Admittedly, we weren't expecting any sort of major combat situations like this. Still, it never hurts to be cautious, which you can probably agree with me on by now. Sasuke sighed as Sakura stared at him in awe. Her teammate really was something else. Initially graduating as a dead last, she was proving herself to be a prodigy, a type of shinobi genius probably never seen before in the shinobi world. Kakashi lowered his hitai to cover his Sharingan as he began walking forward. "Let's go, we've wasted enough time," the Jounin said as they followed him, Tazuna now more eager than ever to get home. Several hours later, Land of Waves. Team 7, along with Tazuna, were currently walking through the streets of the village they had just arrived at. Sakura wore a sad look in her eyes, obviously having noticed the poor condition of the people living there. Naruto and Sasuke, along with Kakashi, showed no outward reaction as the group walked in silence towards Tazuna's house. Hit! Having reached his destination, Tazuna knocked on the wooden door of his house while Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, I'm never going to complain about a mission being boring, Kami-sama," he thought, his hands clapping in a prayer position as Naruto and Sasuke stood beside him, both watching his antics. The door opened to reveal a woman with dark blue hair, two bangs framing her face as her eyes lit up at the sight of her father. "Tu-san!" he exclaimed as Tazuna smiled at him. "Tsunami, look who I brought!" Stepping aside, he pointed toward the group of 4 behind him. "Konnichiwa, Tsunami-san. I'm Hatake Kakashi, and these are my students." Kakashi bowed slightly as she leaned back. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hatake-san," he said, immediately realizing that his father's efforts were finally paying off. "These are the brave Konoha shinobi I was able to hire," Tazuna said with a slight smile when Sakura introduced herself. "My name is Haruna Sakura, it's a pleasure to meet you," she verbalized, causing Tsunade to nod with a smile. "Uchiha Sasuke." His greeting was direct and brief, while Tsunami's eyes widened slightly. "An Uchiha? You must be quite strong," he breathed, knowing that this boy must be the last Uchiha left in Konoha. "Yeah, you can't underestimate these kids. They're hardcore shinobi, especially that blonde-haired boy in the back, he's the strongest of the 3. Tazuna spoke over his shoulder lightly as he entered the house. Tsunami turned her surprised eyes to the quiet blonde standing behind her teammates, while Sasuke lightly mocked Tazuna. Naruto waved lightly, his lips curling up in a small smile. "Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you, Tsunami-san." Tsunami smiled back, finding a strange power in his oceanic blue eyes. They were so deep, they didn't match his appearance at all. Having faced so many things in her life, she could tell those eyes weren't those of a 12-year-old boy. However, Sakura had a surprised look on her face, along with Kakashi and Sasuke. Naruto rarely smiled. Ever since the team was formed, he rarely smiled like that, especially in front of strangers. In Konoha, he would be cold to the villagers most of the time. And here, after entering Nami no Kuni, his entire demeanor had changed. "Oh! Please come in, make yourselves comfortable!" Tsunami exclaimed in embarrassment after noticing them still standing outside when she stepped aside, letting them in. Team 7 briefly looked inside the house as they walked towards the living room, Tazuna gulping down the rest of his sake, causing Tsunami to shake her head. I'm sorry our living conditions aren't up to your standards, but I hope you enjoy your stay here. The dark blue-haired woman bowed respectfully, causing Kakashi to turn to her. No problem, Tsunami-san. It has a warm, homey atmosphere. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke looked at the blonde with strange looks on their faces. Naruto had a smile on his face as he placed his backpack on a worn couch while Tsunami smiled warmly at him. I'm glad. Please follow me. I'll show you to your respective rooms. Lunch should be ready in a little while, she said, making them nod as she began to walk up the stairs with Team 7 following her. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura kept staring at Naruto's face repeatedly, unable to believe he had a constant smile plastered across his face. What's more, he seemed genuine. Why would he be happy in a place like this? What's wrong with you and him? Several minutes later. Ah, that was great, Tebeo, Naruto said with some enthusiasm as he leaned back in his chair, patting his belly. Seriously, I'm so happy. Tsunami, who was wearing an apron, clapped her hands in delight as she smiled at the blonde, who smiled back slightly. They both turned as they heard Sasuke's chopsticks fall to the floor as he pushed his chair back to pick them up. Naruto raised an eyebrow when he found Kakashi, Tazuna, and Sakura looking at him as if he had just asked Sakura out on a date, which, of course, hadn't happened since the formation of Team 7. What? He asked with his eyes slightly narrowed, making them shake their heads as they continued eating while Tsunami also looked at them confused. The blonde, what's wrong with her? Why is she smiling? Why does she look so happy? Could it be that he's flirting with Tsunami? Tazuna thought, his face buried in his bowl, furiously eating rice while secretly glancing at Naruto, who was now standing up with his cutlery. Walking into the kitchen, he placed the utensils on the counter as the blonde began washing the dishes. Tsunami gasped at this as she hurried to his side. You don't need to do that, Naruto-san. Please don't worry about anything, she uttered, now taking the plate in her hands as he smiled at her, shaking his head. It's just out of habit, Tsunami-san, not formality. The dark blue-haired woman blinked as he turned on the faucet. She turned to Tazuna for help, finding it truly odd that one of her newly arrived guests would be indulging in one of the menial chores. The bridge builder kept looking at Naruto as he finished his rice. This proves it. He was so cold and quiet the whole trip, and now, after seeing my daughter, the brat is trying to win her over. Okay, I need to inform you about something, Kakashi said after finishing for the moment, sensing the surprise of Naruto acting so out of place. What is it, sensei? Sakura asked as Naruto also looked at Kakashi while washing the dishes. Tsunami was standing next to him while drying the washed utensils. In between trips, I received a messenger bird from Konoha. Hokage-sama is sending another team to investigate Gato's business here in Wave, the Jounin announced, causing Sakura to look at him in confusion. Why would I do that? It's because the land of Wave's economy, after Gato established a monopoly on the shipping business, has been going downhill. The people here are desperately willing to open fair trade routes. The bridge that Tazuna-san is building will connect this land to the Land of Fire, opening a trade route, which would ultimately benefit both Nami no Kuni and Hai no Kuni. Konoha has recently received orders from the Daimyo of Fire to look into this matter and see if we can convince Gato to leave this land. Of course, the Leaf Village can't do this by force since we trade with Gato ourselves and we have to maintain our business with him. And since we're already on this mission to help Tazuna-san complete the bridge, Hokage-sama knows that this is the best time to strike. While we continue with our mission, the incoming team will try to negotiate with him, and I mean a trade negotiation where everything is fair. Everyone looked at her in surprise and shock as the blonde continued washing dishes. How do you know all this? Sakura asked, a little embarrassed by the fact that she was supposed to know all that stuff. I already knew some of the basic facts, it's general knowledge now. The rest was deduced by me, it's common sense, he verbalized as Tsunami looked at him in amazement, while Sasuke lightly scoffed. Common sense for you, more like nerd sense for us, he thought as he rolled his eyes. Ever since I learned the truth about this mission, one thing was bothering me. Hokage-sama knows about Gato's acrobatics here in Wave. So he must have known that the life of a bridge builder like Tazuna, who was attempting to build a bridge which would ruin Gato's business here, would be in danger. So why would he believe Tazuna-san's obvious lie and declare the rank of this mission as C rank? I guess this latest move by Hokage-sama solves the mystery. He sent Team 7 on this mission, knowing that Kakashi-sensei would be with us. Then, using that as an excuse, he sends another team to negotiate with Gato. I guess he was just looking for an excuse to interfere here in Wave, and you, Tazuna-san, gave him that excuse," he explained, now washing his hands as Tsunami continued to stare at him with wide eyes. "Oh, would you mind repeating that again?" Tazuna asked with narrowed eyes, making the Jinchuriki sigh. But Sakura was shocked, never thinking her leader was thinking so far ahead. Is this how the shinobi world worked? Is this how cunning and intelligent their Kage was? In other words, he knew you were lying all along, Tazuna-san, Naruto said with a serious expression, leaning against the counter with Tsunami standing silently behind him. The bridge builder had a look of disbelief on his face while Kakashi nodded along with Naruto, scolding himself for not thinking things through like his blonde student. "How come you didn't figure it out, sensei?" Sasuke asked with an accusing look as all eyes turned towards him, making the jounin sweat like a bullet. "Ahihi, you see." He smiled shyly as Sakura looked at him in disappointment. "If I had the time to lift my nose from my porn literature, I would have," Naruto uttered with a smirk, making the copy ninja sweat drop while Tsunami panted behind him. "How could you?" she almost screamed, making the silver-haired jounin look sideways nervously. "You read such dirty books in front of these kids?" Sasuke gave Naruto a nod of approval behind Sakura, making the blonde smile slightly at him. "Mama, it's not like I let them read it," Kakashi said in defense as he stood up from his chair, flinching from the glare Tsunami was giving him. "What about the time you offered me to read it? And before that, what about the presentation you gave us?" Naruto asked innocently, causing the jounin to glare at him. "Introduction?" Tazuna and Tsunami asked in confusion, turning to face Naruto. Kakashi began to shake his head at Naruto furiously, pleading with his hands in a prayer position as the Jinchuriki's eyes gleamed, his Joker blood coming to life. What was it again?" "Oh yeah, here goes." Naruto stood up straight as he grabbed a cookbook that was on the opposite slab. Lazily leaning against the counter, he lowered his hattai over his right eye, burying the lower part of his face in the open book, mimicking Kakashi's pose exactly. Sasuke bit his cheek from the inside to keep from laughing outright, while Sakura barely held on as the blonde coughed to begin with. "My name is Hatake Kakashi. My likes include reading the Ika Ika series written by Jiraiya-sama, my favorite of them being Ika Ika Makeout Tactics. I also like spying on women in hot springs, watching porn when I have the time, big breasts like Tsunade-sama. Although I am a virgin, still, the positions I like, at least hypothetically, are doggy style, missionary, and reverse cowgirl. The only thing I dislike is young boys, no, a certain young boy. My hobbies include reading Ika Ika, cursing a certain young boy whenever I can, and masturbating regularly. The dream for the future is to form a large harem of big-breasted women, spread the youth of Ika Ika, and one day write in Ika Ika myself. Any questions?" Tsunami. Sasuke had excused himself in the middle of the presentation and gone to the bathroom with an uncharacteristically large hand over his mouth, barely controlling his laughter. Kakashi was now cowering in fear, a dark cloud over his head as he could only wonder one thing. How the hell was he able to memorize all that? Tsunami slowly turned her head, her eyes glowing red, a malicious smile on her face as she cracked her knuckles. "Any last wishes?" she asked as he stammered out his genuine last wish. "See, can I suck your breasts? Wow, die!" The next few minutes were filled with painful little girl screams as they echoed throughout the house while Sakura laughed her head off, rolling on the floor like crazy as she exclaimed, "Porn-sensei got hit!" Naruto shook his head with laughter as he said. I heard more laughter coming from the bathroom. Tazuna had a look of horror on his face, his hands currently over his protective jewels as a twisted, fried piece of dough lay on the floor, a completely burnt book resting beside it. "Do you want anything else, Naruto-san?" Tsunami asked with a smile, making the blonde shake his head. "No, the food was great. Arigato Tsunami-san," he murmured with a slight bow, making her laugh. "Ah, you're so cute," she said before ruffling his hair. The blonde blushed brightly as she walked into the kitchen. "Nice?" A nostalgic feeling came over him at that moment. Hit! Hit! The blonde came out of his thoughts when he heard a knock at the door. "I'll get it," he said over his shoulder, now walking towards the door while avoiding the shivering mass of his sensei and also Sakura, whose laughter was now slowly diminishing. Grabbing the doorknob, he opened it. "Why am I not surprised?" Naruto thought as he sighed inwardly while looking at the three figures standing in front of him. I take it you're the backup team regarding which Hokage-sama messaged us? He asked with a frown. Of course. Shikaku nodded, Inoichi and Chuza at his side. You're forgetting me, blonde. The Jinchuriki lowered his head to see a dog wearing a Konoha Hittite. Kakashi-sensei's summoning? He thought. Without saying anything, the blonde stepped aside as the group of four entered the house. Shikaku, Inoichi, Chuza. Naruto didn't know how, but Kakashi was completely fine now as he greeted his teammates. Tsunami-san, Tazuna-san, this is the backup team Hokage-sama sent us. They are also called the Ino Shikacho Trio of Konoha. The silver-haired jounin said as Tazuna and Tsunami bowed in greeting. Judging by the conditions of your city, we won't impose too much on you. Kakashi, you and your team will continue with your mission while we leave tomorrow to begin our mission. Inoichi said, causing both Tsunami and Kakashi to nod. Where are you going? Sakura asked, now standing next to Kakashi. Gato's temporary base is several miles east of here. We'll be camping there for the remainder of our mission. Chuza said in his raspy voice as Naruto closed the door, a small frown forming on his face. You should have seen this coming. Obviously, their goal is to settle Gato's matter here, as well as keep an eye on me. Kakashi and Aizen will tell them how the Demon Brothers had posed as suicide bombers, and then they'll be back on my ass. Not that it's a big deal. Later that night. Here, let me set the table, Tsunami-san. Naruto offered with a smile as he took the clean plates from her, making her shake her head with a small smile. You're helping us enough as it is, she said as she gently grabbed his shoulder, gently pushing him out of the kitchen. Sakura stared like a gaping fish when she saw Naruto pout at the woman. What the hell am I seeing things? Did her cold blonde teammate just get polka? But I want to help Tsunami-san. That's the least I can do. Besides, there are so many for you to feed, you could really use some help. The blonde argued as he walked back into the kitchen, making the older woman smile and look at him warmly while Sakura still stood at the base of the stairs, blinking owlishly. What's wrong? The pink-haired Kunoichi jerked her head back at the sound of Sasuke's voice, the Uchiha coming down the stairs. Sakura turned around before pointing her index finger toward the kitchen. Naruto is acting really weird. Ever since we entered this land, more like this house, he's smiled more times than he has since Team 7 was formed. However, he's not cold anymore and talks more, mostly to Tsunami-san. He only offered her help setting the table, she refused and he pouted in response. Can you believe it? The Kunoichi exclaimed quietly as Sasuke walked over to stand beside her, now looking at the blonde helping Tsunami with the cooking work. He's crazy about that woman. The Uchiha muttered, hands in his pockets as he walked toward the door, into the dark starry night for his emo walk. There he goes for one of his emo walks, Sakura sighed as she walked down the last step before looking at the smiling Naruto, who was setting the tablecloth. Does she like Tsunami-san? She thought, her lips curling down as Tazuna looked down from his room upstairs, through the crack of his slightly open door, having heard Sasuke. His eyes narrowed in a glare directed at the blonde worker. I knew it! That blonde is trying to get into my daughter's panties. As her responsible father, I can't allow that to happen. Hello, Sakura. Naruto, after finally noticing Sakura standing there, greeted her with a smile. The Kunoichi's eyes widened as a pink tint covered her cheeks. That's the first time he smiled like that at me. Oh, helping Tsunami-san, I see. She stuttered a little as she laughed lightly, rubbing the back of her head. Placing the dishes away, the blonde looked at her for a moment in confusion. Why do you look so nervous? He asked, making her curse inwardly. Damn her analytical skills, she could instantly decipher what a person was feeling from their gestures, especially in her case. Oh, come on, why do you think I'd be nervous? The Jinchuriki gave him a bored look as he walked back to the kitchen. You're stuttering, laughing awkwardly with your eyes closed. Your right hand is rubbing the back of your neck, your left eyebrow is tilted slightly more upward than your right. Your right toe is resting on the ground. Yeah, if you're not nervous, I'm willing to admit that Sasuke isn't gay. The blonde spoke over her shoulder, causing Tsunami to cover her mouth with her palm as she stifled a giggle, while Sakura felt her cheeks heat up in embarrassment as she looked away. It was useless trying to argue with her blonde teammate anyway. Naruto looked at her over his shoulder before smiling a little. I knew it, he's gay. Hey, I never accepted that. Sakura yelled, making Tsunami laugh as she handed her the large bowl of rice. Well, you agreed that you were nervous, which ties into the fact that you agree he's gay, he pronounced, now placing the bowl back on the table as Sakura sputtered in denial. Tsunami, however, decided to save the poor girl when she came in. Sakura-san, would you mind calling the others over for dinner? Sure! The dark-haired woman laughed at the kunoichi's quick response as she ran up the stairs. Wow, you guys get along well, don't you? She asked, turning to address Naruto, who paused for a moment, a small smile on his face. I guess, he muttered softly, half an hour later. Thanks for dinner, Tsunami-san, Inoichi said after standing up along with Chusa and Shikaku. It was a pleasure, Yamanaka-san, the dark-haired woman replied with a smile. Naruto was filling Kakashi's bowl, helping Tsunami serve the others despite her initial protests. Shikaku, along with Inoichi and Chusa, stood up as the trio headed upstairs to their room. Before entering his room, Shikaku glanced over his shoulder at Naruto. The blonde stared back with his own icy blue orbs. Tsunami was surprised by the sudden coldness in his eyes as she turned to look at Shikaku, the Nara entering her room before closing the door. Currently sitting at the table, having dinner were Sakura, Sasuke, Tazuna, and Kakashi. Naruto, get me some rice, Sasuke ordered with a smirk, lifting his bowl, causing the blonde to narrow his eyes, while Sakura and Kakashi sighed at the Uchiha's antics. He was always trying to prove that he was superior to Naruto, being unsuccessful though in any of his attempts. Tsunami watched them with amusement as she gave Tazuna some water while the mustachioed blonde filled Sasuke's bowl. Oh, and some water too, the Uchiha spoke with an innocent face as he handed his empty glass to Naruto. The blonde looked at Sasuke with a knowing look before grabbing the glass. Oh, come on, Sasuke-kun! Sakura groaned with a bored look as the raven-haired genin smiled in victory. Gripping his chopsticks, he began eating his rice, nodding to himself repeatedly with a smile, a sense of accomplishment filling him. I'm one step closer to defeating you, brother. He talks about being delirious. Naruto turned on the tap as he began to fill the glass. You know, Sasuke, Sakura agreed with me before that you're gay. Fruh. Sasuke sprayed the rice from his mouth, landing it on Tazuna's face, who sat there dumbfounded. What? The Uchiha shouted after wiping his mouth. I didn't do it! Sakura yelled defiantly at Naruto after turning around in her seat. You didn't do what? Sasuke asked Sakura, making her look at him as she waved her hands in front of her defensively, a nervous look on her face. I didn't say that, I dash. She didn't say you weren't gay, so she indirectly agreed with the fact that you are gay, Naruto explained as he walked over to the table. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed. Sakura, do you really think that? She turned to see the serious expression on Sasuke's face as Naruto approached her side with the glass of water. Of course not, Sasuke-kun! I don't believe it! Sakura exclaimed after standing up, tears forming at the corner of her eyes, causing Sasuke to sigh in relief as he sat back in his chair. Taking the glass from the blonde with a victorious smile, the Uchiha began to gulp down the liquid. See? She doesn't think you're not gay, so again she's indirectly agreeing with the fact that you are gay, Naruto verbalized while patting him on the back for comfort. Pruff. That? Water again sprayed from the Uchiha's mouth to hit Tazuna's rice-decorated face again. Of course not, Sasuke-kun! Sakura exclaimed with puppy dog eyes. Come on, buddy, it's not like it's a bad thing. I'm sure you'll find some pedophile out there who'll care about you. Naruto offered mock comfort as he rubbed his teammate's back, prompting an unexpected sneeze. The Uchiha grunted as he left his chair, once again walking towards the door, into the dark starry night for his emo walk again. His head this time was filled with thoughts of his teammates, humiliating him by thinking of him as gay instead of killing his brother. There he goes again with his emo walk, Naruto thought with a satisfied smirk. Damn you, Naruto! Sakura exclaimed with a snort as Tsunami laughed. Kakashi also laughed to himself. What? He started it. The blonde shrugged as the door opened. Ah, Inari! Where were you? Tsunami asked worriedly as she ran to her son while Naruto watched Inari closely. I'm fine, Inari muttered as he walked past Tsunami, causing her to look at him in concern. Oh, these are the shinobi parents hired today to complete the bridge. Aren't you happy? The dark-haired woman asked with a smile as the boy looked at Team 7, a dark look appearing in his eyes. Whatever, he muttered before continuing towards the stairs, causing Sakura to raise an eyebrow at his attitude while Naruto continued to stare at the boy. Tazuna-san, is he your grandson? The blonde asked seriously, causing the old man to nod, who continued to curse the Uchiha's table manners while wiping his face. I'm sorry for the way I acted, it's just. Tsunami looked away as Kakashi stood up from his chair. It's no big deal, Tsunami-san. Everyone has their own problems. We can understand, thanks for the food. Sakura also stood up as she retreated to her room with Tazuna doing the same, but not before giving the blonde a warning look, confusing the Jinchuriki. Here, let me help you wash the dishes, Naruto said as he started picking up the dishes, making Tsunami frown. Oh no, young man! She exclaimed, rushing to his side. Taking the plates from his hand, Tsunami forcefully sat him down on the chair. You've helped me enough. Now relax and eat your dinner. The look she was giving him left no room for argument. The blonde sighed and frowned slightly. It's not for the formality, Tsunami-san. I help you because I like doing it, Naruto said with a neutral look on his face, making her laugh lightly. Ah, that's so sweet of you, Naruto-san. She leaned in to kiss him on the cheek before taking the dishes to the kitchen. Now sit there and we can eat together. Naruto's hand trailed up to his whiskered cheek as he rubbed it lightly, a confused look on his face. That was weird. Did I say something to make her happy? Midnight, 1 mile away from Tazuna's house. So, that Nara kid, the mind-reading kid, and the fat guy are here, huh? What do you plan to do now? Ryuk spoke, now floating above Naruto, who was resting on a thick branch of a large tree, looking at the moon. The blonde man had that serious, contemplative look on his face again as he continued to stare at the moon. I've made my move. Let's see what happens, he said with a sigh. What about the problem in Konoha? How do you plan to kill the criminals there? If you don't do it while you're away, they'll naturally suspect you. The Shinigami expressed as he responded immediately, almost in a trance-like state. That too will be resolved. Although I don't trust the solution to this, still the work will be done. What's wrong? You don't seem like yourself. Is something bothering you? Ryuk questioned, floating next to the blonde, causing him to shake his head. Nothing, he muttered, a smile spreading across his face, noticing what made the Shinigami's eyes widen in surprise. It wasn't a sly smile, or that clever smile of his that promised some sort of accomplishment on his part. It was a genuine, warm smile, the kind of emotion a Shinigami saw in a human when they were happy. What's he got into? In Konoha, he was so cold and distant. And now look at him, smiling like that. The Shinigami mused in amusement as Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he stood up. Come on, huh? The Shinigami looked at him with a puzzled look in his eyes as the blonde jumped out of the tree and ran off in a random direction. Hey! Ryuk yelled as he flapped his wings before following Naruto. Where are we going? You'll see. The Jinchuriki muttered as he pulled out a page from the Deathnote, looking at the name written on it. Several minutes later, unknown compensation. A lone blonde figure stood in a clearing, a light, cool breeze rustling the foliage as another blonde figure emerged from the bushes. I see, so you're controlling the mind-reading kid, huh? Ryuk commented, currently floating next to Naruto. The Jinchuriki stared at the blonde figure standing in front of him, a grave expression on his face as the two of them said nothing. The whiskered blonde walked over to the standing figure. Just as he was about to say something, he found himself unable to move. Got you! Naruto immediately recognized the voice behind him as Shikaku's. He probably caught me with his shadow. The blonde remained calm, unable to turn around since he couldn't move. Hearing some commotion behind him, the next thing he felt was a hand on his head, immediately realizing what they were doing. The area was deathly silent now as the hand was removed from his head. The boy has some blank spots here and there since the mission began. But after an hour or so, there's nothing but a blank spot, only so far. He's not being controlled at the moment. After hearing this voice, Naruto knew it was Kusho. What's going on? Why are you here? I just came here to train late at night. The Jinchuriki said, confused as he tried to move, but still couldn't. Huh? What's going on here? Why are you guys here? Inoichi came next, a confused look in his eyes. Inoichi, stay still, we need to check your memories, Shikaku said from behind him. Naruto stayed still as Kusho moved forward, finally entering the blonde's vision. Just a few seconds ago, the blank ended. The control over him was lifted, the Yamanaka said when Naruto felt he could move. He turned around to narrow his eyes at Shikaku. What's the meaning of this? First you framed me in Konoha for being Kira, and now you're playing this drama out here, he exclaimed angrily as Shikaku stepped forward, a bored look on his face. Sorry kid, but while we're on this mission, we should also keep an eye on you. Hokage-sama is worried sick about you, and we're just following orders. What orders? I can't even train here alone? The blonde asked with a frown while the Nara sighed, muttering troublesome under his breath. Listen, you probably don't know this, but you were under Kira's control a minute ago, and so was Inoichi. When we got here, the control over you two was lifted. Kira has this strange power that after the control over the victim has been lifted, he or she will sense that wherever or whatever you were doing after you regain your consciousness, it was according to your will, therefore it won't seem strange to you. The same thing is happening to you. You think you were here to train and that we were just bothering you. It's something your subconscious came up with. The same thing is happening to Inoichi, explained Shikaku, a neutral look on his face. Naruto looked at Nara suspiciously before looking back at Inoichi, who looked confused. The blonde sighed as he turned back to the Nara. So you mean Kira's been after me even here? And why would he monitor both me and Inoichi just to meet us here? He questioned with an uncertain look on his face. Shikaku laughed to himself as he put his hands away, now looking up. Uzumaki Naruto, if it really is Kira, I applaud you, sir. You've got guts. This situation makes perfect sense if it is Kira. However, if it isn't Kira, my questions are the same as yours, he uttered, now jumping onto a branch above along with Inoichi and Kusho. If you really are Kira Naruto, I would really nominate you for the award for Best Actor of all time. Fujike's Yuki would be no match for you, he said loudly over his shoulder. We'll say our goodbyes, you can continue training. Oyasumine-sai, Kusho said before the trio walked deeper into the forest. Naruto stood there for several seconds when he heard Ryuk. Well, that was unexpected and a total waste, the Shinigami verbalized with a sigh as the blonde continued to stare at the spot where Shikaku was standing on the branch. No, it served its purpose, he said, making Ryuk look at him in confusion. What purpose? Naruto sat on the grass as he took out a storage scroll. Now I know who else came with Inoichi, Shikaku and Shiza. Come on, we have work to do, the Jinchuriki said after opening several blank pages of the Deathnote. Chapter 17. We'll say our goodbyes, you can continue training. Oyasumine-sai, Kusho said before the trio walked deeper into the forest. Naruto stood there for several seconds when he heard Ryuk. Well, that was unexpected and a total waste, the Shinigami verbalized with a sigh as the blonde continued to stare at the spot where Shikaku was standing on the branch. No, it served its purpose, he said, making Ryuk look at him in confusion. What purpose? Naruto sat on the grass as he took out a storage scroll. Now I know who else came with Inoichi, Shikaku and Shiza. Come on, we have work to do, the Jinchuriki said after opening several blank pages of the Deathnote. The next morning, woods near Tazuna's house. Well, as we already know, Zabuza and his partner escaped yesterday. And we can expect them to attack again soon, provided they recover, that is. Aside from carrying out the mission, I want you to make the most of your time and train. Kakashi spoke in his usual lethargic tone, his hands in both pockets. Team 7 stood in front of him with serious expressions with the exception of a certain blonde as she yawned loudly before lazily rubbing her eyes. What will we be training under, sensei? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes as the silver-haired Jounin smiled. You're fresh off the academy team, so as your Jounin instructor, I think I'll start with the basic chakra control exercises, he expressed, causing Sasuke and Sakura to nod as a sigh escaped the Jinchuriki's lips. What? You look pretty bored today. I guess it's understandable considering you don't have anyone to kill, huh? Ryuk laughed in amusement as the blonde simply ignored him. Doesn't sound much like training to me, Sasuke said with a serious look on his face, making Kakashi laugh lightly. Let's see then. The Jounin began walking towards one of the larger trees surrounding them before placing his right foot on the bark. So we basically have to lift our leg like a stray dog peeing and then control this thing called chakra. I agree with Yuke's guy here, it's not much training really, Ryuk mouthed while shaking his head before his eyes slowly widened as he watched Kakashi start to climb up the tree, his feet sticking to the bark. Holy shit, Spider-Man! How is the Cyclops doing that? The Shinigami exclaimed in surprise while Naruto had a bored look on his face. I see, basic ninja stuff, huh? Sasuke uttered as Kakashi landed on the ground. Yes, the basics, something we can't ignore. Taking out 3 kunai, he threw them towards his students as they stood rooted to the ground right in front of them. You need to apply chakra to the bottom of your feet so that it sticks to the surface. Too much chakra and the wood will slough off and you'll fall. Too little chakra will make you slip, the amount has to be perfect. To start with, try running towards the tree, and as you climb higher and higher, keep scoring the trunk with the kunai just before you fall to track your progress, he explained as Naruto yawned again, making the Jounin look at him. I see, Sasuke muttered as he pulled out the kunai in front of him. Oh, Yuke's boy wants to try it out. Let's see how he does at this. Ryuk said, now sitting on the ground next to Naruto as the Uchiha ran towards the tree. Accelerating upwards to a few meters, the spot under his feet creaked under the pressure of his chakra as he sliced the kunai into the bark. Naruto watched as Sasuke landed on the ground. Impressive, that's pretty high for a first attempt, Kakashi expressed as the raven-haired genin turned to his blonde teammate, giving him a challenging smile. The Jinchuriki sighed as he shook his head, rubbing the back of his neck in exasperation. How high do we have to go, sensei? Sakura asked as Naruto began walking towards the tree. As much as you can. The main purpose of this exercise is both chakra control and increasing your chakra reserves, Kakashi said, making her look at him in confusion. Increase our chakra reserves? The pink-haired genin asked as the jounin turned to her. Yes, what do I mean dash? Is this tall enough, sensei? The duo turned to look up to find Naruto standing horizontally to the tree trunk several meters above the ground, while Sasuke had a surprised look on his face. Well, it's not a big surprise. I was hoping you already knew this, Kakashi said as Sakura looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Hey, wow! You didn't tell me you could do this, Ryuk exclaimed, floating up there next to Naruto. However, the blonde, ignoring the Shinigami, looked at his sensei with narrowed eyes. Crouching down on the surface of the log, with his back to it, his feet began to slide down. Hey, be careful! Sakura yelled, fearing for her teammates standing so high. The blonde continued sliding down, his speed increasing as Sasuke's eyes opened now as well. Naruto! He yelled as he continued to slide down at high speeds while Kakashi stood there. KK. Sakura breathed out in relief when the blonde abruptly stopped sliding, his feet dangling in the air with the palm of his right hand resting on the surface of the tree trunk. This exercise, Sakura, is to increase your chakra reserves. You support your entire body weight with just your hand, applying chakra through it to adhere yourself to the tree. In this case, the chakra needed is much greater compared to the tree walking exercise, which is a chakra control exercise. Jounin in general are able to support themselves on one hand with just chakra for around 30 seconds, mainly because this exercise drains chakra quickly. He explained before landing on the ground as Sasuke and Sakura continued to stare at him. As expected of him, even while standing at such a height, he was able to hear her question. His presence of mind and enhanced senses are incredible, Kakashi mused as he looked at the blonde. How is simply hanging by your hand using chakra different from tree walking? Shouldn't they both be the same chakra control exercises? The net chakra required to stick to the surface in both cases should be the same, Sasuke asked, clearly annoyed by the fact that his blonde teammate was always one step ahead of him. Kakashi raised his finger to explain when Naruto got there first. It's quite simple. In the tree walking exercise, you have two sources to apply chakra to, which are your 2 feet. However, in this, you have to put a larger amount of chakra through a single hand. Concentrating that amount of chakra into one point, and keeping it from falling, is more difficult. More chakra means it's harder to control. Therefore, you'll have more trouble controlling your chakra in this, as well as keeping it flowing. This in turn will increase your chakra reserves and improve your control. Basically, it's a modified version of the tree walking exercise, the mustachioed blonde explained, making Kakashi's sweat drop. There he does it again, stealing my role. Sasuke, however, sighed as he rubbed his forehead, muttering whatever, under his breath. Then you two go. And Naruto and Dash, I already know the water walking drill. I'm going to the bridge, the Jinchuriki said as he began walking out of the area while Sasuke and Sakura just stared at him again. It's quite strange and hard to understand, isn't it, sensei? Sakura asked, turning to her right only to sweat drop upon noticing her sensei sitting under the shade of a tree with a dark cloud overhead, muttering about his student acting cooler than him. Turning around, he watched as Sasuke landed back on the ground after climbing just above his previous height. Well, there he goes again, trying to beat Naruto again. Tazuna's house, 9:48 p.m. Seriously, Naruto-kun, you should sit down and eat. I can handle myself. Look, even Sakura-san is now forced to go through the motions. Please, you've helped me enough, Tsunami said, more like pleading as the blonde served Kakashi some rice while Sakura refilled Tazuna's empty cup with sake. The pink-haired Kunoichi smiled as she turned to Tsunami. Don't worry, Tsunami-san. Really, we're happy to help you in any way we can. You're our customer, so it's our job to make sure you're satisfied. The older woman sighed as Inari was eating quietly, sitting across from Kakashi. Where is that disturbing child? Tazuna questioned after taking a sip of his sake, making Sakura sigh. He's training in the forest. I asked him to come here a little while ago, but he won't listen. He wants to complete the tree walking exercise tonight and catch up with Naruto," she said, rolling her eyes. Kakashi laughed softly. "Don't worry, he can handle himself." "I sure hope so. We need some heroes here to truly transform the condition of this place. It's been too long for Gado's reign to continue here," Tazuna uttered, causing Tsunami to nod. "Of course, we'll make sure the bridge is finished," Naruto said determinedly, a small smile on his face and Sakura nodding along with him. "And I'll take care of Gado if he shows his face, and I'll make sure your stomachs are full for work," Tsunami joked as she waved her pan, making them laugh except for Naruto, as he smiled at her. "Shut up!" The table creaked as Inari slammed her small hands down on it, pushing her chair to the floor with a jerk. "You guys are idiots! Giving yourselves false hopes of defeating Gado on your own. Pathetic!" the boy exclaimed. "Inari!" Tsunami scolded with a frown as the boy raised his face to look at Naruto. "Just helping to serve some food won't save this country. You think everything is easy, but it isn't. It disgusts me to see you so-called ninja taking things so calmly while people are dying," Inari yelled, panting slightly as Team 7 looked at him in surprise. "Inari, just shut up and go upstairs," Tsunami spoke harshly as she walked around the table to grab his shoulder tightly. Squeezing out of his tight grip, she turned back to Naruto. "Damn, this kid looks angry. I think he's mad because you were flirting with his mother, Naruto," Ryuk muttered as the blonde continued to glare at the black-haired boy. "Just a group of 4 people can't save an entire village from a tyrant like Gado. You guys are just trying to be heroes. Listen, heroes don't exist. If you want to fight Gado, do it with common sense. Don't laugh carelessly and say you're going to complete this bridge without a plan. Gado won't just sit back and let you idiots do whatever you want, Inari," Tsunami yelled back as she raised her hand to slap him. Thump! Tsunami stared in surprise as Naruto held her wrist firmly, a serious expression on his face. Inari squeezed her eyes shut as tears began to roll down her cheeks, her mother's hand inches from her cheek. "Naruto," Sakura muttered, loosening his grip on his wrist. The Jinchuriki turned to the silently crying boy as he placed his left hand on his trembling shoulder. Inari opened her shining eyes to look at him, a look of surprise on her face. "Inari, right?" she asked with a small smile as the boy nodded slowly. "Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you." The mustachioed blonde gave her a small smile, leaving Sakura and Kakashi completely speechless with his uncharacteristic behavior. Tsunami and Tazuna also looked at him strangely. Ryuk, however, just stared at Naruto, puzzled by the blonde's behavior considering the circumstances. If someone had spoken to the blonde like that in Konoha, the Shinigami was sure the person's name would have been in the Deathnote within minutes. Not knowing how to respond to the awkward situation, Inari simply looked away when she felt the same hand on her head. "Don't worry, I'm not the type of guy to just barge in without a plan. I always have a plan." Raising his head, Inari looked at a smirking Naruto as the blonde began walking towards the door. "Never lose hope. Without it there's no difference between you and a dead person. We'll save the city all right." Everyone looked out through the open door after the Jinchuriki left, quite surprised to notice the strange determination in the blonde's voice. Woods near Tazuna's house, 10:12 p.m. "Damn it! Why can't I do this? This is ridiculous!" Sasuke exclaimed in frustration as he punched the ground, currently crouching down while panting heavily. There were several cut marks on the tree trunk in front of him. Naruto is already perfect at this exercise, while Sakura did it on the first try. How can I ever hope to surpass that dobe and beat Itachi? The Uchiha glared at his fists, gritting his teeth in anger as he jerked his head up. Pulling out another kunai, he ran toward the tree. The raven-haired genin began running up the tree, chakra flowing into his feet as he stared at the top. "I have to beat him. I have to beat him first. Ew!" Sasuke grunted as his foot slipped slightly on the wood. Still running upward, one of his feet made a dent in the bark as he lost his balance. The Uchiha began to fall as he placed his hands on the trunk, trying to control his descending body. His hands slid over the wood as he approached the ground. Arg! Finding a sharp wooden point sticking out a bit from the bark, blood gushed from his hand as he lost his grip due to the sharp pain. Thud! Sasuke's body rolled violently across the ground as he skidded to a stop, sending dust flying in his wake. He stayed there for a few seconds before slowly pushing himself up onto his elbows. Coughing up some blood, He raised his bloody right hand. The Uchiha gritted his teeth as he stared at the cut on his hand, drops of blood falling onto the grass. Working pretty hard, or rather falling pretty hard, huh? His head snapped up and his eyes narrowed with a glare as he noticed Naruto standing in front of him, leaning against the tree. What do you want? He spat, standing up with some difficulty as the blonde crossed his arms in front of his chest. Damn, the emo boy looks pretty pissed off. Ryuk commented as the Jinchuriki raised an eyebrow at Sasuke's question, a smirk on his face. Oh, I was just checking on my teammate, Naruto said as the raven-haired genin wiped the blood from his chin. If you came here to make fun of me, get out of here! He snarled, his eyes dark while the blonde's eyes widened slightly as he stared into Sasuke's onyx orbs. So much hate, is it because of me or your brother? The mustachioed blonde asked amusedly, unaffected by his teammate's bad mood. Don't mention it in front of me, Uzumaki! Don't interfere in other people's business! Sasuke exclaimed, glaring menacingly at his teammate. Naruto frowned as he pushed himself out of the tree, his eyes taking on a cold glare. I don't understand, why are you so angry? Is it the fact that I already knew the tree walking exercise and you still haven't been able to do it? Is it because Sakura did it on her first try and you still can't do it properly? Naruto got his answer when Sasuke's eyes widened slightly before looking back at him. Shut up! I'll overtake you and kill that traitor! The Uchiha shouted. The Jinchuriki sighed as he shook his head, a bored look on his face. So much immaturity. I feel like I'm talking to a little kid who only sees what he's shown. A kid who only understands what he's been made to understand, so easily manipulated. You're still so innocent, so naive. Am I innocent? Am I naive? Sasuke's clenched fists trembled with anger as drops of blood fell from his injured right hand. I lost my damn innocence that night. You think I'm a mere 12-year-old who hasn't seen the darker side of this world? How dare you call me naive, you idiot? I'm sick of your euphoria and all-powerful attitude, like you know everything. You think you're some damn god who knows everything, huh? It's your damn arrogance that's fooling me. Sasuke screamed in rage, panting afterward as silence fell between the duo for several seconds. Hee. Naruto started laughing as he lowered his head. The irony, Naruto told me the same thing the day I met him. Ryuk thought with a serious expression as he recalled the blonde's exact words. I know some of my reasons are selfish. I'm also killing those who have been beating me up ever since I got kicked out of the orphanage. It's selfish of me, I know. But I'm also a Ryuk human, and I'll never forget that, which is why I can never be a god. I'm not a saint who can take any shit people throw at me. Then it's more of a disappointment that you haven't grown up after seeing the dark side. The blonde began walking toward his raven-haired companion, hands in his pockets. Why you? The Uchiha growled as he took a threatening step forward. Yes, I accept that I can be arrogant. But you can blame me. You can call me arrogant here again, but you can blame me seeing my abnormally sharp and philosophical mind. I am arrogant sometimes, yes, but that arrogance is what makes me human. Stop talking in circles. Sasuke shot back as Naruto continued. It's basic human nature, Sasuke. I've been dealing with your arrogant attitude throughout the entire academy. In fact, every student and teacher has been dealing with your arrogance, right? And why? Why were you arrogant? It's because you excelled in the academy. You were the top of the class, the best at everything. And that, without you even realizing it, was making you arrogant. It's something most of us can't help. The greater the talent in something one possesses, the more is the tendency for him or her to become arrogant to a certain level. So basically, the fact that I'm arrogant makes me human, not some almighty god you just accused me of being. The mustachioed blonde mouthed while his raven-haired teammate grabbed his bangs in frustration. Ryuk realized that Naruto was just playing with the Uchiha, deliberately annoying him. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Your know-it-all attitude, like you know everything. It infuriates me. Damn it, it infuriates me so much. He gestured his hand downwards violently while Naruto just stared at him with a neutral look on his face. Do you remember what I told you that day, when we fought? Damn, I know. I don't have time to record every philosophical bullshit you say. Sasuke growled. I'm a mature dead last, while you're a childish rookie. The blonde expressed while the Uchiha narrowed his eyes, apparently calming down a bit. Just get out of here, dope, he said with a sigh before taking a deep breath as he closed his eyes for a moment. Wham! Receiving a blurry fist to his right cheek, Sasuke flew backward as he skidded to a stop on the ground. I swear you grew more childish and immature as the days went by. What a waste, Naruto said with an icy look in his eyes as Ryuk looked at the blonde in surprise. What's gotten into it, you damn bastard? Jumping to his feet, Sasuke shot forward as he threw a punch at the standing blonde. Grabbing his lightning-fast forearm, Naruto retaliated as his fist came close to the Uchiha's nose. Jerking sideways, the blonde's fist grazing his cheek, Sasuke went for a kick in his teammate's abdomen. Naruto flipped back at the last second. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he launched himself forward again at astonishing speeds. Sasuke's eyes widened at his teammate's sudden speed as he brought both elbows up to his face, blocking a devastating blow before receiving a blurry roundhouse kick to his abdomen. Gar! The Uchiha grunted in pain, gasping for air as he lost his balance before falling violently onto his back several times. While you said the reason I beat you was because I used cheap tricks. Now look, you're losing even in a pure taijutsu fight, Naruto said, his legs still in the air where he had kicked Sasuke as he brought him down. Shut up, the raven-haired genin uttered in a low voice as he spat out some blood, now standing up as he looked at the blonde. Instead, it seems to me that you're getting weaker. Seeing the smirk on Naruto's face, he turned red as he charged wildly, inducing dust behind him. Be quiet! Upon reaching him, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks as Naruto began to dodge them, all the while with a smile on his face. See, so easy, the Jinchuriki verbalized as he dodged, flipping back to avoid an uppercut as Sasuke began to pant, his anger reaching new heights at the way his teammate was mocking him. Damn you! With a scream of rage, he launched himself at a crouching Naruto, his attacks getting faster as the blonde continued to dodge them. Fight back, bastard! The Uchiha was panting heavily now, sweating profusely as he continued to throw wild punches and kicks, even using his elbows and knees. Do I need to? You can't even hit me! Naruto mouthed as he leaped into the clearing, avoiding a knee thrust, not having broken a sweat yet. That damn smile. Sasuke thought through gritted teeth, both of them staring at each other, as the blonde dodged another of his blows in slow motion. Come on, is this all a Rookie of the Year can do? What a shame! The Jinchuriki sneered, standing with his back against a tree. Ducking, he dodged a quick blow as Sasuke's fist crushed a good chunk of wood, the Uchiha wincing at the jolt of pain in his bloody fist. You always had tunnel vision. You couldn't see anything else, such a weak-hearted fool, or should I say, a dumb little brother? Sasuke's eyes widened as he yanked his fist out of the tree. What did you say? He turned around to glare at Naruto with deep hatred and malice, his fists shaking with unbridled fury as the wide grin on the blonde's face only added fuel to the fire. Couldn't you hear it, silly little brother? The Uchiha lowered his face, his knuckles now bleeding as he sped forward in blind rage, seeing nothing but Naruto's face. Buck you! His punches became wild, firing them rapidly as some of them began to connect with Naruto's stomach. However, the Jinchuriki only intended to dodge as he didn't attack, jumping and hopping in the clearing while Sasuke was clearly at his limits as he continued to attack relentlessly. So easy to anger, Naruto uttered after grabbing Sasuke's attacking elbow. So easy to manipulate. He further spoke with a smile, both shoulders shaking from the force. Damned, who? Headbutting the blonde, causing him to stumble in surprise, Sasuke connected with a full-force punch to Naruto's face. Pulling the falling blonde up by the sleeve of her jumpsuit, he punched the blonde again in the cheek. The Jinchuriki sailed back at breakneck speeds before crashing into a tree, with splinters falling onto the grass. Don't mock other people's sufferings. Never make fun of me! Without pausing for a moment, Sasuke launched himself at the broken tree as he drew back his fist before throwing it at the screen of dust that had formed due to Naruto's collision. BHM. The feel of raw wood told the Uchiha he'd missed it. Ignoring the searing pain in his knuckles, he began firing a rapid barrage of punches into the tree trunk, the sensation of some of them making contact with flesh along with the blonde's grunts and coughs giving him a sickening satisfaction. Buck you, DHM! How dare you make fun of me! Wham! Son of a hitch! BHOM! Thump! Thump! Now panting heavily, Sasuke's eyes opened as he felt his bloody fists being grabbed, the dust clearing to see a gasping Naruto embedded in a crater, blood dripping from his chin as he coughed lightly. Too weak, still too weak, such weak blows Uchiha. The Jinchuriki muttered as he spat some blood onto Sasuke's face, still smirking at the heated look on his teammate's face. Blood trickled down both of their foreheads as Sasuke looked at Naruto in revulsion. Pushing himself out of the crater, the Jinchuriki pushed the exhausted Uchiha back, causing him to stumble on his wobbly feet as he fell backward, now lying on the ground. Come on now, I was just warming up to Sasuke. Is that all you've got? What would your father say? He'd be so embarrassed by a weak little Uchiha like you, huh? Naruto continued to mock as he wiped the blood from his chin and forehead. Sasuke slowly stood up on his shaky feet, a stubborn look on his face. I would never lose to a guy like you or why you. He'd die before I did. The blonde grinned as his teammate rushed back towards him. Sasuke's punches began to become slow and sluggish, the Uchiha panting heavily as Naruto continued to dodge the attacks with ease. See? So easily exhausted. How come there's such a difference between our abilities? Naruto asked, his expression suddenly turning serious, both of them standing several feet away from each other now. Sasuke, however, continued to narrow his eyes at him. Stop preaching to me! You don't know anything! He exclaimed. I know everything about you, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto verbalized with a serious expression on his face as he took a step forward before pointing at him. Like I said, you always had tunnel vision, not seeing your surroundings. Still, I guess sometimes that's a good thing, huh? The amused smile on his blonde teammate's face confused Sasuke. What do you mean? He asked. Look behind you. Looking over his shoulder, the Uchiha's eyes widened in shock as he saw the ground as he turned his head towards Naruto. He was standing horizontally on the tree trunk. He had done it. He was standing using his chakra. How? The look of astonishment on the Uchiha's face made Naruto laugh, who was also standing above Sasuke in the same tree. Like I said, you have tunnel vision. The confusion on the raven-haired Uchiha's face didn't fade as Naruto began walking towards him. And like I've said before, I never do anything without a reason. I don't win without a reason, I don't lose without a reason. I don't hit without a reason, and I don't let myself get punched without a reason. Naruto pointed towards his bleeding nose with a grin that made Sasuke's orbs widen in shock. No way, I see he was probably letting the Uchiha vent his frustration. The emo boy was so caught up in beating Naruto up that he lost all his inhibitions, not even realizing he had climbed the tree during their fight, Ryuk thought, hovering above the duo. Sasuke, having lowered his adrenaline level, began to lose consciousness as he began to lose his balance. His narrowed eyes widened in surprise as he felt his hand being grabbed. Team, I know you're under a lot of pressure, but at least try not to let the ground slip out from under you. Naruto mocked, his weight shifting down as he held a barely conscious Sasuke by his right hand. The Uchiha smiled slightly as he showed his finger before losing consciousness, causing the blonde to smile at him. The Jinchuriki leaped, taking Sasuke with him before quickly landing on the ground, carrying his teammate over his shoulder. You know, I gave up trying to figure out your unpredictable head a long time ago. But this takes the cake. What the heck is going on here? I thought you just hated the emo kid here. And look at you, looking after him like he's your brother. Ryuk spoke in a bored tone as he floated horizontally next to Naruto, his head resting on his right elbow. The blonde wore a grim expression on his face as he began walking towards Tazuna's house. It's nothing, just keeping a promise to his family. Tazuna's house, 10:27 p.m. Kami-sama! What happened to you? Naruto sighed inwardly, now standing in the living room, in front of Tsunami and Sakura, who looked worried. Sasuke-kun too? Were you two attacked? The pink-haired genin asked as the blonde left the Uchiha on the couch. No, we were just training and got hurt a little. Naruto muttered as he took off his orange jacket. Training? You call all these injuries and bloodstains the result of this training you do? Tsunami had a worried and sick expression on her face as she analyzed the blonde, with Sakura checking Sasuke out. Ma, Tsunami-san, there's no need to worry. The guys just went through a tough training session, it's quite normal. Naruto raised his head to notice Kakashi standing on the stairs, giving him a bump and an eye smile. Normal? What kind of people are you? You call torturing little children normal training? She exclaimed angrily, causing the jounin to cower as he remembered the torture he went through that afternoon. I guess you're right, take it easy, guys. Good night. What the buck? Ryuk commented with a disappointed sigh. Kakashi was no longer present there. Take care of Sasuke first, I'll be fine, Tsunami-san. Naruto said seriously, making her look at him. Shut up. He scolded as the Shinigami noticed the warm look in the blonde's eyes with surprise as Tsunami bandaged his wounds, cleaning the blood stains on him. I'll take this, he said after grabbing his jacket. Now go upstairs, change, and give me these dirty clothes. I'll wash them later. she ordered, making him sigh in defeat, not arguing with her. However, Sakura, while tending to Sasuke's wounds, looked at the duo in surprise, struck by the way they acted so familiarly with each other. The mustachioed blonde man walked up the stairs when he saw Inari looking at him through the small opening in his door. "Looks like you found your mom, huh?" Ryuk chuckled. "Shut up," Naruto muttered as he continued up the stairs. Inari's room. "What a bunch of idiots, they'll never understand," Inari thought, sitting at the vanity next to her bed in front of an open window, as she stared out at the ocean. She clutched a photo frame to her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. A light breeze flowed through the room. Soft sobs could be heard inside the dark room as the boy stared at the picture frame with his glowing orbs. Why did you leave me? You didn't have to try to be a hero, we could have fought together," Inari mused, clenching her eyes in pain as more tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Nice weather, huh? Wah!" Letting out a girlish scream, the boy fell off the dresser. Thud! Inari groaned in pain as he sat up dizzily, massaging the back of his head. Opening his eyes, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he noticed Naruto sitting on the edge of his bed, holding the same picture frame. "I guess this was important to you. Sorry I didn't see you again," the blonde said, amused, placing the frame on the dresser. Inari narrowed his eyes as he quickly stood up, quickly wiping the liquid from his cheeks. "For a dark, psychopathic 12-year-old genius hellbent on revenge as well as changing the world, you're going out of your way to become awfully social, aren't you? Ever thought about starting your own Facebook?" Ryuk questioned innocently, causing the blonde to glance at him out of the corner of his eye. "I guess not. Wait, what the heck is Facebook anyway? Damn, I need to increase my Apple consumption. What do you want?" "If Kaisen sent you, I don't want dinner, I'm not hungry," Inari said sternly as he picked up his hat from the floor. "Okay, now let's say we do get killed by this maniac named Gojo. Afterward, what do you think will happen to this village of yours?" Naruto asked, elbows on his knees as he looked the boy straight in the eyes. "Oh really? That means ownership of the Deathnote will be back to me. Shit, yeah! This is my lucky day!" Ryuk smiled to himself. However, Inari looked at the blonde with thinly veiled confusion as he placed the hat on his head, his eyes darkening. "It's going to go down the drain, that's what's going to happen," he muttered. "And you're just going to cry and watch your village go down the drain?" Naruto asked, a mocking look on his face as the black-haired boy glared at him. "What else can I do then? I'm just a child," he exclaimed aloud. "I'm a kid too, a 12-year-old kid. But the difference between you and me is that I can kick some serious ass pretty easily. In your case, those same asses can fart in your face crying pretty easily. What do you have to say about that?" The mustachioed blonde cupped his chin with a grin while Ryuk laughed at that. "Shut up! I'm tired of your ninja boasting. You guys are all charlatans and nothing more," Inari snapped as he glared at Naruto, who shrugged to himself. "Ninjas bragging, huh? Well then here." Putting his right hand behind his back, the blonde made the let's go motion with his left hand, still sitting on the edge of the bed. "Try and punch me or kick me or whatever, I'll just use my left hand to block you. If you're able to land a single hit, I'll agree that I'm just a bragging ninja. It's an easy task, isn't it?" Naruto had a small smile on his face as he motioned for him to attack. The black-haired boy gritted his teeth slightly before lunging forward. "Take this. And this. This. This." The Jinchuriki had an amused smile on his face, his right hand cupping his cheek as he blocked all of Inari's sloppy punches and kicks with his left hand easily. "Are you done?" A yawn escaped her lips as Inari took a step back, panting slightly as she looked at the blonde with surprise written all over her face. "Huh? Tired already? I was hoping you could go on for another 5 minutes. Your little fists are good for acupuncture treatment, you know." "I'm not tired!" Inari yelled as he leaped forward again, his small fist coming towards Naruto's face as he stopped just inches from the blonde's nose. "I can't move," he verbalized with wide eyes while Naruto just looked at him with a smile. "Ah, I thought we were just some boastful ninja." The boy's eyes narrowed in anger as he tried to force his way through whatever was holding him back. Without even being able to move her eyes, Inari felt the urge to turn away when suddenly the amused look on Naruto's face transformed into a dark and serious one. "This," the blonde began as he gripped the fist in front of his nose tightly. "This fist smells of nothing but fear, keep it tight, firm." The Jinchuriki leaned forward, his face inches away from Inari's surprised face. "Look me in the eyes." The blonde's tone was fiercely deep, his oceanic blue orbs piercing Inari's black ones. The boy looked back into his sapphire pools. Do you recognize these eyes? Do you feel a sense of familiarity? You look in the mirror every day, don't you, into tormented eyes like these? Look me in the eyes and tell me, take a wild guess, how much pain do you feel? You'll see? Naruto's voice was low now, but with a fierce tone as he held the boy's shoulders tightly. Do you see the pain in them, the pain flashing repeatedly between our eyes? Inari was speechless as she looked into the blonde's eyes. Do you see the anger? Naruto Ryuk thought with a look of amazement on his face. Do you see the will to fight? Naruto shook Inari's shoulders firmly, pushing his forehead against Inari's. Do you see the darkness? Don't you see the firepower, the will to live, the stubbornness? And mark my words, I'm such a stubborn idiot that I won't stop until I kick that rotten, stinking ass I wanted. I don't give a shit, I don't give a shit. Inari had a stunned look in his eyes, not knowing how to respond. You have suffered, yes, that was clear to me the moment I looked into your eyes. But that's part of life. Shout to whatever is in the sky that it isn't fair, but no kami or shinigami will come and make it fair for you. Hey! Ryuk exclaimed in response to the unintentional or perhaps intentional pun. I don't want to hear about your tragic past. I also don't have time to mourn for my life. Whatever happened to you, whoever was precious to you died. Remember that person, cherish that person, but forget about the curse. Grief! If that person couldn't be a hero, you'll become one. Teach them how to do it the rude way. You have a family, at least thank Kami for that. Your mom complains about you so much. How many orphans are there in the world who are ready to die to take her place? The Shinigami hovering next to the blonde couldn't believe his eyes. Were the Jinchuriki's eyes really bright, or was the reflected moonlight playing tricks on him? By now, tears were falling from Inari's open eyes again as she stared at the mustachioed blonde. But I had hurt so much. She choked out as the blonde gripped her shoulders, loosening, his oceanic grip softening. That's why it's so hard, why so few people can do it. But I did it, it still hurts. But like I said before, I'm a stubborn idiot. I refuse to give in to these negative feelings, I refuse to be a crybaby. Naruto's voice was soft now as Ryuk just listened silently. A river of tears slid down Inari's wet cheeks as she bit her upper lip hard, still unable to move as she stared at the blonde with narrowed eyes. It's so confusing sometimes I don't know what to do. Inari almost cried as Naruto placed a hand on the boy's head with a bitter smile on his face. I know, kid, I can understand. But let me tell you something a very wise person told me when I was little. He called it the cardiac jukebox. By the amused look in the Jinchuriki's eyes, Ryuk could tell the blonde found the name amusing. Have you ever wondered, Inari, what is right, what is wrong? What is good, what is bad? What is right, what is wrong? What to do, what not to do? How to live your life? What to do in your life? The answer to all those questions is here. Inari looked down, surprisingly able to move her head, to notice Naruto's hand over her heart. If you ever get confused, if you don't know what to do, just listen to your heart. Your heart always tells you what to do, it's you who has to listen. Listen to a child, listen to the music of your heartbeat. It's not easy, even if you listen to it, it's not easy to do what your heart says. Following your heart is probably one of the hardest things for a person to do. Why? It's because we're used to doing everything in our lives using this. Naruto paused as he pointed to his head. We listen to our minds for the most part, and that's something that makes us a predictable droid following a specific logic. It takes away our humanity. I'm not asking you to stop using your brain completely, but to avoid not listening to your heart. Do you understand where I'm going with this? What's your heart saying right now, Inari? What does it say every time you look at that picture frame? The Jinchuriki asked as the boy looked at him, a little perplexed when the blonde put the picture in front of his face. Look at him and tell me what your heart says. What does it tell you to do? Inari stared at him for a few seconds before responding with a hint of anger in her voice. He's telling me to kick Gado's ass. To finish what Kaiser started. Naruto smiled slightly as he put the photo back on the dresser. Now, what's your mind saying? It's saying something familiar, isn't it? He asked as the black-haired boy lowered his head, a sort of shy look on his face as he wiped his cheeks. But I'm just a kid, what can I do? A little kid like me can't do anything to a bad guy like Gado. The mustachioed blonde smiled actively this time as he placed a hand on Inari's shoulders. Do you see what I'm talking about? This was your mind talking just now, pulling you back, returning you to that familiar urge of self-pity. The boy raised his head again, understanding evident in his eyes. So, he began as Ryuk also looked at the boy, fascinated by the conversation. Yes? Naruto urged Inari with a smile. But what the hell can I really do? You mean I should face Gato, a little kid like me? The cheeks. Ryuk laughed at Inari's innocent cry of comical frustration. Naruto, however, had that patented "Are you stupid?" look in his face as he lightly punched the boy in the forehead. I told you not to stop using your brain, didn't I? What I mean is, sometimes you have to use your heart to choose a path, to make a decision, but to walk that path no one made a rule that says no brain use allowed. Inari blushed in embarrassment as she looked away. A warm gaze crossed the blonde's eyes as he spoke. What that person told me is the wisest thing I've ever heard. Yet I couldn't follow it. I couldn't listen to my heart. I was never able to listen to my heart until now. A few days ago I made a decision after listening to my heart, even though my mind was screaming at me, yelling at me that what I was doing was completely idiotic and rash with no logic whatsoever, but it was like, this time I found the courage to finally follow my heart. Since that moment, I haven't regretted my decision once. And no matter what happens from now on, I won't. It's a wonderful sense of accomplishment for me, something you might not be able to understand now. One day I hope you will. The trio turned their heads as they heard Tsunami call out to Naruto from downstairs. Well, I have to go. Anyway, I've wasted enough time with a slob like you, the blonde man said with a small smile as he stood up. Inari just stared at him, not realizing that he could now move as the Jinchuriki walked towards the door. Fine then, I'll show you what I can do. I'll face that monster my way. I'll do everything I can, anything to fight back. Naruto stopped as he looked at the determined look in Inari's eyes, a satisfied smile stretching his lips. Heh, he's already doing it, the blonde thought as he walked out of the room while Ryuk continued to stare at him, still not believing what had happened in the room. It was as if he had seen a whole new side of Naruto there. He had never seen the blonde show so many emotions. It was truly astonishing to the Shinigami, someone who had been staying with him constantly since he met him. I want to erase as much hate from this world as possible. I don't care if people see me as a god, a murderer, a monster, or whatever. I'm just doing what my heart tells me to do. Ryuk remembered the exact words Naruto had said to him the day they met. Idiot, even without you knowing it, you've been following your heart all along. Chapter 18. The Deathnote failed? Heh, he's already doing it, the blonde thought as he walked out of the room while Ryuk continued to stare at him, still not believing what had happened in the room. It was as if he had seen a whole new side of Naruto there. He had never seen the blonde show so many emotions. It was truly astonishing to the Shinigami, someone who had been staying with him constantly since he met him. I want to erase as much hate from this world as possible. I don't care if people see me as a god, a murderer, a monster, or whatever. I'm just doing what my heart tells me to do. Ryuk remembered the exact words Naruto had said to him the day they met. Idiot, even without you knowing it, you've been following your heart all along. Later, 2:03 a.m. You should sleep now, you know. You said yourself that lack of sleep can be detrimental to a mission, Ryuk said with a bored look on his face, currently floating next to Naruto, who was lying on his futon while staring at the ceiling. Whatever. The blonde muttered under his breath, hands behind his head, with Sasuke and Kakashi sleeping in the same room. He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. The Ino Shikicho trio coming here as a backup squad for this mission. Do they think I'm an idiot? Just for a C-rank mission, Gigi sends a Jounin squad as backup. Is this too obvious? Kissy knows that Kira is a very sharp manipulator, so why would they make such an obvious move? Are they challenging me? Are they waiting for me to make a move? Well, I made my move by controlling Inoichi, and they were ready to counter it. It's like they were waiting for me to control one of them, also hiding the fact that they had brought Kusho with them. Yeah, this was definitely meant for me. It sucks that I can't control any of them to check out what they have in mind. I've already checked with Kakashi-sensei, and it seems like he's not privy to any specific plans, only genuinely knowing that the backup sent by Gigi is for them to investigate Gato. It could be that Kissy has deliberately kept Kakashi-sensei unaware of their plans due to the possibility of Kira using him to learn their next move. So many possibilities, and with those demon brothers acting as suicide bombers, they know that Kira has been active even during this mission outside the village. Though thanks to those criminals dying in the village, they won't suspect that Kira is me or that he's following us on this mission. So with Kira active on this mission also in the village, they'll suspect that there's no distance limit for his powers to work, which actually works in my favor. But the bottom line is, as long as Kissy doesn't find out about the Deathnote's existence, coupled with the fact that Kira needs his victim's face and full name to kill them, I'm in the safe zone. Though I wish they didn't know that Kira can kill in ways other than heart attacks, but with Shikaka having deduced that Kira can control his victims through the blanks, I guess it was inevitable. Whatever they're planning on this mission, I have to be extremely cautious, prepared for all sorts of possibilities, he thought, a contemplative look on his face as Ryuk yawned loudly. Naruto sighed as he rubbed his right eye before looking away at the jounin vest lying next to a sleeping Kakashi. Time skip, 1 week later, Tazuna's house. Naruto! We're getting late! Sakura called out loud, standing with Kakashi, Sasuke, and Tazuna outside the bridge builder's residence. Next! They shouted from inside when they heard Tsunami's loud voice. Finish your breakfast first! You ran away without finishing it yesterday too! Her stern, motherly tone as Kakashi chuckled. Poor Naruto had to deal with Tsunami for a week, unfinished meals, training injuries, torn and dirty clothes, coming back late at night, you name it, she was always worrying about him like a mother. It was strange to them how the usually cold blonde had developed such a deep bond with her so naturally, it baffled even Tazuna. It's a little disturbing how he never asked us to finish breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Sasuke said in a monotone that made Kakashi and Sakura sweat. Yes, you're right, that boy has made his way into my poor daughter's heart, Tazuna replied with a serious expression while the pink-haired Kunoichi sighed at the old man for even thinking of such a thing. However, Sakura turned back to the house with an amused look on her face. She could only imagine the expression on Naruto's face right now, surely an expression of exasperation and defeat. It was strange how he never reacted coldly to her, not even once. He always had that warm look in his eyes whenever Tsunami scolded him, something that she found really strange. Or maybe it's because he's never had anyone tell him what to do, to guide him like a parent would. It must warm his heart to know that someone actually cares enough to scold him, he thought with a sad look in his eyes as Naruto walked out the front door, a piece of bread in his mouth, currently halfway through wearing his jacket. Sorry guys, let's go. He sighed, a serious expression on his face as he walked over to his waiting team. Hey, you forgot your lunch! Tsunami came running outside, her packed lunch in her hands as she turned to smile shyly at him. Yeah, thanks, well, see you later. The mustachioed blonde mouthed with a smile as he took the box from her before walking over to his team, greeting her with a smile. Sakura's eyes softened as she looked at her blonde teammate carrying that lunchbox. She knew what she did with it every day. She would never eat it. She often sent one of her shadow clones into town to feed anyone who was starving. She never knew Naruto could be this kind. Being generally subjected to his cold demeanor, the pink-haired Kunoichi often wondered if he was actually self-centered or if he was just behaving that way towards her. Watching him do such a thing without caring about his own stomach, her respect for the Jinchuriki had increased abruptly. Let's go then, this is our last day here. The bridge is almost finished and we'll be able to head home soon, Kakashi said with a smile as they started walking while Naruto frowned a little at that, something Sakura didn't notice. She knew he disliked Konoha in general. The reasons, though currently unknown to her, were something she intended to find out in the near future. But it actually saddened her to see that the word, home, brought such a reaction out of him. True, he had no one to return to, no one was waiting for him there. Nothing back there that would bring a genuine smile to his face. Even Sasuke seemed pleased at the prospect of returning to the village finally, though she suspected it was mostly because of the conditions they were living in for the past week. However, Naruto seemed content to stay with Tsunami, the poor living conditions not fazing him in the slightest. I guess Tsunami-san was able to give her something that Konoha couldn't give her since she was born, Sakura reflected with a poignant expression as they continued walking. Several minutes later, the bridge. What the? Tazuna exclaimed in shock, currently staring at the corpses of his coworkers lying on the bridge. The fog surrounding the area was thick as Kakashi narrowed his eyes. It seems they're back, this fog, there's no mistaking it. The jounin muttered to himself as he took up his hitate. You three, get into position! He exclaimed as Sasuke and Sakura took their positions in front of Tazuna while the blonde stood behind Tazuna. So they finally attack, huh? The Jinchuriki mused with a slight smile as they heard a baritone laugh coming from the depths of the mist. Well, looks like the construction went pretty well, huh? Kakashi pulled out a kunai as he raised his Hittite to reveal his Sharingan as the three genins stood their ground, serious expressions on their faces. This time it will be different, Kakashi. And as for you, blonde brat, Haku will take care of you. Judging by the familiar voice, everyone had realized it was Zabuza. Naruto cursed inwardly as he looked at the ground. With this dense fog, there's no way I can manipulate my shadow to fool them. Well, they came prepared, the blonde thought as he crossed his fingers in a familiar hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, faggot! Several clones emerged to surround Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura as Kakashi maintained his focus. Damn it! It's just like before, he's using the art of silent assassination again. And this time that masked guy is helping him, Sasuke thought through gritted teeth as he gripped the kunai tightly with Sakura standing beside him, a doubtful expression on her face. Clang! Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna snapped their heads to see Kakashi's kunai grating against Zabuza's Zanbatsu, the latter hazy to them due to the fog. I'm your opponent, Kakashi! So you better focus on our fight here. Haku will finish them off in a few seconds anyway. The Mist Demon exclaimed as they both fought in the clash while Naruto stood alongside Tazuna, Sasuke and Sakura, their clones surrounding them. Zabuza-sama warned me beforehand to be careful with you, so I wouldn't be playing around. Naruto somehow knew the voice coming from the depths of the mist was directed at him. Sasuke, Sakura, stay with Tazuna-san and don't make any wrong moves. Let me handle this, the Jinchuriki said seriously while the Uchiha scoffed slightly. Who made you squad leader anyway? He asked quietly. Sasuke-kun, please let Naruto handle this. Sakura whispered seriously as she stood in front of Tazuna when they heard that masked ninja's voice again. Hijutsu, Makyu Hyashu, secret technique. Crystal ice mirrors. The blonde narrowed his eyes as he gripped the kunai in his hand tightly. We're on the defensive here. I know this guy is an ice user and he sure is full of surprises. So I have to be on my guard. I do remember his face from back then, but his name, I don't know his full name, he thought as the fog slowly began to dissipate around him. What's that? Sakura muttered to herself as she saw several rectangular structures in front of her. The group's eyes widened as the fog revealed itself even more to them, and they saw the glittering ice mirrors surrounding them from all directions. Ice mirrors? Naruto mused. The clones had surrounded him, Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura. What you're seeing is the result of my ice release bloodline. It's said to be one of our clan's most dangerous techniques, said to be undefeated by any existing method. A group of fresh genin like yourself doesn't stand a chance. They heard Haku's voice, his image now visible to them in all the mirrors. What is this? Tazuna questioned, his pupils dilated in fear as he looked around while Naruto had a grim expression on his face. 12 mirrors surrounding us on the floor, 8 above them, angled towards us. He looked up, and the final one directly above us for a surprise attack, I'm sure. And why has the fog suddenly decreased around here? Aren't they that stupid? He pondered further before noticing another Haku standing outside the dome who went through some hand seals. The fog is returning, Sasuke realized. This technique must put a strain on him if he needs a clone to keep the Kirigakure no Jutsu separate from the outside. Naruto thought, all his clones in defensive positions, no one could see anything in the zero visibility dome. Now first get rid of your clones. Naruto raised his head up. Up there, faggot! His eyes widened in surprise after receiving the memories of his clones being hit by a barrage of Saban. He dispelled my clones in one hit? There's no way that could have happened unless he actually killed them. Hitting the vital points this guy is no joke, he surmised. Naruto, did your clones dissipate? Sakura asked with surprise visible on her face while the blonde remained silent. The Jinchuriki had his eyes closed as he took a deep breath to calm himself. Stay calm, Sakura, Sasuke said quietly, knowing what his blonde teammate was doing. Alright, we're at a huge disadvantage here. The fog is really making us helpless here. I have to rely on my senses, Naruto thought as his eyes snapped open. Be alert! Sakura and Sasuke stepped back a bit on instinct as Tazuna was abruptly pushed, sending the bridge builder sliding across the ground on his back as they turned their heads to notice Naruto pulling a Saban from his right shoulder, currently standing where Tazuna had been a moment ago. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura exclaimed as the blonde continued to look around, his eyes still closed. So he's going straight for Tazuna, huh? Figures it's his mission to kill the bridge builder, and our mission is to protect him, he thought, with a calm expression on his face. I don't know what kind of jutsu you're using, but you're the first one to be able to sense my attacks, or maybe it was a fluke? Haku asked as Sasuke and Sakura slowly got up, unsure of what to do. Damn, I can't do anything because of this fog. Only he can even remotely sense this guy's attacks, the Uchiha thought through gritted teeth as Sakura rushed towards Tazuna. If you take one more step, I won't hesitate to kill you, girl. This made the pink-haired boy freeze in fear. Sakura, stay still. Naruto ordered calmly. Hi, as you've probably already deduced, I'm trying to avoid the three of you. My target here is the bridge builder. But if any of you get in my way, I won. Don't hold back. Haku's voice calmed and quieted as Sasuke stood in place, clenching his fists. Think dope, what's going on with that overtime brain of yours? He silently encouraged his teammate as he turned his head along with Sakura upon hearing a poof sound, only for them to notice a Naruto clone on his knees and hands directly above Tazuna, several Senbon embedded in his back. Do your best to intimidate us if you want, but our mission is to protect Tazuna-san. We haven't busted our asses so far only to shrink back like pathetic pieces of shit at the end. I may not be able to see you, but I can feel your attacks, Naruto proclaimed, standing in the middle as two more shadow clones poofed in front of Sasuke and Sakura. Typical, he'd already turned them into pieces of rubble, the Uchiha thought as the clone looked over his shoulder at him. I know you hate being defenseless, but stay behind me for a while. I'll clear the fog, he whispered, causing Sasuke to nod in understanding as the clone on top of Tazuna stood up, the Senbon still on his back. Oh, kid, are you okay? The bridge builder asked shakily as he stood on shaky knees. Don't worry, I'm just a clone, but stay behind me. And don't make a single move, do you hear me? The blonde asked, causing the old man to nod with an involuntary gulp. Well then, I'll target all of you. As soon as Haku finished, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna suddenly felt themselves rolling to their rights with a jerk. Thunk! 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 Several Senbon hit the concrete where they were standing a moment ago. UIC! Realizing what his teammate was doing, Sasuke looked down at his feet to see that the clone's shadow had extended to connect to his feet. So the clones are manipulating their shadows to help us dodge attacks instantly. As expected of Naruto, resourceful. Sakura thought with a slight smile, currently crouching like the clone in front of her, as she looked at their connected shadows. Just relax and let me handle this. The clones told them over their shoulders as they slowly stood up, having the trio follow their movements. And listen to me. The clones began while the real Naruto crossed his fingers for his signature technique. Now let's do something about this fog, he muttered to himself before exclaiming aloud. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Faggot. 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 Phew. Phew. Countless puffs of smoke filled the fog-covered arena in the form of shadow clones, covering the interior of the entire dome. Clang. Shouldn't you be worried about your students, Kakashi? Zabuza chuckled, his Zanbatsu currently clashing with Kakashi's kunai as the latter struggled beneath the large weapon. And no need. The copy ninja flipped back to avoid a kick to his midsection, revealing his Sharingan as Zabuza retreated back into the mist for his next attack. They're strong. And they can work as a team when the time comes. I have faith in them, he added as the mist demon laughed again at that. This mist disables your Sharingan as well as that blonde Gaki's shadow techniques. And that takes away most of your advantage. The jutsu Haku is using on them right now is one of the deadliest techniques in existence. Outside, there is no technique that can counter it. He mouthed from deep within the mist while Kakashi just smirked at the sound of poof sounds coming from Naruto's signature technique. Unfortunately, Naruto is some kind of genius that's born once in a millennium or something. He doesn't need all sorts of destructive techniques or bloodlines to gain an advantage. He can use anything around him to his advantage, even the simplest of D-rank techniques. I can confidently say that there is no jutsu in the world that he can't counter. Her voice loud and clear. All the trust you have in your blonde student. I'd love to see the expression of failure as a teacher on your face then, when you find yourself dying in front of your students' corpses. Zabuza exclaimed with demonic glee as he charged towards the copy ninja from behind. Faggot, like I said, you can't counter this technique. I can move with the speed of light inside this dome. You can't match my speed here, Haku said from the mirrors, smoke filling the area again as it cleared to show Naruto standing in the middle with Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna in the same spots. All the clones he created earlier dissipated in a matter of seconds. I'm rarely impressed by anything, but this is. I commend you for not being in over your head even after possessing such a godly technique, Naruto said calmly, a smile on his face. And I commend you for being able to maintain your composure in a situation like that when you can't see anything but fog. Even experienced shinobi find themselves panicking in such a situation. But now, it's over! Haku exclaimed as she slowly began to walk out of the mirror at the top, directly above Naruto. Wash, faggot! Haku, having attacked Naruto with lightning speed and the Senban, flew back into one of the mirrors as the blonde man turned into smoke. Sakura and Sasuke had looks of surprise on their faces while Tazuna stood behind them, his eyes wide in shock. This is crazy! I didn't even see it! The bridge builder exclaimed. I can move at the speed of light using mirrors. The naked eye can't track me. Haku spoke in his monotone, the fog still present. To have summoned so many clones and used them just for fun to get out of my technique, that's no ordinary boy. I need to finish building the bridge quickly, the ice user mused as he drew out more Senban while Sasuke and Sakura continued to stand protectively in front of Tazuna, serious expressions on their faces. What is? Haku thought in surprise as suddenly the fog began to fade, the area clearing as Tazuna also looked around. Hey, the fog's clearing, he pronounced, as they could now see all the mirrors through the light haze of the remaining fog. He brought out my clone! Haku thought as she stepped out of the mirror through the back to turn around, now noticing Naruto and his clones standing outside the dome with smiles on their faces while pieces of ice lay at their feet. Oh, sorry, but we need some ice, they said as one of them started going through some hand seals, ending with the tiger. Katon, Gakaki no Jutsu! Putting his fingers to his mouth, the blonde launched a stream of blazing fire from his mouth as he rushed towards the mirror Haku was standing in. PHRSHH, crashing into the mirror, the resulting smoke soon revealed the mirror intact, Haku's reflection visible in it. These are chakra-enhanced mirrors, not just ordinary ice. Don't underestimate me, he said as Naruto frowned, his clone at his side as the ice user turned to look inside the dome, where Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna were standing. I've wasted enough time, now to end this, he exclaimed, taking out several Senban in the process while Sasuke and Sakura stood on either side of Tazuna with their kunai extended. Yeah, like we'd let you, the kunoichi threatened as Haku sighed. Fine then, you're giving me no choice. I warned you before, the ice user muttered as his face popped out of one of the mirrors before zooming towards Sasuke at mind-boggling speeds. Slash! Blood spilled as Sasuke skidded violently on the concrete to a stop, his body motionless. I can't move, Haku muttered to himself in shock, his body frozen as he stood in front of Tazuna and Sakura, his kunai resting where Sasuke's neck was as drops of blood fell from its tip. Heh, that's because I don't want you to. The ice user's eyes widened as Sasuke slowly stood up, blood running from his slit throat while Tazuna's face turned green at the bloody scene. How are you still alive? Surprise was clearly audible in Haku's voice while Sasuke's smile widened. Faggot! It turned into smoke to reveal Naruto, whose back was facing the ice user, the back of his neck bleeding in its place. Sakura, who was also standing near Tazuna, snorted, revealing nothing but air. Haku lowered his head to see the shadow extending from the blonde in front of him to connect to his feet. Naruto turned around to glare at the ice user coldly, his hand on the back of his neck to stop the bleeding. Very clever, Zabuza was right about you after all. You really are something, Haku said in a calm voice, standing in front of the blonde with Tazuna behind him. It's over, the Jinchuriki muttered as he shuddered a little, clutching his injured neck. Naruto, are you okay? Haku turned towards the source of the voice to notice two Narutos standing outside exhaling smoke, revealing Sasuke and Sakura, the latter with a worried expression on her face. I'm fine, don't come in, Naruto exclaimed, not taking his eyes off Haku. So you could trap me with your shadow when I attacked you, thinking you were one of your teammates. And not only that, when you transformed into your teammates, you instead performed a complex transformation, switching your teammates' backs and fronts, which explains the injury on the back of your neck when I attacked to slit my throat. Haku explained with his calm demeanor while Naruto narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong here. Yeah, in order to trap you with my shadow possession technique, I knew I had to take an attack from you, and I couldn't risk getting killed doing that. So I transformed while switching front and back bodies, mainly to avoid being killed if you attacked my true self. Unfortunately, you attacked the true me, who transformed into Sasuke instead. If you had attacked Sakura, my clone, I might have avoided this injury. But it's still okay, I heal pretty fast, and I'm used to these wounds, the whiskered blonde said as Sasuke and Sakura watched from outside. I'm impressed that you were able to deduce my plan instantly, yet still you lose. It was enjoyable fighting against you, Naruto said, his eyes cold as he moved his hand, causing Haku to do the same such that the latter's hand entered his kunai pouch. Causing the ice user to pull out a kunai, the blonde held his empty right hand near his neck, while the tip of the kunai now touched Haku's throat. Is he really going to do it? Sakura asked with wide eyes as she watched the scene while Sasuke had a stony look on his face. Crush! Blood spurted out as Haku fell to his knees, a deep cut on his neck. However, Naruto and Tizuna's eyes widened as the blood soon turned to water while Haku's turned to ice, before shattering into pieces on the ground. Whistle! Arg! Naruto exclaimed in stabbing pain as he slid to his knees, being impaled by dozens of Senbon. Naruto! Sakura screamed in horror, currently standing outside with Sasuke as well with a look of shock on her face. You're not the only one capable of using deception. I've been taught to deceive since I was a child. The blonde violently coughed blood, his body covered in Senbon. He gritted his teeth in pain before raising his head, now noticing Haku's reflection in every mirror. You knew! You knew I was inside the whole time, how? The blonde gasped, staring at the images in the mirrors. As I said, you're not the only one capable of using deception in battle. Haku replied calmly as Naruto shakily stood up, blood trickling down his chin. Naruto, are you dash? Stay out of both of them! He yelled back, stopping the approaching Sakura and Sasuke in their tracks. If you come in too, this will be over. The blonde added with a serious expression, while Sakura just looked at him worriedly. But you're... She trailed off, her eyes filling with tears at the sight of him in such a condition, the Senbon having pierced a large portion of his body, his orange jumpsuit now almost red due to excessive blood loss. Only Kami knew how he was still standing. Turning back to the mirrors, the blonde squinted. The only way you see could have seen through this, was you knew that only Sasuke was capable of the fireball jutsu on our team. You knew that neither I nor Sakura could do it. How? How did you get information on our abilities? He exclaimed as he pulled some Senbon out of his chest with a tug. However, Tizuna had a horrified expression on his face as he looked at Naruto's bloodied form. There's no way he could have seen through this otherwise. Why would he avoid contact with Sasuke and Sakura by sending an ice clone to attack? And judging by his earlier reaction when I undid the transformation, it's clear he knew it. The only loophole was that Sasuke fired the fireball technique when he was disguised as me, and it was supposed to be safe because Haku wasn't supposed to know our abilities. We come from the country of fire. To this guy, it was perfectly possible that we were all capable of using fire techniques. But he somehow got the information that only Sasuke could use the fireball jutsu on our team, and that's why he immediately deduced the whole plan when Sasuke, while transformed into me, fired that jutsu. We're fresh out of the academy team. No information about us should be available in bingo books or any other sources. How did this guy know? The blonde thought, now feeling his vision blur as Haku fell silent. Naruto, are you okay? Stay out, damn it! Naruto replied as he glared at Sakura, waving his hand at her violently while Sasuke gritted his teeth as he went through the familiar hand seals again. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu! The Jinchuriki simply turned his oceanic blue eyes towards the mirrors, knowing it wouldn't work. Now it is time for the bridge builder to die, Haku proclaimed as Naruto momentarily closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Just a few more minutes. I have to protect Tizuna-san for a few more minutes. There's no other way to defeat this guy, and I can't drag Sasuke and Sakura and they'll just get killed. The mustachioed blonde steeled himself as he saw Haku fire several Senbon at Tizuna. The bridge builder's eyes widened as he felt himself leap forward, narrowly dodging the incoming projectiles. Getting back to his feet, he found himself running toward Naruto, the same blonde running toward him, having used the shadow possession technique to control him. The Jinchuriki released the jutsu as he skidded to a stop in front of Tizuna, who stumbled over his feet due to the sudden release of the technique. Stay behind me, old man! He snorted, pulling out the remaining Senbon from his upper body as the bridge builder simply nodded, too scared to say anything. You have my respect. Even while standing at death's door, you still want to protect the client. Haku expressed as Sasuke and Sakura continued to stand outside. Adhere, damn it, we have to do something. The idiot will die like this. The Uchiha exclaimed in frustration as the kunai Sakura threw bounced off the mirror, causing no harm. What do we do? These mirrors just won't break. he replied with some panic visible on his face as he pulled out more shuriken and kunai. Sasuke! Sakura! Don't worry, stay outside, this should be over in a few minutes. They both turned their heads towards Naruto, who was still in front of the mirrors, not taking his eyes off the enemy while Tazuna sat there in a traumatized state. I don't have much chakra left. However, given my preparations and the fact that I created all those clones earlier, it's not surprising. I'll just have to protect Tazuna-san for a while, the Jinchuriki mused as he made the crisscross hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu! Several clones swelled up, now standing in front of him. Useless! Haku exclaimed as he threw dozens of Saban again, effectively wiping out all the clones. Zabuza-sama warned me that your clones are very hard to take down. But the fact that he dispelled them in one hit means you're running out of chakra. I'm still giving you the option to walk away from this. Our mission is to kill only the bridge builder. And I'm willing to let you if you don't mess with us. The ice user warned again as Naruto smirked at him and wiped the blood from his chin. I was the one who volunteered for this mission. And it's my responsibility that neither Tazuna-san nor my teammates die. So get this on your ice head, I won't give up. I won't let my sensei carry any more regrets than he already has, he exclaimed as Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura's eyes widened as they remembered Naruto's words when he stepped in to change Kakashi's mind. But it's someone else's town. The lives of innocent people are at stake. Can't you see that? I won't let him go through this alone. Our village or not, I became a shinobi to protect those in need, because I've suffered enough misery to understand that of others. I don't want to go back, lying in my bed sleepless at night wondering if we could have saved your city. I don't want to have regrets. You, Kakashi-sensei, and I serve Zabuza-sama. I too have a mission to complete. Prepare yourself, young warrior, this time you will die. Haku spoke aloud, sadness barely noticeable in his voice as he took out a dozen Sanban again. Damn, I can't create more clones, it will only result in chakra depletion. I've already spent too much, Naruto thought, currently standing in front of Tazuna as he looked at his wristwatch. 2 more minutes, I'm really hating those 40 seconds right now. SQRCH. Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna's eyes widened as a barrage of Sanban pierced Naruto in the front, the rest bouncing off the ground. Faggot! Haku raised an eyebrow behind the mask in surprise as Naruto was covered in smoke, revealing the blonde again, but with his back to him. He again used the transformation jutsu to reverse the back in front of his body. I've never seen anyone use henge like this. It's an ingenious idea to avoid life-threatening injuries, especially against an opponent like me who aims for vital organs. But why? It seems like he's waiting for something. Even in a situation like this, he hasn't lost hope. Why is he dragging out this battle? Thought the ice user, now looking at the pincushion that was Naruto's bloody back. The blonde fell to his knees, breathing heavily as he coughed up more blood. Oi! Tazuna stuttered as he placed a hand on the Jinchuriki's shoulder, who raised his head to look at the bridge builder with a half-closed eye. Why, you okay? He gasped, gritting his teeth in immense pain, his breathing ragged and hoarse. Idiot, of course I'm fine. You've done enough, get out of here. That's enough. The bridge is almost finished anyway. My life doesn't matter anymore. Your mission is complete, get out of here. Tazuna exclaimed, finally snapping out of his trance. Saban stuck to the ground around him. Naruto raised his head to look into the bridge builder's eyes, his bloody lips curling upwards in a confident smile. Why, you are the hero of this city. Heroes need to be alive to teach the next generation, he uttered as Tazuna just stared at him in surprise. Your G-grandson needs to know that heroes do exist. Your D-daughter needs you, so shut up, old man, and let me protect you. His left eye half closed, and his right closed as he glared at the old man. The blonde cursed inwardly as he felt his vision blur. Damn, not now. Placing the palm of his right hand on the ground, Naruto gasped, his head lowered, and his knees shook as he slowly stood up. Stay down, he ordered, raising his arms horizontally to stand protectively in front of a crouching Tazuna, his eyes closed. Give it your best shot, the Jinchuriki exclaimed loudly, panting heavily as he struggled to retain his consciousness, his back facing the bloodline user. You truly are one of the rarest geniuses the shinobi world has to offer. It was a privilege to have fought you. Sayonara. Naruto took a deep breath as Haku's words echoed in his ears. I'm definitely not dying here, there's still so much to do. What the hell are you doing, Ryuk? Make him hurry up, damn it. And I'm trusting you right now, Kyubi, he thought, his sensitive ears listening for the barrage of Saban approaching his back again. However, he inwardly cursed as he felt another torrent of Saban approaching Tazuna from one of the mirrors in front of him. Buck, reacting quickly, the blonde threw himself protectively over the stunned bridge builder, his eyes squeezed shut as he braced himself for another wave of suffocating pain. A few seconds passed while he kept his eyes closed. Feeling nothing but the already growing pain throughout his body, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, only for them to widen considerably as he noticed a shadow in front of him. No! He lifted his head, his breath catching in his throat, to see Sasuke standing protectively in front of him, arms open and back to him. The Uchiha coughed as he turned his head to look at the blonde over his shoulder. What's with the shocked idiot look? He muttered, blood trickling down his chin, his eyes narrowed. No, Naruto gasped as his eyes narrowed in a glare. I told you not to go inside, idiot! I had Tazuna-san covered! He shouted angrily, gasping for breath as the blonde lowered his head. Opening his eyes, he saw the horrified look on Tazuna's face, the bridge builder staring at something behind him. The blonde's vision widened, his pupils dilating in shock as he noticed the reflection in Tazuna's mostly rose-tinted glasses. For the first time in his life, the blonde felt a new emotion welling up in his heart, gripping it coldly. His entire body froze in fear, something that would have surprised him had he been in the right state of mind. Is your teammate so valuable to you that you would choose to throw away your own life for him? Haku's words brought him out of his reverie as the Jinchuriki turned his head back to see Sakura, her back to him, while standing in the same pose as Sasuke. Sakura! Naruto screamed as the pink-haired kunoichi began to fall backward, toward him. Spinning on his heels quickly, the blonde caught her while Tazuna did the same to Sasuke. I told you to stay outside, damn it! Are you crazy? Tazuna, who was holding Sasuke, looked at the blonde in surprise. In the past week or so, no matter the situation, he had never seen Naruto so worked up, definitely not for his teammates. In fact, he seemed like he didn't care much for his teammates at all. And now seeing the usually cool blonde lose his cool like this even in such a situation, definitely shocked the old man. Sakura slowly opened her eyes with tears in her eyes. Her upper body was covered in saban as she smiled at him. Her lips were covered in blood. This is you unusual. I didn't know why you cared. Naruto's eyes widened at that as he slowly narrowed his eyes in anger. Damn it, I had it all covered. I didn't need you to save me. Why would you save me? He yelled at her in anger, frustration. Why the hell did she jump in to save him like that? Her mission was to protect Tazuna. He had done nothing but act cold towards them. He had made it clear from day one that he didn't want much to do with them. They were just distractions anyway. They were from the same village after all, the village that he despised and hated his existence. Of course they would hate him eventually, maybe not now, but they would hate him eventually. True, he may have developed some sort of bond with them, and he had never expected that they would do this for him. He had decided a long time ago that he wouldn't make friends in that village, that he wouldn't make new bonds in that village. No one was trustworthy. He was a Jinchuriki, that much was common knowledge in Konoha. And he knew he'd eventually draw more attention, that people would come for the beast's power inside him, for their own gains. But his teammates didn't know his secret, so why would they do this for him? And especially Sakura? The pink-haired fangirl who used to beat him up and fawn over Sasuke like a lovesick puppy? He disliked her, absolutely loathed her stupid immaturity. And now she does this? He knew she was changing, had changed since Team 7 had formed. He knew she'd matured a lot, both as a person and as a kunoichi. Still, he was determined to ignore her. He already had too much on his plate. To him, it was simple. The Deathnote was the only purpose in his life. No friends, no ties, nothing. That was his life. Why the hell? Naruto yelled again as she continued to smile at him. He couldn't understand why she jumped in front of him, and it infuriated him. There was nothing he couldn't understand. If I'm not strong enough to defeat the enemy I seek and be strong enough to sacrifice myself. Sakura crawled to catch her breath as the Jinchuriki's eyes widened. For the sake of my comrades. The pink-haired kunoichi finished as the blonde exhaled unsteadily, those words sending him back to the day Team 7 had formed. His own words back then repeating inside his head. A dead man like me may not be strong enough to take down an enemy, but unlike you, a dead man like me has the will to sacrifice himself for his comrades. With her head resting on his lap, The blonde stared at her pink-haired teammate, smiling at her, even while she was in a lot of pain. Sakura. The Jinchuriki didn't know what to say, probably for the first time in his life. He had never predicted such a thing when Team 7 was announced. Kakashi-sensei asked us a question when this team was formed. Why you gave us an answer? Sasuke said, Tazuna holding him up as Naruto looked at him. My answer that day. I wouldn't let my teammates get killed, nor would I abandon the mission. He lowered his head, now realizing what they had done. Tazuna was their mission, and he was their comrade. Idiots! The blonde breathed out as Sakura coughed violently in his lap as he hugged her tightly. Sakura, hug me! He uttered, his eyebrows furrowing in concern as the pink-haired Kunoichi smiled weakly at him. A rare sight indeed. Her eyes slowly closed, causing his to widen. Hey! Pull yourself together! The mustachioed blonde exclaimed, lightly slapping her cheek as her hand loosened in her lap. Oh, what's wrong, Naruto? Sasuke's raspy voice fell on deaf ears as the blonde continued to stare at Sakura's face with wide eyes, as if in a trance. Oh, Kami, no! Tazuna whispered in fear as he looked at the pink-haired Kunoichi, his bright eyes wide. Why the look of surprise on your face? Is this the first time someone precious to you has died? Haku spoke coldly. He continued to stare at her, the relaxed features of her face, her pink strands of hair covered in blood, the sunbonnet sticking out from her front body. My name is Haruno Sakura. My likes include, my hobbies are, my dream is, and my dislikes are a certain pervert. Hey Naruto, since you gave me your lunch, I think I should treat you to lunch too, bastard! He's going to kill you, you moron! You should be a porn teacher instead of a ninja. Have you no shame? Who gave you the license? You should be banned, you're hentai baka. I don't care. If you fail me at this, I'm gonna ball you up Beckham style. Sasuke-kun is not gay. So, Naruto, are you nervous about your first mission outside the village? Kami knows I'm a nervous wreck. She's... Tazuna stuttered, his pupils shaking in what appeared to be shock. Naruto! What happened? Sasuke asked through gritted teeth as he held his shoulder in pain. The blonde didn't answer him as he remained silent for a few seconds. A deathly silence enveloped the area while Tazuna had a desperate look on his face. Stay still, Tazuna-san, Sasuke. The Uchiha opened his eyes in surprise at the sound of his teammate's raspy, demonic voice while Tazuna stared at Naruto in shock. FSSHH. Smoke sizzled from the seated blonde, his hair growing spikier as the bridge builder stared at the thick whiskers on his cheeks. Change of plans. Naruto spoke softly as red chakra began to seep out of his body. What is this? Tazuna thought, feeling something evil coming out of the blonde while Sasuke felt unable to move due to the excruciating pain. What is this red chakra? Haku thought as he watched the strange chakra surging from the blonde, spiraling around him along with the dust on the concrete floor. Naruto's eyes darkened as his bangs lengthened, not moving as Sasuke squinted at him. What's wrong with him? Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zabuza stopped fighting as they felt the negative chakra coming out of the dome. There's no mistake, this is the nine-tailed fox's chakra. Kakashi thought in shock while Zabuza also felt a chill run down his spine at the evil aura he could sense. What is this, such intensity, such a strong chakra? Only a Bijou can possess such chakra. A trickle of sweat trickled down the side of his face. But how? This can't be possible. What would make him lose control? From his experiences with his blonde student, Kakashi knew that there were very few things that could make Naruto calm down and settle down. His sensei's legacy didn't show much emotion, and was usually patient and calculating, immune to impulsive emotions. I have to finish things here. Thinking decisively, the Jounin pulled a scroll from his vest pocket. Opening it, he began to swirl it around himself, building chakra all the while. That Haku kid has some pretty interesting abilities. What clan did you kidnap him from anyway? The Jounin asked, making the Miss Rogue laugh. I didn't steal it or anything. More like it was available at the time. Seemed like the Yuki clan had developed a habit of getting rid of their prodigies, huh? Feeling the vile chakra growing stronger with each passing second, a slight panic settled in Kakashi's nerves. What do you say, Zabuza? We finish this fight and the winner can see what's going on over there. The silver-haired Jounin said loudly, catching Zabuza's attention. Tempting, I was about to say the same thing. Let's get this over with, copy Nin. Smirking at his enemy's loud proclamation, Kakashi ran his blood-covered fingers along the length of the scroll before forming the ram seal. Slamming the scroll onto the ground, he exclaimed, Kuchios no Jutsu! Summoning technique, faggot. Placing his head gently on the ground, Naruto stood firmly as the violent currents of twisting chakra began to recede towards him, covering him like a cloak. Haku's eyes opened as the senbon that had pierced his flesh jerked out of his body, hitting the ground as the blonde raised his face, his wounds healing at a tremendous rate. An audible gasp escaped the ice user as he found himself staring into the dark crimson orbs, the black slits in them as if cutting deep into his soul. The blonde stared coldly through his bangs at the ice user in the mirror in front of him, a serious look on his face. "You're going to die, by my own hands painfully." The deep growl that echoed throughout the area sent chills down Haku's spine, as well as Tazuna and Sasuke's. What is this guy? The ice user thought, his heart racing as Naruto raised his hands in a familiar seal. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique, faggot. A sudden, audible burst of smoke filled the entire dome, turning into a violent shockwave, surprising even Kakashi and Zabuza. Haku, Tazuna, and Sasuke all had their eyes closed as they waited for the excessive amounts of smoke to clear. They couldn't see anything. The ice user went through a few hand seals as he partially exited the upper mirror. Futon, Kazakiri no Jutsu. Wind release, wind cutter technique. He shot a concentrated stream of wind chakra from his mouth, cutting through the wind as it crushed the smoke from the dome instantly like an explosive shockwave. Now you die! Whoosh! Naruto leaped straight up in a blur at mind-boggling speeds, shattering the concrete below. He is too fast. Haku thought as the blonde approaching him at lightning speed raised his chakra-enhanced fist. CRRSHH. The ice mirror shattered into millions of pieces as Naruto slammed through it with monstrous force. Another ice mirror instantly appeared in the air right next to him as Haku stepped out with a kunai aimed at it. Yuppie. Naruto caught his approaching wrist in a barely visible blur. Haku exclaimed in pain as the sounds of breaking bones were heard, his wrist now broken as the blonde maintained an iron grip on him. Without letting go of the struggling ice user, the duo descended gravely as the blonde pulled the bloodline user with him. Thud, landing heavily, resulting in a small crater in the concrete. Naruto lowered his head, his eyes darkening as he held Haku's wrist in an iron grip as the ice user continued to fight. Raising his right fist, the blonde raised his face to stare coldly at the fighting maskne, unbridled anger visible in his crimson orbs as his chakra-charged fist trembled in fury. CRNSHHH. Haku snapped his head as he heard the sounds of the remaining ice mirrors shattering, the blonde's clones having crashed into them. Feeling another wave of pain in his wrist, he threw his head back as Naruto spat out some blood onto the ground. There goes your unbeatable technique, and as for you, he snarled as all of his clones turned into smoke in the background while Sasuke stared wide-eyed at Naruto, who clenched his chakra-charged fist. Sorry Zabuza-sama, Haku thought with a resigned expression on his face behind the mask as the blurry fist came towards him. Wham! Her mask shattered into pieces. Naruto held her wrist as Haku's face was brutally slammed against the concrete floor, the crater beneath them growing deeper. Leaving his enemy's wrist broken, the blonde man climbed on top of Haku as he roughly grabbed him by the neck, choking the barely unconscious ninja. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened slightly when he noticed Haku's face, which strangely had a small smile on its face. He's a girl. Loosening his grip on the ice user's neck, Haku coughed weakly as he squinted at the blonde. Why do you hesitate? Finish me, he muttered as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Putting his right hand on the kunai sheath, the Jinchuriki pulled out a kunai as he looked at it with icy cold orbs. Tazuna looked away as he saw the kunai come down towards Haku's neck, disappearing behind Naruto's back as he stood in front of him and Sasuke. However, the Uchiha narrowed his eyes in confusion when no sound of piercing flesh was heard. So the death note struck first, Naruto thought as he looked at Haku's lifeless form beneath him, the kunai inches from his enemy's throat, the ice user staring back at him with empty, cloudy eyes. Twirling the kunai around his index finger, he pocketed it before slowly standing up as Sasuke slowly felt himself losing consciousness. Turning his head, Naruto looked at Sakura, his eyes softening as he looked away, to where Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting in the mist. Stay here and hold on to them, Tazuna-san, he ordered, glancing coldly at the scared, shitty bridge builder to make his point. Getting a few quick, tentative nods, he dashed off in the direction of where his sensei was fighting. However, the blonde skidded to a stop, narrowing his eyes as the mist began to dissipate right in front of him, where they were fighting. It finally faded away for him to see that Kakashi's summoning pack had caught Zabuza, the mist demon struggling beneath the jaws of those ninja dogs. What is this? Zabuza exclaimed, trying to break free as he growled in pain as the dogs bit him firmly. Kakashi, who was walking towards him, went through 3 hand seals as lightning began to crackle around his right hand. Let me show you the only jutsu I've developed, my own original killing technique, the silver-haired jounin verbalized as he held his lightning hand in front of him. Naruto stood behind the silver-haired jounin as he watched the scene with no emotion in his eyes, a completely straight and stony look on his face. Chidori, 1,000 birds? This is where it ends, Zabuza! Kakashi exclaimed as he rushed forward at breakneck speeds, his Sharingan blazing. The rogue jounin's eyes widened as he watched the lightning hand approaching his chest. Crush! Kakashi stared wide-eyed. His lightning-wrapped hand had pierced the flesh and drops of blood fell to the ground. No, Naruto stood frozen in place, staring at the impossible scene in front of him with wide eyes. Haku! Zabuza muttered, still trapped by the dog Nin as Haku stood in front of him, an ice mirror beside them as it slowly cracked before falling onto the concrete, shattering into pieces. As sayonara, Zabuza-sama! Kakashi pulled his hand out, blood splattering his masked face as the bloodline user fell to his knees, before falling face first onto the cold, hard ground. What is no, this isn't possible. This makes no sense, Naruto thought as he slowly lowered his head to look at the scroll that was right in front of him, the scroll that Kakashi had just used to summon. A violent gust of wind swept across the bridge as the scroll unfurled across the ground. The Deathnote failed? Naruto thought as he continued to look at the contents of the scroll, especially the large name written in blood. Yukihaku. Chapter 19. As sayonara, Zabuza-sama! Kakashi pulled his hand out, blood splattering his masked face as the bloodline user fell to his knees, before falling face first onto the cold, hard ground. What is no, this isn't possible. This makes no sense, Naruto thought as he slowly lowered his head to look at the scroll that was right in front of him, the scroll that Kakashi had just used to summon. A violent gust of wind swept across the bridge as the scroll unfurled across the ground. The Deathnote failed? Naruto thought as he continued to look at the contents of the scroll, especially the large name written in blood. Yukihaku. His mind was spinning with all the logical, but inexplicable reasons according to normal standards, yet he just couldn't grasp it. No, he didn't fail. He died. He died of a heart attack. The Deathnote did kill him. But then, how can it a miracle? Did he cheat death or something? Lifting her foot, she planted it on the name freshly written in blood, before scribbling it over to erase any evidence. The mustachioed blonde was still in a trance-like state. What the hell just happened? This didn't make any sense. I could understand if the Deathnote couldn't actually kill someone, since it was still in the experimental stage, and that there might be some exceptions to how the Deathnote was supposed to work. But this? A person coming back after dying? There was no logic to this. Well. Looks like the party was pretty intense, huh? The trio turned their heads to hear a familiar, raspy voice coming from within the thin veil of fog. G-Cat! Zabuza snarled, narrowing his eyes as Kakashi's ninja dog still held him tightly. That's it, pigs! I'm here to tie up all the loose ends. I've had enough of you and this bridge! Their silhouettes grew denser as they finally emerged from the fog, appearing in front of the trio. And I've come fully prepared! The millionaire shouted with a psychotic gleam in his eyes, standing in front of his dozens of thugs. What a traitor you are, huh? But still, I thought maybe you could have killed these Konoha ninja for me before I took out the bridge builder personally. Though it seems my men have to take care of that as well. Nothing but you waste, huh, you useless piece of shit? He babbled, adjusting his green-tinted glasses as Kakashi, reading the situation, ordered his ninja dogs to dissipate. Faggot! Balancing himself, Zabuza's 2 damaged arms fell limply to his sides as he glared at Gojo. You dare call me a traitor, you bucking son of a hitch! You're the one who broke our contract! He shouted. You! Nin of Konoha! I'm warning you! Step aside and let me finish building the bridge! You have no business in this matter! Gojo yelled as Kakashi stepped forward. Protecting Tazuna-san is our mission. No matter who you are, we can't let you touch him, he said in a hostile tone before turning to the Mist Demon. Well, it seems we have a common enemy this time. So it seems, Kakashi, give me your kunai. The Mist Swordsman mouthed as the copy ninja, hesitating for a moment, cautiously threw a kunai towards him. Catching it in his mouth, he turned to glare murderously at Gojo, who took a step back, bewildered by the bloodthirsty look in Zabuza's eyes. Kill them all! Don't let a single one get away! Meanwhile, Naruto stood there, staring at Haku's lifeless corpse. The blonde was still in shock, pondering possible explanations for what could have happened to revive the ice user. It couldn't have been willpower alone. That was absurd. Death is reality. Something you can't trick, something inevitable. It happens, and it's not just some supernatural concept straight out of folklore. The Deathnote does exactly that, kill a person. And that's it. It causes the person to experience death much sooner than they're supposed to. But this hypothesis, this absolutely virtual concept of resurgence, especially in the case of the Deathnote, shouldn't exist. In medical science, there have been cases of a person dying temporarily, but when it comes to the Deathnote, death is permanent, absolute, frozen. His mind wandered, pulling out all the philosophical and logical bullshit it was capable of. And yet it still seemed so impossible. Hearing a muffled shriek from the distance, the blond man looked up in an instant, vaguely noticing how Zabuza had just killed Gato before throwing the millionaire into the river. Consequently, he also ignored the sounds of metal tearing through flesh as the mist demon was impaled on the thug's swords. Zabuza lay in his own pool of blood, his eyes barely open as he stared up at the endless sky. His vision began to blur, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Had damned traitors. But yeah, why should I blame them? We are shinobi after all. To deceive and be deceived is in our nature. Someone finally tricks me now, huh? What a damn irony! Thought the mist demon in his last moments as he coughed up some blood, producing a gurgling sound. His entire life flashed before his eyes in that moment, a new realization settling in for the mist shinobi. It was all a waste. What was the purpose of my life? Was there one? All this fighting, this war, this endless cycle, all for just this. This is what we were born to do. To live like this? I could have lived better. He turned his head just a little, barely able to see Haku's body lying in the distance right next to where Kakashi was standing. A lone tear slid from the corner of his right eye as the light began to drain from his eyes. I'm sorry, Haku. Please forgive me. Perhaps I'll live my life better next time? I hope we meet again. The next morning, Tezuna's house. Where is she? Hasn't she woken up yet? Tezuna asked after finishing his breakfast as he sat down by the dining table. A soft, warm glow dimly illuminated the living room as Tsunami silently washed the dishes. Sasuke was half-eaten with breakfast, while Kakashi seemed to be sitting quietly, having finished his meal. Tilting his head, he looked around his room, a soulful look in his eyes. Tsunami stopped washing the dishes for a moment as she looked up, her expression laced with concern. Naruto, how long are you going to be there? This is unusual of you, Ryuk said, floating in the air while eating an apple. The blonde was still lying on his futon, facing the wall with his back to the Shinigami. The warm, silky rays of the morning caressed his hair, dimly illuminating the room. The Jinchuriki didn't respond as he continued to stare at the wall, his eyes narrowed. You knew this would happen. Those are the risks that come with this profession. This is really strange of you, kid. You were ready for this whole shinobi concept, you said so yourself? What the hell is happening to you now? Ryuk uttered in confusion, now sitting with his legs crossed in the air. I don't know, this is weird. This shouldn't have affected me, she was just a nuisance anyway. Always babbling, giggling like a fangirl, but I don't know. This is really weird. I'm not supposed to feel this way. Naruto sighed lightly, still staring at the wall. Well, I guess she grew on you, huh? Even though you pushed her all the time, I guess she melted a bit of that icy heart of yours. That's how it is, kid, you can't control what you feel, he said. Shinigami chewed on his apple with a shrug. Silence fell in the room as the death god finished eating, throwing the leftovers out the window. Oh, come on! She died! So what? People die every day, damn it! It's something humans always do and experience. It's pathetic seeing you, especially you, of all people, feel this way. Did you forget how those villagers treated you? You killed them all, it didn't faze you. You weren't even friends with her. Pull yourself together. I don't like this, Naruto. You were so confident before you graduated, like you knew everything. Look at you now! The Shinigami shouted, his frustration and anger slightly catching the mustachioed blonde off guard. Sitting slowly, still facing the wall, Naruto lowered his head as he looked at his lap. I guess it's easier said than done. I'd grown attached to her, to this team. I'm surprised it affects me. I shouldn't be, I don't want to be, but I am. Is this my fault, Ryuk? Her voice soft as she stood, slipping on her sandals. No, but this is so unlike you. You never felt these things before. When I first met you, I thought you were a cold-blooded bastard out for revenge. And now look at you, ever since you came here you've gone soft. What is it? What's got into you? Ryuk questioned as Naruto's eyes widened slightly, fastening the strap of his left shinobi sandal. You're right, His eyes softened a little as he slowly stood up. It doesn't matter. I'll be myself again once I get back to that hellhole. Naruto muttered, bitterness seeping into his tone as he looked out the window. Experiencing the death of a comrade was something else entirely. It took me by surprise. But I don't think I'll ever forget her. She was a good person, Ryuk. She was still young, seeing the world, experiencing its happiness, its joys, its cruelties, its dark side. She was maturing. She would have become a great kunoichi. And more than anything, she sacrificed herself to save me. I don't deserve that. Closing his eyes, Naruto wiped them slightly before hastily turning away from the Shinigami. Naruto, Ryuk thought, surprised that the blonde genius was so affected. Sliding the door open, the Jinchuriki stepped out. Walking to the room next to him, on his right, he slowly slid the door open a crack. His eyes remained emotionless as he stared at the lifeless body lying beneath the white sheets in the middle of the room. The bridge, 1 hour later. Well, I guess that's it, Kakashi said with a neutral expression as Team 7, or rather what was left of Team 7, stood in front of Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari, all three with sad expressions on their faces. Tsunami stared at the large scroll on Kakashi's back, still not believing what it contained, or rather, who it contained. She was only 12, just a child, and to die at such a young age. His lips curled down as he looked away, feeling moisture seeping into his eyes. Tazuna stared at the cement floor with a dejected physique, feeling somehow responsible for the loss of his comrade. Thank you for letting us stay, Tsunami-san. The silver-haired jounin mouthed with a small smile as she bowed politely. It was a pleasure, Kakashi-san. I will always remember your team, and what you've done for us. If it matters at all, I am deeply sorry for your loss. Her voice trembled as silence fell for a moment. Nodding slightly at her, Kakashi turned as he began to walk slowly with Sasuke following accordingly, lost in his own thoughts. Naruto stood there as if in a trance as Tazuna stepped forward. Snapping out of his reverie, he looked at the old bridge builder, nodding his head. I hope things are going well for you now. This was my first mission, so I'll always remember it, he murmured in a solemn tone as Tazuna knelt, before bowing fully in front of the young genin, surprising the young trio. It was my fault. If I hadn't done it, don't do it! Naruto interrupted him rudely as he bowed down to the old man's level. You're just insulting us like this, you're mocking their sacrifice. Ever since this team was formed. The Jinchuriki's eyes softened as Tazuna lifted his forehead from the ground, now sitting on his knees as he looked down at the blonde. Ever since this team was formed, I thought she was a useless part of this team, the weakest link. And she proved me wrong, saving me. She sacrificed herself not only for me, but for the mission, for the cause we were fighting for. We had made our decisions when I argued with Kakashi-sensei. She trailed off, a look of regret crossing her eyes that Tsunami immediately caught. Taking a step forward, she leaned down to wrap her arms gently around Naruto, causing him to stiffen. You are a hero, Naruto-kun, never forget that. And no matter what you have to do as a shinobi, what decisions you have to make, it's your intentions that count. She caressed her cheek against his as the blonde's eyes widened at that. Ryuk watched the interaction intently as moisture seeped from the Jinchuriki's oceanic blue orbs before quickly closing his eyes, taking a deep breath to collect himself as he hugged her back. I don't care if people see me as a god, a murderer, a monster, or whatever. I'm just doing what my heart tells me to do. Well, he forgot to include hero, or maybe there was a part of him, somewhere inside, that wanted to be seen as a hero. I guess, deep down, he yearns to be acknowledged, the Shinigami thought with a small smile, with what he could manage with his non-human mouth anyway. Thank you, Tsunami-san, for everything. I'll never forget you, Naruto said with his eyes closed, a serene expression on his face as he basked in her warmth. Of course, you can't expect me to forget about a boy as brave and amazing as you, she murmured before stepping back, releasing him from the hug. Smiling slightly at him, he nodded before shifting his gaze to Inari, who was already on the verge of tears, his lower lip stiff as he inhaled to control himself. Placing a hand on his head, the blonde smiled slightly at the boy. See you soon, little champ, and take care of your mom and the old drunk here. You're the man of the house now. Be strong, Inari, and stay safe. Be who you are and try not to let the bad things in your life change who you are. He murmured as Tsunami smiled at their interaction, wiping a tear from her left cheek. Inari nodded stiffly as she kept her head down. I will. And I promise to remember the hard jukebox, she exclaimed, quickly wiping her eyes as Naruto nodded, smiling warmly at her. That village, it really destroyed most of this boy, the real Naruto Ryuk thought as he looked at the sympathetic blonde. Turning around, the Jinchuriki began to walk while waving languidly above his head. Inari, who told you about this cardiac jukebox? Naruto's eyes widened at Tsunami's stunned voice, somehow feeling her staring at the back of his head with wide eyes. Shit! He started walking faster now, confusing the Shinigami in the process. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you trying to run while walking at the same time? And Naruto? Inari replied as she wiped away her tears while Tsunami covered her mouth in shock, her heart pounding against her chest, her mind instantly filled with memories of that night, so many years ago. Flashback 5 years ago. BRSHT, FRSHHH. It's beautiful, isn't it, Tusan? Squealed a woman in her early 20s, a bright smile on her face as she looked up at the luminescent sky, filled with festival fireworks. Hi, there's no need to get so worked up. You'll wake little Inari. The middle-aged man chided, casually sitting next to his daughter on a bench. An embarrassed expression crossed Tsunami's face as she calmed herself down to look at the baby on her lap, cradled in her arms. She watched as Inari furrowed his brows, his eyes slowly opening, and soon, he was crying. Tsunami and Tazuna blinked at the baby's crying as the bridge builder shrugged. I told you it must be the fireworks. Ah, the young mother cooed as she gently rocked Inari in her arms, holding him close to her face as she stroked his cheek against her baby's soft skin, instantly calming him. Hey, how did you calm him down so fast? He never listens to me, Tazuna said in surprise as he playfully winked at her before rubbing his nose against Inari's little one. It's our little secret, isn't it, Inari? She cooed with a small laugh that resulted in a small gurgle of laughter escaping Inari's lips. Tazuna sighed before smiling at the duo. Well, after losing him, this should be a breath of fresh air for her, she thought as she looked at the grand festival taking place in Konoha, the duo currently sitting on a bench at the top of a small hill, dense foliage behind the workbench. By the way, what was this festival about again? I think you've told me before, right? Tsunami questioned with a confused expression that made him sweat drop. I told you 5 times on our way here, he said deadpan, making her blush in embarrassment, as she giggled shyly. Ahihi, you know I tend to forget things sometimes too, San, he said. Sometimes that's an understatement, Tazuna thought before he started speaking. 7 years ago, on this day, the 9-tailed fox attacked Konoha. It was on this day that they lost their 4th Hokage. He paused to point at the Yandame's face on the monument towards the hills in the back, and countless other shinobi had lost their lives. So on this day every year, the 10th of October, they mourn for the lives lost in the morning while at night they celebrate their victory over the demon fox. He finished, his mouth falling into an O as he nodded before looking up at the sky. Everyone suffers a tsunami, everyone has their own set of pains and sufferings. But by sharing each other's pain, we can fill the hole in each other's hearts. No one is alone, no one should be alone, not just Mizum, he said before wrapping an arm around her shoulders as she rested her head on his shoulder. Of course, father, I have you and Inari too, she murmured with a serene smile, making him return the gesture before the bridge builder stood up, while she threw her head back. Okay, I'll go get something to eat, Tazuna mouthed as he started walking towards the stalls below, making her sigh. Already? We just ate. And you ate like a pig. There's always room for more, my dear daughter, he said over his shoulder with a smile. Your stomach is like a bottomless pit, ha Inari? I hope you don't turn out like your grandfather when it comes to appetite. No need to overdo it, okay? She smiled at him as he laughed, his little hands gently grabbing the strands of her hair. CKTRK, her head jerked up as the sound of breaking wood reached her ears. Thud. Oh! A boy fell to the ground along with the broken branch with a pile of leaves floating down to settle on him. Eyes wide open, she sat there, frozen, waiting for the dust to clear as the boy groaned in pain. She slowly sat up, holding her head as the dust revealed itself, causing her eyes to open wider. He was just a child and was in a sorry state, torn rags, covered in a mixture of dried mud and blood, and dirty blonde hair. "Oh Cammy, are you okay?" She gently placed Inari, who was covered in several thick blankets, on the bench. She stood up to rush over to him as he seemed to be absorbed in pain, coughing to get the dust out of his system. "Hey, are you?" The moment her fingers touched his shoulder, he slapped her hand away in a blurry reflex. The blonde instantly backed away, his feet skidding on the ground as he leaned away from her, nothing but fear visible in his eyes. Tsunami looked at him with a mix of confusion and concern as she panted a little, still struggling between absorbing the pain and moving away from her. "You don't need to be afraid of me. I'm not going to hurt you," she said gently, causing his eyes to widen before they narrowed. With her small elbows still on the ground, the blonde continued to struggle away from her when he noticed her left knee was bleeding. "Wait! Oh my God, your knee's bleeding!" Here, standing up, he quickly went to the bench to his large bag next to a sleeping Inari. Hastily shuffling the items inside, he pulled out a small first aid kit, silently thanking his father for it. The blonde looked at her in confusion as she returned with some bandages and ointments. "Here, don't move, I'm wait. Don't do that, Dash." The boy had started wiping the blood off his knees with the tattered sleeve of his shirt when she stopped talking. "The cut, is it healed yet?" she thought in amazement before looking into his eyes. They were a startling shade of blue. No, they were intense, dark even as he stared at her, as if sizing her up. Emerging from her ocean pools, she awkwardly looked at the bandages on her hand before looking at him. I guess I won't be needing them anymore." He still seemed to be different from her, stretching his head as far away from her as possible. His mind was filled with thoughts, more specifically, questions. Who was this child? Wasn't he supposed to be at the orphanage? Was he lost? Had someone kidnapped him and managed to escape? Hadn't anyone noticed such a young child wandering alone outside, in a condition like this, anymore? Okay. She took a deep breath. Having experienced the joys of motherhood herself recently, she didn't like the sight before her at all. "Where are your parents? Do you remember where you live?" Tsunami questioned as he continued to stare at her. Keeping his sharp eyes on her, he stood up slowly, cautiously. She watched as he took a step back. "Wait, honey, I'm not going to hurt you, Dash." The hand she extended again provoked a quick response from him with the reflexes of a hardened survivor. The boy had swatted her away as he took a few steps back. Shocked by his behavior, she raised her hands in front of her, trying to calm him down. Clearly he was anxious and scared of her. Okay. No contact, I got it. But I'm not going to hurt you. Tell me, why are you in such a condition? Do you have parents?" He asked a different question this time, his intense eyes seeming to pierce her soul. After a few seconds, he finally shook his head slowly, hesitantly. Her heart raced as her concern for the blonde in front of her grew. "Anyone, a tutor?" Once again a nod. "Do you live in an orphanage?" His eyes softened a little, she saw, before they hardened again as he shook his head forcefully. "Oh, okay, it's... This was too much to take in. No one to care for him, in these rags. It was clear he lived on the streets. Konoha was a shinobi village, of course. 1 or 2 ninja must have noticed a child like him and reported it to the Hokage. Why didn't he help this boy? "Why you live on the streets?" His eyes narrowed this time, the first sign of aggression she noticed. He nodded slowly, his hands slowly descending to the sides that had previously been in front of him, as if trying to form a physical barrier between him and her. Letting out a shaky breath, her right hand automatically moved to cover her mouth as she looked away. It hurt to look at him in such a condition. He was barely even fleshy. "Cammy, what are you doing to this child?" I was too afraid to ask the next question. "How do you get food? Where do you eat?" The blonde looked at her in confusion and noticed a few tears running down her soft cheeks. She quickly wiped them away as he looked at something next to the bench. Following his eyes, he took a deep breath to control himself. It was a trash can. "Are there others like you? Have you ever met anyone who lives on the streets?" He shook his head, and she hoped so. Konoha, one of the 5 great hidden villages, was a prosperous place. There were no beggars here, and orphans had a safe place to ensure their childhood was safe and just as it was meant to be. God, how could anyone not notice this kid? Are they blind? They're celebrating over there, and this kid here is struggling to survive. Suddenly, I was feeling anger toward all these people. Obviously, no one had cared enough to report this boy's condition to the Hokage. "Okay, this is so..." She sighed, gripping her knees tightly as she inhaled, wiping the remnants of tears from her cheeks. Can you talk? Wait. Are you hungry? She asked with a teary-eyed smile that made his eyes widen, as he looked away for a moment before looking back at her. He nodded slowly. Right. Standing up quickly, she again drew a surprised reaction from him as he took a step back, and smiled apologetically at him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. She gave him a warm smile before turning to reach for her handbag. Opening it, Tsunami pulled out a bunch of warm, plastic bags and several packed boxes. My dad bought all this food after he stuffed himself. He really liked it, he's a foodie, I tell you. I'm sure he'll stuff himself again as soon as we get home. She said as she took out more and more food while the boy's eyes widened as he looked at the amount. He had never seen so much food in one place in his little life. Here, now dig in. Eat as much as you. She trailed off after turning around to see him practically drooling as he continued to stare at the food. Opening a plastic bag, she stopped when she saw him squinting at her. Instinctively, she withdrew her hands as she looked at him in confusion. Okay, well, you can open it yourself if you want. I'm not going to do anything sneaky here, just take it. She offered with a smile before taking Inari into her arms. Tsunami sat down on the bench, gently rocking Inari before looking at the cautious blonde in front of her. Hey, come on. I'm not going to hurt you. Even if I wanted to, I'm not sure I could. I'm a kind person by nature, and a bit of a fool, hee, she said. She playfully stuck her tongue out at him as he raised his eyebrows, as if questioning her sanity. He gently patted the seat next to him, giving her a warm smile. She barely noticed him take a hesitant step forward, still looking back between her and the food on the bench. Come on, don't be shy. I'm a mother, and it hurts me more than you think to see a child like you in such a condition. Look, this is my baby, his name is Inari, she said. Her voice trembled with emotion as she lifted Inari slightly to indicate him, looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Still extremely cautious, he inched forward, eventually reaching the bench. Placing his hands on the metal for leverage, he hopped up before sitting on the edge of the bench, away from Tsunami. She smiled sadly at him as he slowly opened the bags, his hands shaking. Soon, he was eating like a pig, just like his father. But instead of wrinkling his nose in irritation and disgust, he smiled wistfully at her. He made her cry again as she watched him, the little blonde boy wolfing down his food as if he hadn't eaten in days. Tsunami was jolted out of her reverie when she heard Inari's small baby cries. She giggled softly as some of his tears fell onto her nose and eyes. Gomen Inari, she murmured, tenderly wiping his nose and eyes. Lifting him up, she kissed him softly on the forehead as he continued to sleep. Looking back at the blonde, she was surprised to find him staring longingly at Inari, his eyes filled with nothing but heartbreaking sadness. She continued to stare at him breathlessly. As soon as her eyes lit up, noticing her staring at him, he quickly went back to eating. The blonde turned away from her as she continued eating. Tsunami heard him sniffing as he ate, her heart squeezing inside her chest. She watched as he quickly lifted his right elbow to wipe his eyes before resuming his meal. This isn't fair. She swallowed, her throat tight with emotion as she wiped her cheeks. Making a decision, her gaze hardened, refocusing on him as he continued wiping his eyes. Tell me, would you like to come with me? She asked with a smile, hoping to change this boy's life for the better. He deserved much better than this. Anyone deserved much better than this. She lowered her eyebrows in concern, almost pleading when he shook his head hesitantly as he ate. Why? Are you scared? Don't worry, I'll take care of you. We live in Nami no Kuni, it's a good and peaceful place. I'll make sure you'll never be alone again. You can live with us, we'll be your family. She almost begged him, knowing that forcing him wouldn't help, even if it was for the best. The boy stopped eating, his back to her, as he shook his head again, his small shoulders shaking as he furiously wiped his eyes. What's the problem? Please believe me, you won't have to live on the streets anymore. You wouldn't have to endure this hell. Tsunami exclaimed loudly, her cheeks moistening now as she deliberately kept distance between herself and him, knowing he'd simply retreat back into his shelter. At least she'd gotten him to open up a little, even though he still hadn't said a word to her. Don't do this to yourself. Listen, if you're afraid, just listen to your heart. She composed herself, taking another deep breath as he stopped eating. If you're scared, if you're confused, if you don't know what to do, please listen to your heart. It must be telling you to leave with me, right? It must be singing for you to leave this kind of life. She shook her head at the absurdity of what she was saying to such a young child. She was sure he couldn't even understand half of what she was saying. Well, if it's singing, I guess you could call it the cardiac jukebox, huh? A shaky laugh escaped her lips as she pursed her trembling lips into a thin line. I'm just rambling, she muttered to herself with a shaky sigh, wiping her cheeks for probably the 10th time. The blonde was silent now, his back still facing her, his head bowed as he seemed to be contemplating something. She stayed silent, choosing to give him time to think. For such a young boy, he seemed to think a lot. Whatever he decides, I'll take him with me, by force if necessary. He'll see it was for the best when he grows up. I can't leave him here alone like this again. It's obvious he'll die soon like this, she thought, hugging Inari tightly. Tsunami! Ah, damn it! I should have asked someone to help me. She snapped her head up at the sound of Tezuna's voice. Relieved that he was here, she was sure he could help her convince the boy to come with them. Here, father! Gently placing Inari on the bench, he quickly ran over to Tezuna. Tsunami caught up with him and took several bags from him as he sighed in relief. She would have sighed in exasperation if it weren't for the more pressing matter. Tusan, hurry up, there's someone, just follow me, he said quickly before walking briskly towards the bench. What happened? Is everything okay? Is Inari okay? Tezuna questioned, instantly concerned. If everything's okay, just dash. He stopped abruptly when he noticed the blonde was absent from where he was sitting on the bench. Oh no, fear settled in his heart as he looked around anxiously. Where is it? Hello? Hey! Where are you? She asked quickly, loudly, while Tezuna looked at her in confusion. Tsunami? She continued to look around, her eyes watering. Had he run away? He hadn't even asked her name. And no, I was just here. I was. She crawled out, tears cascading down her cheeks as the bridge builder gently grabbed her shoulder. What's wrong, Musum? Who was here? What happened? He asked worriedly as she burst into tears, sobbing into his chest as he hugged her, confused as to what had happened. The flashback ends. Wait, shit! Naruto cursed, his eyes darkened as he continued walking briskly, hands stiffly stuffed in his pockets. Ryuk looked back at the source of the voice, Tsunami, and then back at him. Oh, what's going on? The Shinigami asked. Naruto Kiyuen! Please wait. Tsunami, what's going on? Ka-san! The blonde heard Tezuna and Inari calling her. The Jinchuriki faintly heard the sound of their footsteps, growing louder by the second as their pace increased. What's wrong? Why are you running? Ryuk asked, confused as he flew next to the now running blonde. I should have been more careful. Mentally scolding himself, Naruto kept running, his eyes shadowed, distracting Tsunami's screams behind him. Please! I beg you! Stop! She gritted her teeth as she heard a slight thud as she stumbled over her feet, while Tezuna and Inari rushed to her side. If you are afraid, if you are confused, if you don't know what to do, please listen to your heart. Ryuk looked at him strangely as he gradually slowed his pace, finally stopping. His shoulders were stiff as he continued to stare at the ground, his eyes closed, his breathing ragged. Damn, Tsunami? Tezuna asked worriedly as he helped his daughter to her feet, Inari also by her side, looking at her with a mixture of concern and bewilderment. She dusted her elbows and hurriedly wiped her tears, her eyes widening as she watched him standing there with his back to them. A wave of anxiety washed through her as she ran back outside, causing Inari to look to Tezuna for answers. She's coming again, Ryuk uttered, scratching his head, having no idea what was going on. Another crazy human effort, he supposed. The Shinigami watched as Tsunami, upon reaching him, hugged him tightly from behind as she burst into tears. Naruto stood there stiffly, his body shaking with his muffled sobs as she held him tighter. I knew it, why you were familiar with me. She sniffed several times, her eyes closed as her cheeks grew damp. Why didn't you tell me? She asked as Naruto, gently tugging on her hands, turned to face her. He wore a small smile on his face as he looked down at her, his eyes holding nothing but warmth. I'm telling you. Didn't you already have enough on your plate? I was happy to meet you, Tsunami-san. He spoke calmly as Ryuk stared at him. She wiped her eyes and opened them to look at him, seeing him now in a completely new light. This young man, having endured so much, thought for sure he was dead by now. Did you know I was here when you volunteered for the mission, against your sensei's wishes? She asked as he shook his head. No, I had no idea. In fact, I was surprised to see you standing at the entrance to our client's house. I was very happy to see you again, that was enough for me," he said with a smile, lowering his eyes in regret. "I'm sorry, I wanted to adopt you. But I really wanted to help you. Why no, you were just a kid scared, of course you'd run away. To this day, countless times I wondered what happened to that kid, if he was even alive or not. And if he was, how was he? Was he still living on the streets?" Naruto smiled as he wiped her left cheek, Tsunami having bent down to his level. "You told me yourself a moment ago, it's the thought that counts. The fact that you wanted to help me and were willing to go so far as to adopt me, it was so much more than anyone had ever done for me. That night, I guess, that gave me the courage to endure it all." Her eyes were closed as she shook his shoulder. What happened to you after that? Did they put you back in the orphanage?" she questioned with hope in her eyes, while he kept his eyes closed, a smile plastered on his face. "Oh no! Even better, I was adopted. My new parents always treated me like I was their own, and I found a new little sister, whom I have a duty to protect now, as her older brother, of course." There was a small smile on his face as Ryuk looked at him in surprise. Tsunami's face lit up as she parted a strand of hair from her face. Really? I'm glad. I'm so glad." She hugged him again, while this time, the Jinchuriki hugged her back lightly. "Yes, but I never forgot you for a moment. Even when I was depressed sometimes, I always remembered what you said, I always tried to follow my heart," he said, his eyes narrowed as the mustachioed blonde stared at him. On the floor, pulling back, he offered her a warm smile. "It feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. But even so, I still wish I could adopt you. Oh well, you have a family of your own now." She patted his head gently with a smile as he gave her a tight-lipped grin. "Tsunami, what happened?" Turning, he smiled at the approaching forms of Tazuna and Inari. "Father Inari! You wouldn't believe who our hero really is!" he exclaimed with a bright smile as Ryuk continued to stare at the blonde in front of him. Naruto, several minutes later, somewhere on the outskirts of Nami no Kuni. "Come on! I'm asking you? What was that back then? And why the hell did you lie to him?" Ryuk questioned impatiently as he flew with the blonde walking through the forest. Naruto sighed inwardly as he continued. "Nothing, just a glimpse of heaven I had in my hellish past." The answer confused the Shinigami even more as he finally decided to leave it, before noticing the approaching walking forms of Kakashi and Sasuke. Taking a final leap, the Jinchuriki landed behind Team 7. "It took you long enough," Kakashi said after turning his head when they stopped walking. Naruto nodded solemnly as he walked past the duo. "Yeah, sorry," he replied in a neutral tone as Sasuke watched his back. Sighing to himself, Kakashi adjusted the large scroll on his back as they continued their way back to Konoha. "Well, it looks like he's back to normal." Konoha, Hokage's office, later. "I see this is truly unfortunate, to die at such a young age." Hiruzen had a serious expression on his face, his eyes closed in sadness as Team 7 stood before him. The Sandaime sighed, as he repeated what Kakashi had just commented on the mission. The silver-haired Jounin looked at the blonde beside him, confused as to why the Jinchuriki had intervened when he was going against the rules and decided to help Tazuna, when Kakashi himself had tried to protect him. "Maybe we could have avoided this if Shikaka's team had stayed there a little longer," Sarutobi muttered as Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto looked at the ground. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, maybe if I dash." "Leave it, Kakashi. You know you did what you could. Don't let regret control you because of your past. With a mission of this magnitude, there was a high probability of this happening." The Hokage mouthed as Naruto clenched his fists tightly, head bowed. "Hit! Hit! Get into!" The door opened as Shikaka entered the office along with Inoichi, a frown on the former's face. "Hokage-sama, Kakashi, is it true? One of your students?" Inoichi asked as the Jounin turned to nod slightly, a melancholic expression on his face. Shikaka stared at Naruto's back as he gritted his teeth. "Well, Hokage-sama, it seems our friend, whom we've been trying to catch for over a month, is finally showing his true colors. I've been telling you all along, this Kira is dangerous, not just within Konoha. What do you plan to do now?" Shikaka raised his voice, anger clearly simmering on the surface as he glared at Naruto. "Shikaku," Hiruzen sighed sadly, conflicted with what was happening. "Shikaku-san, we're still not sure if it was Ki Dash. We have evidence to prove it, Kakashi, and you know it. This has gone on too long now. This madness will only grow from here on out if we don't cut its roots. The Nara exclaimed as he pointed at Naruto. Dio, you think I'm responsible for this? The Jinchuriki exclaimed as he glared murderously at Shikaku. I'm sick of your shit. He died because of our enemy. Our enemy was bucking strong. He died while protecting me. Well, maybe somehow this Kira, or probably you, controlled her to take the hit instead of you, huh? Shikaku shouted back while Kakashi watched the unusual exchange in surprise. Are you weak in the head? Is that even possible? And she's my teammate for crying out loud, really? Is that coming out of the mouth of the guy who doesn't give a shit about his team, his teammates, and his sensei? Shikaku exclaimed as Naruto gritted his teeth as he turned his head away, staring at the ground while Ryuk, who was also present there, had trouble identifying if what the blonde in front of him was displaying was his Oscar-winning acting skills, or if his emotions were genuine. Shikaku, stop! Inoichi muttered as he looked at the large scroll lying on the Hokage's desk, which contained Sakura Haruno's corpse. I don't know if you're Kira or not, but every event up until now has revolved around you. It's always you. You're the epicenter of all the shit we've been enduring up until now. Kira actively participated throughout the entire damn mission. And believe it or not, your teammate here died from that cold. Faggot. Everyone in the room turned their heads toward the Hokage's desk, specifically the scroll, which was currently covered in smoke. Kakashi's eyes widened as one end of the scroll unfurled over the edge of the desk, emerging through the smoke right in front of him. Cough cough. What the hell? Naruto was involuntarily holding his breath as the smoke gradually cleared. I thought I was dying there. Who the hell sealed me, Shinaro? Dying there? But you were already dead? Surprisingly, it was Shikaku's unusually shrill voice that came out first. His index finger, previously confidently pointed at the subject, was now trembling, as if trying to write, impossible, in the air. Dead? Her eyes were half closed as she coughed, waving the remnants of the smoke from her face, now sitting unceremoniously on the table, completely healed from all her injuries. However, Naruto stared at her with wide eyes, not believing that such an inexplicable event had happened twice in a span of 24 hours. When the hell did I die? Ryuk, however, although more than perplexed, still had the minimum brain function to put together a sentence in his Shinigami mind. Shit just got real.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.